Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test. I think I forgot how to stream. Is everything working? Can you guys hear me? He hates us. That's as nice a welcome back as any. Hold on. Easier? There we go. There we go. Alright. We here? Excellent. Okay. Everything's working. I know, I hear him. Actually, hold on. YouTube, I didn't notice this feature before, but they've added a new way where I can actually see the super chats and memberships that you guys have left for me. So I'll just rattle those off real quick. Asinine. I can't remember what your old username is based off of just your profile pic, but this one's pretty funny. Thank you for being a Footstool for 11 and also 12 months. Holy. Forgot to use this, Lamau. Hi, 1 year, let's go. Let's go. Gabriel, thank you for being a Footstool for 14 months. Does Member Super reset at the start of each month? Yes, it does. Mercurius, thank you for the gifted membership. Welcome to the new Footstool. Hope you enjoy those emotes. And Toaster, thank you for being a Footstool for 3 months. Hope you're doing okay. I'm doing a little bit better now, yeah. As all of you probably saw with the waiting room yesterday, a little bit of a bout of insomnia, so it happens. Bro leaves for 1 month and becomes incapable of streaming. Look, it's a debuff that's not unique to just me, but it is very nice to be back. And thank you all for waiting. Thank you all for tuning in again after a whole month of no streams. Going to be getting back into the swing of things with a little bit of I suppose when I did my older streams and made all of those predictions and observations, that was me doing the sowing. Now it's time for a little bit of a reaping. We got to get you on a streaming segment of 500, a streaming regiment of 500 streams a week. I'd say that's a little ambitious, but I think at some point, I would like to be able to increase the number to 2 or even 3. Good to see ya. I haven't watched all of the streams that Kanata has done talking about it, so that's not something that I feel like talking about at the moment. So, Armchair, when are you getting your authoritarian dictatorship-themed model? It's all the rage now. As tempting as it is, I mean, I could probably just grab a military cap off of some asset website and slap that on my model and it'll be good as, so I might do that if I end up talking about the Zentreya incident in a future stream. Every time you take a break, the Brave Hydra loses a head. I don't even think, well, to be fair, with the stage that Brave is at relative to its ultimate goal of going public, I'd say if I took a break off of any month, there's an equal chance that something will happen, given how large Brave is and how much cost-cutting they seem to be keen on doing. Again, now that they're in the final stages of their mission, so to speak. I can't believe you're back. Yes. We watch and read Botan's posts, Kanata announcement stream, quite interesting points. Yeah, I've skimmed through the actual stream itself, but I haven't done a proper listen, which is something I would like to be able to do before commenting on that. We all know you're just trying to create content. We know you're behind those graduations and Google Docs. Now, actually, this is something that I saw in one of my community posts. I think it was in response to a comment that you left, Master N, where you raised the fact that Google Docies seem to be a lot more prevalent in the VTubing indie sphere, specifically the Twitch indie sphere. And about that point, this is something that'll probably end up, something I'll end up bringing up later on in this stream as well. But when it comes to something like that, I would be a little wary of attributing the increased frequency, viewing the perceived increased frequency of things like that as an objective fact, because it very well could simply be confirmation bias. Since the whole Cinder Bao thing, yes, it is possible that that massive, that massive Twitch indie implosion could have made it more popular, for a more popular a tactic for people to express their grievances. But it could also be that it was so much of a big deal on Twitter that it has made all the rest of us more aware of when these Google Docs drop, even if only for the sake of meme value. So I would be careful about separating, confirmation bias, or separating confirmation bias from an objective increase in frequency, because I think when it comes to Twitch indies Google docking each other, I think it could very easily be either one. Charlie, thank you for the 5. People are looking at the wrong part of the model. Look at the melons instead. Glad to see you're still around. Just say Hollow dying and everyone will cheer you as a genius. I will say, actually, from what I did see of the transcript, one of the things that I found was quite, how do I say? One of the things that people started dooming about almost instantly was the whole, why was it in the case of this graduation that none of the other talents were told about the fact that she was graduating? Did they change their policies around it? When in the stream that she did, she made it very clear that this was something that, she and management agreed on, which would imply that this is something that she requested, or at the very minimum had input in when it comes to deciding on that being a thing moving forward. And again, as I've often said in the past, you need 2 points to make a coincidence and 3 to make a pattern. And this one instance, I think people are being a little premature when they jump the gun and go, oh, this must mean they've changed the way that they do things. She literally said that she decided on that? Yeah. So I do think that people dooming about that they're being a little premature when it comes to deciding that something massive has shifted within the beast, so to speak. But yeah, maybe part of the series you can look at how Hollow has changed since the Guru graduations. I think for a stream like that, I am going to have to do a lot more watching of all of these streams that the various talents across the JP and Ian side have done talking about things. It's not something that I would just rattle off the cuff. But it is possibly on the table. With Hollow, you only need headcanon to make a reality. To be fair, I would say that that's the case with most of the times when people talk about an agency, regardless of if it's on the Ian side or the JP side. That is usually the way that people make observations about it, which again is something I'm going to end up touching on later on in this stream. But yeah, that was only in her stream, not in the OG announcement. See, that's the thing, Master N. When it comes to looking at, when you're deciding on which source to give more weight to, right? I would tend to give more weight to what a talent is saying on the stream where they talk about the graduation, rather than the actual notice itself. Namely because, although both have been pre-approved by the company, as would likely be the case with something that is as big and established as HoloLive, with the talent's stream, it is more likely that that is more of a primary source than the actual notice itself. With the notice, it's very easy when you're writing it to miss a few things, because I'm assuming that you're passing the words along to staff, etc. Whereas with the actual graduation stream, when you're just hearing it out of the mouth of the talents themselves, there's less of a game of telephone going on in between when they decide to say something and when you end up hearing it. So, because of that, I don't think that the theory that HoloLive has changed the way that they fundamentally approach disclosing the fact that a talent is going to be graduating to other talents has changed. At least not as a policy decision. It sounds like it is definitely something, well, I mean, it's not sounding like, based off of what Kanata said, it is an option that talents have when they decide to graduate, And in Kana's case specifically, it does make a lot of contextual sense, because we know from previous graduations, such as the case with Aqua, Kanata has expressed a sense of grievance and at the idea of knowing that one of her colleagues, one of her friends is graduating potentially, weeks or months before the announcement goes public, and basically having to cope with that on her own. So that is very much an established theme when it comes to Kanata personally. So I can understand if that is something that she would want to prevent for other talents and other friends at the company. But again, it sounds like a personal decision rather than a policy change. Yeah, there is a sense of torture to it. And it's sort of like... I'm trying to think of a good way of stating this concisely. It is very much a pick your poison type situation, where regardless of whether you choose to disclose ahead of time, or you choose to keep it all a secret from everyone in the company until the announcement goes public as well, both of those are going to feel bad for somebody. Both of those are likely going to feel bad for a lot of people, both within and without the company. But the fact that it is based off of what Kanata said in her statement, or at least the bit that I skimmed, it seems to be a choice that the individual talent who is graduating can elect to make themselves. That is not something that I view as being concerning. Doesn't sound like on stream she did the day. She literally says it was her decision. There's no speculation there. Yeah, I didn't see the second stream, so that's why I said that that is something that I would want to see and, actually go through properly before I end up doing a stream that talks about it. This is just me sort of riffing off the cuff. To be fair, I don't think she's lying. I think she's being honest. The issue is accessibility. To be fair, I will say, perhaps this is a result of me doing these streams, but I think that to a certain extent, it is on the viewer, especially if you are going to try and discuss it publicly and try to if you have the intention of contributing to discourse rather than just venting your emotions, which is what I try to do the former, not the latter, on my streams. If that is your objective, then I think it is on you to try and, do your best to engage with the source in its most primary form, even if there is a little bit of a hurdle. Now, that being said, though, I don't think accessibility is a very valid complaint with Kanata's case specifically, because she went out of her way to have English subtitles that she put on screen during her graduation announcement while she was live. So I think in that case specifically, is there an aspect of accessibility? Usually yes, but with that specific stream, I don't know if that reasoning really holds up, to be completely honest. People should look for more info, but most people don't. Yeah, and that is... I feel like the longer I've done this, the more I've started to feel like that's kind of on, I understand not everyone's going to put in the effort, or not everyone has the time to go looking to make sure that all of their sources are as primary as possible, or that what they're basing their judgment off of is as objective as possible. That's not something I expect people to do. However, at the same time, like I said before, if your objective is to contribute to discourse rather than just vent your emotions, I would assume that that is a priority that you hold. And that is something that I personally believe is something that is important as a value to have. The accessibility issue here is I don't want to read what she said. Yeah, there does seem to be quite a bit of that. Although that is, well, at least on the EN side of things, that is likely going to be, well, actually, allow me to correct myself. I was going to say that's probably because of the Kingslayer effect that Hololive has, as basically the biggest VTuber agency in terms of cultural impact, I should say. At least in the West, it's undisputed. If we're actually talking about the JP scene, it's a bit of a toss-up between them and Niji Sanji, I suppose. But certainly here on the EN side of things, they are the undisputed top of the industry. They are the biggest actor. And there's always, as a result of that, there's always going to be a larger group of people who are going to be dooming about it, regardless of whether it is objectively, I suppose, supported or not. The most effort people stating, I'm getting worried, when in reality they never actually cared. Yeah. And the thing is, you don't have to... I'm of the belief that you don't actually have to care about something in order to talk about it. But conversely, if you're going to talk about it, I am of the belief that you should try to get your sources accurate, or at least show you're working in the sense of showing off where you got your ideas from, even though that may take a little bit more effort. Have you seen that Mitty/Fuyo Cloverfield's NDA is over and she can talk about being a part of Idol? Yeah, I did see a bunch. I did see both her and I think Fluffin. Was it Fluffin Fox? Was that her new name? The talent that used to be Pochi, talking about Idol once more. But I don't think there was any new information about the company that wasn't already revealed or wasn't already surmised by looking at it from the outside in, sorry. Michael Laura, thank you for being a Footstool for 16 months. Holy. I'm getting some real old heads in here. And thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 5 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Make sure to thank Michael Laure and Mercurius earlier for gifting those memberships. Oh, Charlie, congrats on getting sniped. Okay. So, hold on, with all of that out of the way, let me see if there's anything else that I missed. Charlie, thank you for the 2. You sick? Your voice sounds slightly weak. I was doing a bit of, I was doing a bit of, how do I say, hard hacking and coughing yesterday. Because I was sick earlier this week, so there might still be a little of that going on. But yeah. You'll never stop talking about Idol. Yeah. Okay, so, before we get into the actual disclaimers that I usually go through with my streams, I want to include a little specific one for this topic in particular, which is most of the predictions or observations that I'm going to be going through over the course of this stream are about as astute as saying that Sisyphus's boulder will roll back down after he stops pushing. In other words, they're not going to be anything that are that groundbreaking or that, that unexpected. They are usually going to be quite, they are quite predictable so long as you have the correct amount of data. However, I do think that they are worth going through regardless and basically pointing out, indicating a few cases, examples of similar things happening over and over again, if only just to prove that using underlying incentives as a way of trying to predict policy, practice, and behavior is a generally good way of trying to safeguard yourself against changes or shifts in how people do things in this industry. So, with that out of the way, let's get into the actual meat and potatoes of the stream. Master, thank you for the 2 thoughts on Zen is a Nazi because of my model. It's just Twitter people being Twitter people. But it's... aside from Zen initially apologizing, I think all of the backlash against all of the disingenuous idiots who are trying to make that point has been well, good, proportional, and justified. So, in my opinion, it's honestly a little bit of a nothing burger, because Zen will be fine after this, and I'd say that all of the people who are giving her grief will... I don't think anything... I don't think they'll be any further along in their VTweeter careers after today than they were before. So, as per usual, because I'm going to be going through I'm going to be quite critical of some of the individuals or entities I mentioned over the course of this stream. I do want to clarify that it is not a license or permission to attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during the stream in any way, shape, or form. We have a policy in this stream, in this community, of only observing. We do not touch the poo, so to speak. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during the stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. Third, all information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available/traceable. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. And finally, I'll be narrating everything on screen, so if there's a little bit of text that you can't quite make out from where you're watching at home or on the go, no worries, I'll be narrating it more often than not, and even if I don't, all of these slides will be uploaded onto my personal Patreon, link in description, just like all of my previous streams, where you can access it for free. Just sign up as a member, you don't have to pay anything, and you have access to all of the slides from this stream, my previous streams, and all my future streams as well, so you can look through them at your leisure. So, for the purposes of this stream, what I wanted to do was sort of narrow down, because I have talked about quite a few things over the past year or so of streaming. So I wanted to narrow down the number of predictions or observations that we were going to, properly go through and dissect over the course of this stream. So, in that vein, in the interest of doing that, there are three streams in particular three previous streams that I've done that I'm going to be drawing from in terms of the predictions that I made at some point during this stream. And the reason why I bring them up here is because I talk about the respective topics that we are going to be going through over the course of this stream in a lot more detail over the course of these streams. The VODs of those are available. I've, written down which ones they are, what date they were originally streamed, so that if any of the topics I end up raising today interest you and you would like to, look a little bit further, you have the option of going there and, bring yourself up to speed. All of them are time-stamped, and, well, if you can't be bothered to do that, understandable. I will be doing brief outlines of the topics just to, act as a refresher, reminder as to how we got to this point, basically. But, in case any of you are curious, the three streams that I'm going to be drawing upon that I did back in the past are Taboos in Corporate VTubing, a retrospective on the lessons learned in 2024, which was originally streamed on April 20th. Of this year, documenting Brave Group's metastatic expansion strategy, which was originally streamed on June 14th of this year, and finally, unraveling the biggest psyop in VTubing, VShojo's failed talent-first experiment, which was originally streamed on August 16th of 2025. Oh wait, hold on, I forgot to pull up the slides. Thank you for reminding me. I can't believe I actually forgot. All right. So, yeah, these are the three streams that I'm referring to, and in each of these three streams, there was one prediction in particular that I think, given recent events, have aged quite reasonably. And those three predictions, or I suppose three practices that I was talking about over the course of these streams that have had more, I suppose, case studies or basically data to prove that they seem to be on the up and up, are IP buyout donathons, obfuscatory rebrands, and not like other corpos, or NLOC, marketing. Now, when it comes to these three practices, originally they were observed in the cases of the specific or one or two cases, case studies, examples that we went through over the course of these streams. But since I did these streams, there have been more examples of these same practices being employed, in some cases by the exact same actors, Brave Group, to the point where I think that, again, it is worth going over and properly taking apart to sort of show how this was kind of predictable. Now, the way that we are going to be discussing these three practices, IP buyout donathons, obfuscatory rebrands, and NLOC marketing, is by basically breaking them down into form versus function. form in terms of how something is perceived, recognized, and marketed, how something looks, the optics surrounding something, versus the way that it actually works in practice. And when it comes to these practices, part of the reason why we're splitting discussions of it into these two parts is because most of the time, the reason why these practices, in my opinion at least, are going to become more popular going forward is because most people don't really look past the form of a practice to observe the function. Most people will look at how something is sold, take it at face value, and then not really think about it much further than that. And to be fair, that is understandable. We are occupying an entertainment industry after all. Immersion and escapism are the orders of the day. However, if we are to try to understand the way that corpos try to communicate with their audiences, the way they try to sell themselves and their policies and practices to people, if you are a consumer, a viewer, a member of the audience that would like to develop a better understanding, or in other words, a better approach towards articulating how you feel about certain things, why certain things may seem a little off, that is why this content exists. And so, we are going to start with a breakdown of, the way that I've kind of framed this topic. The reason why I phrase it as industry patch notes is because every so often, in any space where there is competition, doesn't matter whether we're talking about an MMO or we're talking about an industry, wherever there is competition, there are going to be metas, or most efficient tactics available. And as these tactics are developed, as they find success, more and more actors, more and more individual parties are going to begin adopting those tactics for themselves in order to emulate the success of their predecessors. And so when we are examining the way that these metas develop, the way that these tactics develop, one of the ways in which I've broken this up is looking at them in accordance to the three main players in the game that is the VTubing industry: talents, audiences, and corporations. The three being joined in this sort of circular relationship where audiences look to talents for guidance and entertainment and inspiration. Talents rely on corporations to provide them with tangible support in order to make their content, and corporations appeal to and rely on audiences in order to continue existing, because that's where all of their revenue comes from. And so, in terms of examining all of these tactics, all of these meta updates as I framed them, the premise of this stream, the way that we're going to be parsing them is looking at how these tactics, how the popularization of these tactics affect each of these three parties respectively. This is the way we're going to be doing it, where there's an update on some sort of strategy or some sort of practice that is on the uptick in terms of popularity, and basically looking at whether it is positive or negative for each of these three parties respectively. Is it good or bad for corporations? Is it good or bad for talents? And is it good or bad for just viewers in general? And we're going to start with IP buyout donathons, a practice which, in my opinion, is good for corporations, is good for talents, but might not be as good for members of the former's audience. And to start off with, to understand why IP buyout donathons were a tactic that was always going to be at least a little bit appealing to some of the corporate actors in this industry, we have to look at the way that IP buyouts on their own used to be done in this industry, or the previous norm that existed in this industry. So previously, the way that IP buyouts would occur is what I refer to as backroom buyouts. In other words, all of the transaction and negotiation was mostly kept behind closed doors, was mostly kept private between the individual talent and the corporation that they are purchasing the IP from. And when it comes to audiences and the degree of their involvement, they were usually only involved insofar as they would know if their Oshi or their favorite talents were not able to get their IP, but if they were able to get their IP, it was mostly just assumed that, they got it somehow and people didn't really think too much about that. However, when it comes to this way of doing IP buyouts, there was a very clear problem that corporations were facing when they were attempting to, when they were basically going with this as the default method of trying to palm off the IPs in the case of closure, right? Where if they retain the IP, if they refuse to sell off the IP, even after they close their doors, even after the corporation implodes or collapses or whatever, then they get a combination of bad press and also no funds being recouped, right? Bad press because audiences are going to, the talents community is going to be really angry that all of the work and all of the brand loyalty and brand recognition that they put into, that their Oshi put into that IP is now essentially going to waste, and they've been stripped of the sense of continuity that could come from the talent in question continuing with the exact same IP. And also, obviously, it's bad because you don't get even a little bit of your money back, the money that you spent, that you initially invested in actually creating things like models, debut assets, etc., marketing costs, managerial costs, etc., etc., etc. Obviously, if you retain the IP and you don't sell it, you don't get to recoup any of those costs, and from the perspective of a corporation, that is always going to be a bad thing. Oh wait, is there no BGM? Hold on, let me take a look. Oh, sorry. Okay, thanks for the thanks for the heads up, D Suffers. I didn't realize that I had it turned off on this scene. Apologies for the scuff. Yeah, you can probably tell that I'm a little bit rusty after 1 month of no streaming. So, the second option was to sell off the IP. However, the problem was, even though you have the benefit of recouping at least... Sorry, give me a second. Even though you have the benefit of recouping at least some of the funds in selling off the IP, you are usually still going to get bad press if your audience, or if the audience in question, figures out that money was exchanged in order for the IP to change hands. Now, this creates a little bit of a problem, because when it comes to which of these two options to choose, corporations usually don't really have a choice, right? Because any sane person running a company will understand that if you're going to get bad press regardless of what you do, regardless of whether you sell the IP or you retain the IP, you might as well get some of your money back in the process. So most companies go with the second option, selling off the IP to recoup at least some of their initial investment and their initial costs. However, this created a problem that companies needed to figure out how to solve, which is, how do you sell off a talent's IP while dodging the stigma around doing so? Because even if you are a company that is closing, when it comes to VTuber fans, generally it is a better idea to avoid pissing them off if you can, because very, every now and again you get the occasional interesting email that may be sent to your company inbox or whatever. So, in other words, generally speaking, companies were kind of pigeonholed into wanting to sell off the IPs, the talents in the case of closure, but tanking the PR hit, tanking all of the outrage on social media or your inboxes as a result of doing so was a cost that was better gone without. And so when it comes to being confronted with this problem, the main method that companies ended up adopting in order to fix this issue was the use of framing, something that we've talked about many, many times before on these streams. But as a reminder, framing is essentially a PR tactic, media device, where you selectively draw attention to certain aspects of a person, situation, or problem, especially when done at the cost of neglecting and or obscuring all others. You emphasize certain points and you downplay others. And when it comes to the way that IP buyouts were framed, usually the way that companies would end up doing this, sidestepping the issue of selling off their IPs and also tanking a PR hit because they chose to sell them off rather than give them away for free, is by basically saying that the talents get to continue with their IP without mentioning that they are only able to do that because they paid for it. We have an example of this that we relatively recently discussed, in the case of Sundaria, when they handed off the IPs to their remaining talents upon closing in January of 2023. The closure notice said that talents will get to keep their identities and channels because, quote, they deserve to carry on with the audiences they worked so hard to build and entertain. No mention of the fact that those IPs were sold before that, changing of hands took place, but then and again, they didn't really need to. And so that became the sort of default way that most companies would approach announcing that their talents, even after the company closes, were going to get to continue with their IP. Emphasize the idea that the talents will continue and that they deserve the IP, they've earned the IP, they've put a lot of work and effort into growing their audiences for that IP, but kind of forget to mention that that money exchanged hands before that decision was reached. And the thing is, this was a tactic that usually works, because it has endured even through the last 2 years. In 2023, we had Sundaria doing this. In 2025, as recently as the end of last month, we had Globy doing this as well. A company under Brave Group, basically Brave Group EU's only VTuber agency, announced that they were going to be closing by the end of the year, and in their announcement, they said, quote, in December of 2023, Globy opened its doors in the VTubing world with a dream to reimagine what a VTuber agency could be. We set out to reflect the ever-changing, inclusive spirit of our global community, where culture, fandom, and creativity come together in innovative new ways. It is with a heavy heart that we must announce that Globy will close its doors on the 31st of December 2025. Our mission was to bring something truly different, and through the 3 generations of incredible talents, we aim to show that diversity, ambition, and authenticity could define a new era of VTubing. As the sun sets on Globy, our talents will continue to shine and begin a new phase of their journey. Each of our talents will continue their VTuber activities independently, taking their character IP forward as their stories continue. We are elated that these remarkable individuals will continue to inspire and shape the VTuber world in their own ways. Their futures are bright, and because of you, their legacy will live on, so please continue to support them. From the bottom of our hearts, and we extend our thanks to our community, our creators, our partners, and the entire VTubing community. Thank you for supporting us in helping unveil the world together. With love and eternal gratitude, the Globy team. Very clear, our talents will be continuing with their IP. They deserve their IPs because they earned it. No mention of any sort of transaction in the official statement itself. And in some of the talent announcements that, Globy would be closing and they would be continuing as indies, this same vagueness around the way that they got their IPs continues as well. Take, for example, Bonnie Barkswell. Quote, I'd like to begin by thanking all of the Barcaneers. Your support meant more to me than I could ever express. Things are about to change and there will be hard moments ahead, but I believe we can face them together. As per the announcement from management, Globy will be shutting down on December 31st. December 31st, 2025. It was an absolute honor to be cousins to the incredible talents of the Brave Group. I'm truly grateful that I got to befriend many of them, and of course, I will continue to cheer them on. I would also like to thank my manager for helping me with so much, literally with everything. I've been given the opportunity to keep my IP, and I've chosen to accept this offer. Take note of the phrasing used in that. I've been given the opportunity to keep my IP, and I've chosen to accept. No mention of a transaction, at least not in explicit terms. Starting January 1st, 2026, I'll continue my journey as an independent creator. Still the same Bonnie Barkswell you've known. And then a disclaimer basically asking the audience to direct any questions related to the company to Globy's management, not her. Very understandable, and it's good that they chose to include that in all of the talent statements. Same thing goes for Kumaini. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Quote, first, I would like to thank everyone for all the support and love you gave me since I debuted. Seeing everyone there cheering for me really helped me a lot through these 2 years, and I can never say thank you enough for that. As written in the post below, Globy will be closing down on December 31st, 2025. I've gotten the chance to keep my IP, so starting January 1st, 2026, I'll be continuing streaming activities as an independent VTuber. Again, note the similarity in terms of the phrasing. I've been given the chance to keep my IP. No explicit mention of any sort of transaction. And it's a common theme through a number of the talent statements about their departure. And if this was 2023, people may very well have made the mistake of thinking that this must mean that all of them get their IPs for free. However, occasionally you do get a talent nowadays, because this is 2025 and, everyone in this industry has seen a lot of shit, where a talent just kind of goes, fuck it, and they just disclose that a transaction did actually occur, such is the case with Maeve Moverin. TLDR, thank you everyone, I love you all, especially Sarah, my own and senpais. I will be purchasing my IP. I will be gone for 3 months due to heavy workload and family responsibilities. I will still upload POVs. I don't know what I'm doing after that, but while I'm gone, I'll think hard as hell about it. Seal kisses and ocean wishes, and then in the actual statement as well, attached to this tweet, hello Sealies and all you new kids. I firstly want to say thank you. Through this whole year, I have gotten to be more me than I have in ages as Maeve Moverin. My Sealies are unbelievably supportive. I want to thank all of you so much, more than anything, especially those that were with me in any capacity during my 1-year anniversary donathon. Thank you to Globy. This year of challenges came with many blessings, and that includes lessons, senpais, friends, ride or dies. Yes, I will be buying my IP. Hell yeah. That's hot. Fortunately and unfortunately, I will be in Asia, and then she goes on to describe her personal circumstances going forward, at least over the next month or so. However, again, this goes to show that when it comes to optics, there was a pre-established norm around how companies would employ framing in order to sidestep any possible PR hit they may take from the simple act of exchanging IPs for money, even though said company is closing. And so, for the most part, for the most part, it was usually something that went over fairly smoothly, fairly peacefully, if only because there was not a lot of controversy to be had when everyone was silent about the fact that a transaction was even taking place at all. However, as is the case with many things in this industry, even though it may work smoothly, let's say a large majority, if not the majority of the time, a large minority, if not the majority of the time, that does not mean that it can't go horribly wrong. That doesn't mean that this previous practice of backroom buyouts can't be exploited by bad actors. And we received an example of such a thing taking place in October of 2024, specifically October 19th, when Aeon Project announced that they were closing their doors. Now, with Aeon, they also tried to do the thing where they said some of our talents will be continuing with their IPs and other talents won't be continuing with their IPs, without saying what, where that distinction came from, which was, spoilers, that they sold the IPs to some of the talents and they didn't sell the IPs to other talents. However, the reason why Aeon became so infamous in retrospect was because of the way those backroom buyouts were done. Specifically, 2 things that ended up coming out once, this notice went live and once some of the ex-talents began expressing their grievances with the company and the mistreatment that they had allegedly received. Which was, first, that prices for the IPs varied wildly between individual talents with no discernible common valuation method. In other words, the prices for the IPs seemed to be completely arbitrary and not determined through any sort of consistent logic. And second, specific talents were deliberately and maliciously priced out of being able to continue with their IPs. From what some of the ex-talents have said since this point in time, some talents managed to receive their IPs for very, very little, for a very, very small asking price. We're talking less than 3 digits, allegedly, whereas other talents were given 5 digits right off the bat. Some talents were, prohibitively priced out of being able to even have a chance at attaining their IP. That's fucked up? Yep, I agree. So, when it comes to this was a very obvious example of how backroom buyouts, even though they can go smoothly, can also go horribly wrong. And when we're looking at some of the limitations that this method of approaching IP sell-offs was carried out, you do end up observing a few shortcomings that are implicit with this particular method of doing business, as demonstrated through those 3 precedents that we just went through, Sundaria, Aeon, and Globy. The issue is, when it comes to these 3, there are limitations in the sense that with backroom buyouts, you are always going to get a limited degree of transparency and public oversight. The public is kept in the dark about most of the details regarding the negotiation, most often the price, if there was a transaction in the first place, and as a result, if there are cases where that practice is being used in an exploitative or malicious manner, as is the case, allegedly, with Aeon, there isn't a lot of recourse that talents can pursue because their communities are kind of in the dark about it. And if they do try to make their communities aware that, this method of buying out an IP is being weaponized against them, there is a strong industrial stigma in place for essentially blowing that whistle in the first place. The second issue is that affordability, when it comes to these IPs, is generally limited by the talent's personal means. In other words, you kind of need to be a bit of an astute negotiator to be able to get a reasonable price for your IP. There are very often instances where a company that has closed its doors sets a price for the IPs in order to hand it off, and the talent just simply doesn't have the cash on hand in order to be able to buy it. Now, one may ask, why is that even a problem? Maybe they could arrange for the talent to pay back the money to buy it over the course of an extended period of time. However, if, let's say, for example, a company closes suddenly and without giving the talents an extended period of notice, and so the talent chooses in the immediate aftermath of the closure to abstain from purchasing the IP, but wants to buy it at a later date, in the time in between when the company closed and first offered to sell off the IP, and in the, let's say, a few months later when the talent actually has the money on hand in order to purchase that IP, that is a period of time when you are not growing the audience for that IP, you are not maintaining brand recognition, and so there is a massive opportunity cost that talents need to avoid when it comes to what to factor into their decision as to whether to buy immediately or to try to buy immediately, or whether they are okay with waiting for a few weeks or months, or in some cases possibly a year or more, in order to get their IP back into their hands, or their old IP back into their hands, I should say. And so affordability is a very big factor that both talents and companies, to some extent, need to factor into their negotiations when it comes to setting a price for the IPs. And finally, selling IPs usually capitalizes on talent FOMO. And I mean FOMO without most of the negative connotations that have emerged around this term, especially in recent memory when we're discussing things like monetization tactics in games, for example. But I mean this in the most literal and technical term. Talents are, they are compelled to try and purchase the IPs as soon as possible because of that opportunity cost that may come from not being able to continue to build off of the established brand recognition, brand loyalty, audience size, etc., that they already built up while the company was still active. And so that is a very major motivation in terms of incentivizing talent to try and get the transaction over and done with as soon as possible. Now, this also happens to line up quite conveniently with most companies, because most companies are motivated to try and recoup their investment as soon as possible as well. Because usually when a company closes, they have debtors of some description, whether it be the CEO wanting to recoup some of their own money, or whether the CEO has, other parties that have lent their money who want some of it back. There is usually a bit of a time crunch for corporations generally corporations prefer getting their money back sooner than later. So in that regard, FOMO is very much a major motivator when it comes to compelling the way that these transactions are approached by both parties. Both parties usually approach these transactions with something of a keen awareness of time sensitivity in these cases. However, this was the previous norm, because around, prior to 2024, this was usually just the default way that companies did things. If there was a sale of IP, it would usually be for a lump sum that was pre-negotiated beforehand, and this transaction would take place without any acknowledgement in the public eye. And the way that framing was utilized was the said companies would end up emphasizing the fact that these talents deserve their IPs, that they would be continuing with their IPs without acknowledging that any sort of transaction was taking place. However, earlier this year, we were given an example of a company that would still employ framing in order to basically, I suppose, whether intended or not, soften the blow of a transaction taking place. However, they wouldn't be using the previously established pattern of emphasizing continuity while essentially not acknowledging that there is a transaction, but rather attempting to reframe the act of using a transaction in and of itself. And that occurred with PixelLink. So to give you guys a little bit of a refresher as to how the whole PixelLink thing went down, on December 19th of 2024, PixelLink announced that they would be doing, starting from December 21st, a series of Christmas-themed live streams done across all of their, the entirety of their talent roster. This was an event that, had quite a lot of build-up to it. However, fast forward just 4 days, all of the PixelLink talents would start taking to Twitter in order to announce that they had cancelled their Christmas streams, and that if they had absences, there was presumably hinting at something going on behind the scenes that threatened the company's ability to continue doing business as usual. And on the same day, the company itself would make an official announcement on their own Twitter account to state that they would be canceling the event in its entirety. Quote, unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, all Pixel Christmas 2024 planned event streams will be cancelled. We look forward to seeing you at our cover premiere tonight at 5 p.m. PST. Now, understandably, quite a lot of people looked at this and they thought, okay, this is probably really, really bad. Because a company coming out and basically saying that an event that they'd been building up to all this time was called off due to unforeseen circumstances, combined with all of the talents posting basically simultaneously that they didn't, they were stressed that something was going on behind the scenes that they couldn't talk about explicitly. That's a pretty major death flag for corporations, or we've come to learn that that is a pretty major death flag for a small corporation. And that would be confirmed 2 months later, when, on February 23rd, PixelLink would announce that they were ceasing operations. The company would be closing down. Quote, we'd like to thank our community for its continuous support since our initial debut of Talents in June of 2023. We would like to announce that we will be ceasing operations officially on March 31st, 2025. This has been a difficult decision for us to make, but unfortunately, a continuation of operations has been determined to be difficult due to unforeseen health issues affecting the CEO of PixelLink. All PixelLink talents will be graduating as a result of this within the next 4 to 5 weeks. The following talents will continue live streaming on their current IPs after graduating from the PixelLink agency: Kana Yanagi, Raki Kazuki, and Chiaki Katsumi. Kana Yanagi's IP has been officially released as of today, and we are working with our other talents on finalizing their releases soon.
The remaining PixelLink talents will be continuing their live streaming activities on their personal VTuber personas, which will all be linked on their X/Twitter account descriptions and YouTube About sections after graduating officially from the PixelLink agency. Lottie Shinju, Yuna Usako, Arisu Oshiro, Daya Fortuna, and Chio Chompy. Now, quite obviously, when you're going through this, we know now that this is very easily recognizable as the talents who are continuing with their IPs mean that, saying that a talent continues with their IP probably means that they've paid for it behind the scenes. And when they say working with the other talents on finalizing their releases, that usually implies that they are trying to work out some form of payment method, transaction, whatever. And by extension, by implication, the talents who are not continuing with their company IPs are talents who either chose not to or could not purchase the rights to their IPs upon the company's closure. And we get a little bit of a further insight into that if we look at the statements made by the 3 talents that, according to the formal company announcement, were continuing with their company IPs, starting with Kana Yanagi, who states, quote, "As you can see from the main announcement of the PixelLink official channel, PixelLink, the VTuber company I have been in, is shutting down. Being part of PixelLink, meeting all of you, and meeting all of the PixelLink girls has been an incredible adventure. I don't regret it for a single second. The company shutting down might be sad, but it doesn't mean things are ending completely. I've been extremely lucky in that I've been able to afford and buy my IP, thanks to me saving the money from my donathon and not touching it before now. Therefore, I will continue to be your always happy and peppy duck detective, Kana. Part of the reason I've been very stressed since late December, when all of us Pixel girls learned that the company was most likely shutting down, is that until mid-February, I didn't even know if I would be allowed to buy my IP. But, in the end, I was luckily given the opportunity to do just that. Now, this is an extremely important bit of information, because that means that the girls were given extremely short notice in order to gather the funds in order to purchase their IPs in the first place. Because if we assume that mid-February is around February 14th, that's about just over 1 week between when the company actually confirms, yes, you're going to have the chance to buy your IP, and when the talents are presumably going to have to cough up the money in order for that transaction to go through. And that being very little bit of notice, that adds a little bit of context into why alternative methods of payment or fundraising may have been considered in the case of this specific instance of a company shutting down. But to continue, I'm so relieved I was able to buy my IP. I've put over a year of hard work into Kana. I love my identity as Kana so much. I can't wait to continue this journey as an indie VTuber with all of you. So I'll be on the same channel and Twitter account as always, making you smile and laugh every day, with new adventures, new events, new games, and lots of fun." And the rest is just going through her plans for the immediate future and thanking all of the other members of the company for being such, well, no pun intended, great company during her time at PixelLink. Going forward to Chiaki Katsumi's statement, quote, "Hello, as you may have seen from the official announcement yesterday, from the PixelLink account, PixelLink will be shutting down. I had to take a day to process my thoughts and be able to write this statement, so please bear with me for a bit. I am forever grateful that PixelLink took a chance on me and I was able to meet all of you and all of the PixelLink girls. I don't regret taking that opportunity and being part of the first generation of talents, as I learned many things and was able to do things I never thought I would. The shutdown of the company is sad, yet this doesn't mean it will be fully the end, but simply a new beginning. I'm thankful for having been able to get my IP, as so much work went into Chiaki, and I have so many fond memories associated with her. While I'm still scared of what the future may hold, I'm hopeful of continuing this new journey with you. So let's look forward to the future together." And then finally she thanks her fan base, So between the two of these, we have one instance of a talent being very explicit with how that transaction took place, what the timeline on the various stages of that transaction seem to have been, and another case where a talent is, the usual kind of stating that they're continuing with their IP, but with no explicit allusions to there being some form of solid transaction that took place. However, in spite of these two announcements receiving quite a bit of support, especially from their own communities, none of the talents' statements about how the shutdown is going to go for them, how they're going to be continuing going on from here, accrued quite as much attention as that of Raki Kazuki, who announced that not only would she be acquiring the IP, but her intention to acquire her IP, raise the funds for acquiring her IP, through the use of a donathon. Quote, as per the official company statement, my agency, PixelLink, will be dissolved next month. I only wish the best for all of the girls and their fans during this difficult transition period. Thank you for your patience and understanding. They love a lot of small corpos literally work in the red and only exist because the guy in charge funds it out of his own pocket. Yeah, and that's why I don't really class those as, well, at least not in my head. I don't really see those as proper corpos, so to speak. In my opinion, a corpo is only a legitimate corporation when it is capable of running in the black, not in the red. Most of those that are in the red are more akin to personal pet projects of the CEO than an actual proper business that's capable of sustaining itself. In this, at least that's the way that most small corpos work in this industry, or at least a while before they get on their feet proper. And it does seem to be the case with PixelLink, where the CEO was funding it out of his own pocket, and the moment he got ill and he needed to use his money for something other than running a VTuber company, that was when the company just went kaput. However, getting back to the statement made by Raki, quote, since debuting in June of 2023, I've learned so much being a part of PixelLink's first generation. I've faced hardships and have achieved things I never thought I'd be able to accomplish in these 2 years, but there's still so much I had planned for my future. I don't want this to be the end. I want to announce that I intend to acquire my IP to continue streaming as Raki Kazuki. However, to fulfill this, I humbly must ask upon the community for your support. I will be holding a donathon the week of March 15th for the purpose of gathering the funds to purchase my IP from the company. This will be a non-company sponsored event, and I will be slightly rounding up from the IP cost to 10,000 USD in order to pay for rewards. More info to come. And then she thanks her community, her, the staff, the other talents, for her time at PixelLink. Now, when she says that the IP cost is being rounded up to 10,000, about 3 weeks later, on March 13th, she would end up posting the dono goals for this donathon stream, and we would receive confirmation that the IP cost was exactly $9,094. That was the asking price. That was what she needed to raise in order for her to get full rights to her IP. Now, February 14th, if we, based off of Kana's tweet, right, let's say that February 14th was when the girls were first told that they were going to be able to buy their IP. And PixelLink announced that they were going to be shutting down at some point over the next 4 or 5 weeks. That's not a lot of time to get $9,094 if you don't end up asking your community if they would be generous enough to give it to you. However, when this was first announced, when it was first announced that Raki would be asking the community to help her in the form of a donathon in order to raise the funds in order to purchase her IP, initially, a lot of people hated that idea. There was a lot of pushback amongst a lot of different various actors from various different parts of the industry, talents, support staff, talents at companies of all sizes, indies, people who had previously been in small corpos, who were in small corpos, who are, alt accounts of people who are in pretty big corpos. All these different demographics of people in this industry all came together to say, I don't like this. I don't think this is an ethical practice. Why did the company do this? And, there was quite a bit of outrage. Take, for example, this tweet by Zoe, ex-Idol manager, saying, "I can't believe we live in a world where a VTuber agency can close, and despite being unable to profit any further off of the IP of its talents, force their talents to pay large sums of money if they wish to continue as indies under those IPs." Then these tweets from Nova Okami saying, "Man, after today, it just kind of confirmed my belief that traditional VTuber corpos are scams, lol. My biggest advice to anyone who's considered going corpo is just don't. It's better to do the grind as an indie. Don't dump everything only to have to lose everything again when the corpo dies." Now, as time went on, two things began to become very clear about the majority of the complaints that people were leveling against this practice. One, the majority of people weren't complaining about the practice of using a donathon so much as they were complaining about the fact that any transaction had to take place at all in order for the IP to change hands. The second thing is that this protest on social media, this outrage, was mostly just, to put it bluntly, irrelevant noise, because some of the biggest protesters would end up basically overwriting and undermining their own outrage by plugging the donathon in later tweets, such as this tweet by Zoe in the same thread as the previous tweet where she says, "If you want to help one of the talents who is having to raise $10,000 to purchase their IP via donathon, check them out here." I wonder why companies are able to do this if the same people who are complaining about these practices are also plugging these practices. And then, March 13th, day before the donathon was going live, Nova quote tweeting Rocky's tweet saying, "Haha, I think it would be so silly and funny if you gave Rocky lots of money so she can keep her channel and not have to lose everything she worked for." So again, a lot of the outrage came off as kind of surface deep, superficial, performative, not really resulting in any actual, no conviction to try and punish the practice, so to speak. And when I previously talked about this, I was willing to be quite sympathetic to this, because at the end of the day, when you ask someone to stick to their convictions of trying to stigmatize or, not reward a practice, that usually requires them to refrain from helping a friend or refrain from helping their Oshi. If you really want to make it so that companies selling off IPs is not a viable practice, the way that you disincentivize that is simple. You just don't promote and you don't give money. However, the problem is if you do that, your friend, your Oshi, your associate, may just end up losing their IP. They're not happy, you're not happy, no one's happy. So it's kind of it is yet another pick your poison type scenario. Do you remain morally consistent and refrain from helping someone who you like? Or do you help someone you like, but you compromise on your own moral position? And for the most part, these moral positions were, the ones that tried to express some sort of moral position usually ended up going back on it in this particular case. And partially because of that, I was of the opinion that this was not a practice that would the stigma was not going to stick, to put it very frankly. People have eyes. People who plan on starting corporations especially have eyes, very cynical eyes, mind you, and they could very easily see this and tell that, if the people who are going to be the most vocal about not wanting this practice to take hold, being in disbelief that this practice could even exist in the first place, if they were willing to sort of bend over at the end of the day and still reward the practice regardless, what's really stopping you from just going ahead with it regardless of whatever the noise is, right? This solidified that the protest was mostly just irrelevant noise. I would argue that it would have been better if they were going to support it anyways. It would have been better to not make the initial outrage post, because now people see the outrage and they know it's performative. And if they go on to start a company or they go on to work at a company, they know that it's performative and they can factor that into future policy decisions. However, more so than all of this, right? More so than all of these, all of the outrage that happened on social media, the main reason as to why the stigma was never going to stick regarding this particular donathon that was done for the sake of crowdfunding the Raki Kazuki's PixelLink IP, was because of the fact that the donathon actually ended up working. It ended up working really, really fucking well. On March 15th, when the donathon, formally started, she reached the goal that she had set in order to get her IP funded, that $9,094, within the first 5 minutes of her stream. And after that, all the social media outrage in the world would not act as sufficient precedent or a sufficient factor to disincentivize other companies from taking this method of funding an IP seriously. Because this was proof of concept. It may not have been intended that way. In fact, I can say certainly that, at least from the perspective of any of the PixelLink talents, it was definitely not intended that way. And based off of the way that the talents talked about their previous management and their previous company, it doesn't seem to be intended that way either. But mark my words, at the time, what I said was, there is no way that other companies that are operating in this space don't take notice of the fact that this is working. There is no way that other companies don't see this and at least consider adopting it themselves. However, when we're actually going through, the practice of using a donathon to buy out a talent's IP as opposed to just doing it behind the scenes. On the surface, if you just looked at the benefits that this practice provides to at least the talents who are, part of this transaction, it might look like that this is a straight up improvement on the previous norm of backroom buyouts, where when it comes to the buyout donathons, as opposed to the limited transparency and public oversight that backroom buyouts are characterized by, buyout donathons arguably provide more transparency and more public oversight, because the public actually has an idea of what the asking price is. They have an idea of how much the company is asking the talents for in order to hand over the IPs. Now, you may notice that there is an asterisk at the end of that phrase. I'm going to go through why that's there in a few minutes. The second point, whereas with backroom buyouts, the affordability is usually limited by the talent's personal means, with buyout donathons, the affordability can be significantly enhanced by community generosity. Instead of a talent just having to, for some reason, have, $10K on hand when given 2 weeks notice that they're going to be able to buy their IP, now they can appeal to their community to try and help make up the difference between what the asking price is and what they happen to have on hand, right? This makes the IPs a lot more accessible, a lot more affordable. And finally, whereas with backroom buyouts, you're capitalizing on individual talent FOMO, with buyout donathons, this is the only thing that's not explicitly, an upgrade or a positive, so to speak. It capitalizes on community FOMO instead. So there is still an element of FOMO driving the transaction. However, it is no longer an experience where the talent is experiencing it in isolation. A bit of a cold comfort, but a comfort nonetheless. Oh, Lumi, welcome to the stream. Thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome in. So, again, like I said before, all of these, on the surface, this seems like a good thing, right? The process becomes more transparent, the IP becomes more affordable, and the talents are no longer alone in feeling the pressure to attain an IP before, presumably, the window for the transaction closes, right? However, each of these three so-called positives also comes with a hidden cost. Nothing comes for free. If it sounds too good to be true, there is a catch that you're not seeing. And with each of these three benefits, there is a cost that is imposed on either the talents or, more often than not, the audience or the community that is funding this method of buying out an IP. In the case of more transparency and public oversight, the issue is, just because you are aware of the asking price of the IP does not actually put you in a better position to evaluate the merit of that asking price. In other words, you are given more transparency, but you are not given more comprehensibility. It's like asking if a dish has peanuts in it and then receiving a molecular breakdown of the chemical structure of the dish you are receiving. Do you have more information? Yes. Is it more useful? Not really. This sounds like a distinction in price, not in methods. I think seeing that Globy's IP was accepted by everyone quickly, it's most likely very affordably cheap. See, that's the thing, because the method affects the price, and that's the main thing that I'm going to be getting into later on in the stream. But you do raise a good point, Jem. So, audiences, the problem is, even though you are told what the price of the IP is, audiences will still lack meaningful information necessary to evaluating the so-called fairness of the advertised price. And when it comes to what I mean by fairness, I'll get into that in more detail in a bit. The second thing, yes, the IPs become more affordable, but they don't become more affordable in terms of lowering the price. They become more affordable in the sense that the talents are the one paying for the price. Prices are no longer, just as the prices are no longer restricted to the talent's individual means, just as the talents are not themselves limited, barred from achieving the IPs based off of their own personal means. That also means that the prices themselves do not have to be decided upon with consideration to the talent's personal finances. Prices are no longer limited by the talent's own personal means, and as a result, companies can now factor in the fact that their communities are willing to chip in for a price when they're calculating the initial ask. And on top of that, over time, this also, if buyout donathons become more and more common as an accepted practice in this industry, it will also, in the long term, end up disincentivizing talents from developing financial literacy. It will disincentivize them from really considering and evaluating whether an asking price actually should be lower or not. Because, well, since they're not technically the ones who are buying it, there is less incentive for them to do so. And I'm not saying that, the talents who have used donathons to purchase their IPs have not paid consideration to, how much they're asking of their audiences or whatever. But I am saying that if this becomes more prevalent, that is going to become more and more of a thing that people end up taking for granted down the line. What I'm saying is none of the corpos pull out the price tag. Well, none of the corpos previously pull out the price tag. I think the argument that I am making, Jem, is that PixelLink changed things by proving that pulling out the price tag is not only something that isn't detrimental, especially if your company's closing anyways, but is something that doesn't actually seem to affect how willing audiences are to pay money anyways. And finally, although on the surface it doesn't seem to make much of a difference as to whether the audiences are aware of the window in which the window of time in which the talents have to purchase the IPs, although it might not seem to make that much of a difference as to whether the FOMO that is pushing the transaction to take place happens on an individual or a collective level. The thing is, when you have an entire community that is now using a donathon as the medium with which to crowdfund, audiences become less likely to identify and or mobilize against excessive prices or even frivolous uses of donathons as a funding tactic, because donathons themselves are a medium that has community participation and connotations of community participation built into them. In other words, it's no longer a matter of a company coming down from on high and asking your Oshi for a price that you view to be extortionate. It's you and your Oshi working together to try and raise a certain amount of money. It becomes a sort of rapport, almost rapport building exercise, which ends up it has the potential to blind audiences to instances where a donathon is not strictly necessary, or when the price tag may seem a little more unreasonable. The lack of donathons is not because a donathon is banned as a method of something, it's probably because they could afford the IP without it. But no one, see, that's the thing, Jim. No one talks about the instances where a talent could not afford an IP because donathons were not available as a tactic, right? So previously, there may have been instances where the lack of donathons is because the talents could afford the IP anyways. But I think that there are also an equal amount of cases where talent simply didn't buy out their IPs because they couldn't afford it. And those outcomes may have been changed if donathons were a more established practice. And the thing that I'm arguing is that with PixelLink, they essentially broke the ice on using it, donathons, as a crowdfunding IP buyout method in a way that was very public and noticeable, basically. I do think donathons are bad in general for the IP buyout. Yeah. So I think we're in agreement when it comes to that. So let's go through these individually, right? Starting with the first, audiences, even though audiences are provided with more transparency, and even though superficially at least there is more public oversight in terms of how the transaction takes place, what the asking price of the IP is, audiences still lack meaningful information in order to evaluate the fairness of an advertising price. What do I mean by fairness? Well, to start with, what do people usually think of when they try to conceive of, when they try to evaluate fairness in company closure discourse? When you look at, people's reactions on Twitter or in YouTube chats, in response to their Oshi's company closing and them being the company asking their Oshi to pay a sum of money in order to continue with the same IP, right? How do audiences usually define fairness in their minds? How do the three parties involved, corporations, talents, and audiences, define fairness in company closure discourse? And when you're looking at that, usually it defaults to what each of those three individual parties want, right? Fairness for a company is getting their money back. Fairness for a talent is managing to keep their IP. And fairness for the viewer is usually my Oshi is happy. And these are usually the three axes upon which these three parties choose to decide what fairness is in company closure discourse. However, because of the demographics of this industry, most of this industry consists of viewers. There is a minority of talents and an even smaller minority of corporations. That also means that when it comes to company closure discourse, each of these sentiments occupies a different prevalence in terms of the way that people think of, discuss, or conceptualize what fairness looks like in the case of a company closure, in the case of an asking price. Usually, when it comes to the way that company closure discourse works, the overwhelming majority of the discourse centers around whether the talents are happy or not with the end outcome of a transaction, regardless of what said transaction is. The large minority of that discourse is defined by the individual talents wanting to keep their IP, regardless of how that ends up happening. And only a small sliver of the discourse is based on any consideration of the corporation getting to recoup their costs. Now, I'm not saying that you need to sympathize or empathize with a company as if it's a person. You don't. It's not. However, if we are going to be realistic about VTubing as an industry, VTubing as a job, we are going to have to be able to factor in objective things, underlying incentives, like a corporation wanting to get its money back. How does a practice exist? How can a practice exist? Well, the answer is usually because it makes the companies that implement those practices money. Prince, thank you for being a Footstool for 8 months. Otsuboss to you in chat. Gonna honk shu. Hope you enjoy your rest. Also, Gorogami, we'll be going through that, don't worry. I have that later on in the slides, Jim. So, when it comes to when it comes to just asking these questions, if we were going to go based off of each of these three demographics, what they would define fairness as, the issue is that it's too subjective, right? What does it mean for an Oshi to be happy? What does it mean for, there are a multitude of different methods that a talent can employ in order to gain their IP or to try and pressure the company in negotiations to lower the price, right? And when it comes to companies getting their money back, similarly, there is a multitude of different policies or practices that they can implement in the interests of trying to achieve that goal. So if we were to look at it this way, it's there's too many variables, too many different parties, too many different answers when it comes to trying to define what fairness is in the case of a company closing down. And so, in the interest of trying to come up with a more objective metric that we can use to define fairness when it comes to a company deciding on a price for their IPs after closing down. A more objective measure could be that neither side loses out on their investment. So the first thing we have to do when it comes to honing in on a more objective manner of looking at things is cutting out the audience's opinion entirely. Because prior to this, right, at the end of the day, this is still a transaction between a talent who previously worked for the company and and said company that is now closing down. Money will be exchanging between those two parties. Even in the case that a donathon is employed in order to raise the funds, that money is still going to pass through the hands of the talent before it is given to the company. So fundamentally, those are the two parties in question when it comes to defining what the price is. And on top of that, even though the audience can be involved in the process of raising funds for an IP now that donathons are, a possible avenue to pursue when it comes to getting these IPs, these transactions around these IPs, that doesn't mean that the audience is actually involved in the negotiation process. That happens, again, between only the first two parties, talents and corporations. So that's why I've narrowed it down to only two sides, right? And when it comes to fairness, that means neither side loses out on their investment. Now, what do I mean by investment? When it comes to identifying the investment made into an IP, depending on which you're looking at, the corporation or the talent themselves, there are different costs that are invested into an IP over the course of building it up while a company is still active. On the corporate side of things, you have the costs of production. You have art, rigging, marketing, managerial costs, hiring staff, etc., etc. Those are the things that a company invests into an IP in order to get that IP off the ground. Now, when it comes to what a talent invests into the IP, it's things like opportunity cost. What are they giving up in order to be this VTuber, right? What are they giving up in order to build up an audience around this specific persona? Their personal attachment to their IP, getting personally invested, extending your personal time, care, and attention towards this thing because you have chosen it for yourself, because you have chosen to invest a lot of your time and energy into this. And finally, brand loyalty, right? The individual talent's ability through their own charisma, through their own interests, their own personality, to build up a following around said IP. The audience does not come because of the audience may come because of a pretty model, but they're not going to stay because of a pretty model. They're going to stay because of the person who's piloting the model. And that is a form of investment that talents imbue into an IP over the course of piloting it while a company is active. And so when it comes to fairness, after a company closes down, both of these sides, both of these costs, both of these things that are invested by both of these parties need to be taken into account. And here's where we run into a bit of an issue when it comes to finding objectivity in company closure discourse. Because costs of production is a very objective metric, but it is also a very unempathetic one. People don't really give a shit most of the time about how much their Oshi's model cost to draw and rig. People don't usually pay too much mind to how much their Oshi's managers are being paid by the hour. People don't usually think, when they see a cool marketing campaign, their first thought usually isn't, I wonder how much this cost. However, these are concrete numbers that presumably are cataloged somewhere, but they are usually not disclosed along with the price tag on an IP, even in the cases where that price tag is itself disclosed. On the other hand, you have the talent's forms of investment, opportunity cost, personal attachment, brand loyalty. All of those are very empathetic. Audiences have a keen, immediate appreciation of all of these things, but they are also very subjective, very difficult to measure out numerically. How do you quantify the opportunity cost of a talent choosing to build up their company identity, to the point of getting to 10k subscribers or whatever, and as a result not choosing to build up their own personal VTubing account or their PL or whatever? How do you measure that in terms of a number? How do you put a price tag onto the degree of their personal attachment to an IP that they've built up over the years of basically piloting that model, being that person online? How do you quantify the amount of brand loyalty that a bunch of people have, in the sense that they keep showing up week after week, day after day, in order to tune into their their Oshi streams, not because they have some sort of direct financial incentive, but because they just like them that much. It's very difficult to quantify. It's very easy to understand from the perspective of a viewer, but it is very difficult to quantify. And so when it comes to, because of these factors, right, because of the talent investments being more subjective but also more empathetic for audiences, and the company's investments being more objective but also unempathetic, usually when people talk about companies closing down and the asking prices of the IPs, they only tend to factor in the talent side of things. The costs of production are not really taken into consideration. And the problem is, if you understand that part of the goal of a company upon its closure is to try and recoup as much of its investment as possible, the issue is, unless the audience has an idea, some indication, possibly even a breakdown as to what the company initially invested financially into the creation of that IP, the models, the assets, the marketing, whatever. Unless the audience has access to these statistics, they don't really have a way of evaluating how fair, quote unquote, the asking price is, because they don't have a reference point from which to judge how expensive the IP is relative to how much money was put into making it in the first place. And as a result, when you look at things like, for example, the way that PixelLink approached that donathon, right, disclosing the fact that $9,094 was how much Raki Kazuki's IP was, that gives us more transparency in the sense that we know the amount that she needs in order to actually purchase the IP. But we don't have any more comprehensibility in the sense that we don't know how much $9,094 is in reference or in comparison to the initial amount of money that was invested in drawing that model, rigging that model, doing the initial marketing prior to her debut, or even throughout her career as Raki Kazuki. Those are not statistics that the audience has access to. And as a result, that is a metric, that is a point of data that we do not have in order to evaluate how fair the asking price is. And so, that's a pretty obvious cost to the whole, that's a pretty obvious caveat to the whole more transparency aspect of using donathons as a crowdfunding method in order to get the IPs to change hands. Zalzaraz, thank you for becoming a footstool. I hope you enjoy those emotes and welcome to the club. Partially indie VTubers getting over 10,000 subscribers is notably more difficult than a corporate VTuber getting to 10,000 subscribers. Most notable are ex-corporate VTubers by statistics. Yes. However, again, like I said, how do you measure that opportunity cost in the form of a number? Because that's ultimately what it comes down to when it comes to finding an asking price or deciding on an asking price for an IP. I also wonder if they counteroffer what the companies are telling them by if they can buy or just go at face value. See, that's a thing as well, right? Down the line, let's say that donathons do become more popular and people start taking it for granted as a method that they can use in order to get their IPs. Would talents really have a reason not to take the price at face value if they're just going to use a donathon anyways in order to buy the IP? Over time, probably not. And so that's one of the reasons why, personally, I dislike the idea of donathons becoming more popular as a means of funding IP buyouts. So that's the first one. The second one is pretty self-explanatory as to how the hidden cost is basically that the audience is paying for it instead of the talent, and companies can factor that in when deciding on a price to begin with, right? When deciding on a starting price. However, the last one, capitalizing on community FOMO. Part of the reason why this is a bit of a problem is because in the case of backroom buyouts, where the only FOMO that is really at play is that of the individual talent, right? That is the company basically telling a talent, if you don't have X amount of dollars by whatever date, then you won't get your IP. When this is the interaction that is taking place, that is very easily framed in the eyes and minds of the public as an adversarial thing between the company and the talent. There is a very clear adversary in this particular case. The adversary is an entity, a company that is refusing my Oshi her IP. And as a result, audiences are very quick to mobilize and speak out against instances where they think that the price is exorbitant. However, if we change it, right? In the cases, if we change it so that now instead of a backroom buyout where it's a company telling a talent, you have X amount of time to get Y amount of money. If we change it so that it's a donathon, now instead of a company telling the talent, this is how much you need by X date, being, the forefront of what people are thinking about when it comes to the act of fundraising. Now, the thing that becomes the forefront of the transaction is the talent telling their community, if we don't raise X amount of dollars in X amount of time, then we lose this IP. And it transitions from it being something where there is a very clear adversary / antagonist in the form of the company coming down from on high to dictate something to your Oshi, to being something that is more akin to you teaming up with your Oshi to try and achieve a common goal. That is what a donathon is designed to do, as a medium, as a tactic, as a practice. It is a form of community participation in order to achieve a monetary goal. But the community participation is a part of the DNA of a donathon. It is inseparable from the donathon as a practice. As a result, that ends up affecting the optics around the way that these IP transactions are perceived when the donathons are used as the medium for achieving those funds. Past the price of concrete assets like the model / rig and art featuring the IP, staffing costs are also nebulous to calculate as part of the IP costs. Yeah. So generally speaking, I would expect that most audiences understand that everyday costs, like everyday running costs for the corporation, like marketing, like retaining staff, are probably not going to be calculated into the IP because it's sort of symbiotic in that sense. It's very straightforward symbiotic in the sense that if the company invests resources in making sure that there is promotion of the talents, that there are staff to support the talents, then that is roughly equal to the amount of effort that the talents themselves feel like putting into building up their identities under the company's umbrella. Most people are going to understand that those two kind of cancel each other out. However, when it comes to something that's more concrete and, I suppose, something that doesn't fluctuate as much, things like the initial price of the model, rig, and the debut assets, that is something that I think most people, if they were made aware of it, would be willing to factor in as a variable that they are willing to use to weigh up the fairness of an IP asking price when a company closes down, right? If, let's say, for example, a company didn't just say to their talents community, you have to raise X amount of money, but they also said you have to raise X amount of money because here's a breakdown of how much it cost us to make the initial model, rig the initial model, etc., etc., etc. I do think that would go at least a little way towards making it so that people have an idea as to where these price tags are actually coming from. And so, but to get back to this, part of the reason why this is a bit of a problem is because now, because of the fact that it is framed as a kind of, it is framed as a community goal, a sort of interaction between the talent and their audience instead of between the corporation and the talent, now audiences are not going to be as quick to mobilize and say, look, I don't think this is a reasonable price, I think this is scummy, etc., etc., etc. Because at the end of the day, they can't escape the fact that this is a donathon, which means that they and their Oshi are equally as involved in this thing together. It makes it more difficult for an audience to detach themselves and go, yeah, that price is not something that I think is worth paying. And so they're more likely to simply go along with it because it's their Oshi who's asking, not the company. Or at least not from where they're standing, right? The thing that is the most salient point of this request is not what the company is saying, it's what the talent is saying. This is a group exercise, a community event that we are all in together to try and reach this common goal. And as a result, it becomes a whole lot more difficult to perceive something as being hostile or unreasonable, even if it might be. And so, all of these costs aside, right? So having established what I mean when I say that there are hidden costs to doing donathons as a means of fundraising in order to acquire an IP, I will say as well, earlier on, I said that I don't think that PixelLink chose to give Rocky the ability to do a donathon for cynical reasons. And yes, that is partially based off of the interactions, the accounts that the PixelLink girls have given about the way that the company was run while they were still under it, while it was still active, right? It doesn't strike me as being a company that was run with, you know, cold cut cynicism as the foremost priority. But the other reason as to why I'm willing to extend a little bit more charity towards PixelLink in their decision to pursue using a donathon as a funding method is because of the surrounding context of how the girls were first even made aware of the fact that they would have the chance to buy their IPs. There were two specific factors unique to PixelLink's closure that made it so that the donathons had a bit of a reason to be suggested as a, you know, as a possible avenue to use to buy out an IP. First, which is that talents could not have been given advance notice to gather cash on hand past basically December 19th because of unforeseen circumstances outside of all parties' control. Basically, the CEO of PixelLink, I don't think anyone could have predicted that he was going to get that sick. Right? And as a result of that, it is unreasonable to expect that the talents could have gotten more notice than they did. Could they have gotten more notice between December and February? For sure. But to put it mildly, and I say this without any trace of sarcasm whatsoever, when you are dying in a hospital bed, or when you're just sick to the point where you can't really think of much else, the VTuber company you used to run is not exactly that high on your priority list. So I can understand if, as a result of the unforeseen health issues that the CEO of PixelLink was going through, that communication in the follow-up to December was probably not that clear-cut and not that efficient. I can look past that if I'm trying to be generous or objective when it comes to evaluating why donathons were even suggested in the first place, beyond the assumption of cynicism. The second factor, though, is that the company's closure, you know, the fact that PixelLink was closing, not just rebranding or whatever, and the fact that it had debts, it had investors that it needed to repay, presented an ostensibly clear deadline for purchase. In other words, it made sense that a donathon needed to be used because the limit imposed on the talents to, you know, find these funds made sense, right, in context. You know, the company was closing down and it had people it needed to pay back. And it also made sense because of the fact that the talents couldn't have been given more notice, because the events that caused the closure of PixelLink happened without anyone being able to predict them in the first place. So because of these two factors, you can make the argument that in PixelLink's case specifically, there was a reasonable pretext for donathons to be used as a fundraising method. However, the first one is in and of itself a little bit shaky, because we have had instances where, even in spite of, you know, not being given too much advance notice, or being given advance notice but not that much time to gain your funds, there is still an established precedent in the form of what happened with Idol and the talents that left upon their acquisition by Brave Group, that you could use a revenue sharing method in order to pay back for an IP, even though you get to continue with it you get to continue streaming with it immediately after something changes at the company. That is possible. But then you can also make the argument that in Idol's case, it wasn't so much that the company was closing down, so much as the case that it was simply switching hands. Right? So you can maybe make the case that that specific difference makes it so that you can't use a revenue sharing method, or it's unreasonable to expect PixelLink to use a revenue sharing method because the company was going to close down, so it didn't have the luxury of being able to claw back these funds over the course of a year or more. Now, that's not actually true, as we will see later, but given the context of when PixelLink immediately shut down, you can reasonably make the assumption that might have been the case, right? However, the thing is, when you actually look at the success of PixelLink, Rocky Kazuki's Donathon under PixelLink, as I said before, most companies are not going to bother looking at the circumstances surrounding the suggestion that may have motivated the suggestion of a donathon in the first place. They're just going to see a donathon, they're just going to see that it works, and they're going to factor those things into the way that they approach policy and practice going forward. And so, in order to essentially, my prediction at the time was that people were going to mostly gloss over, just as viewers and, various members of the VTubing or various VTubing audiences who were getting outraged on Twitter were not likely to factor in these circumstances as, arguably reasonable pretexts for suggesting a donathon in the first place. Other companies are not going to bother factoring this into their decisions either, because all they're going to see is the fact that dollar signs were there. And so, when I say that the company closure and debts presented an ostensibly clear deadline for purchase, the reason why I include ostensibly in brackets is because it turns out that wasn't actually the case. There wasn't actually a strict deadline for the talents to make a purchase of their IPs under PixelLink, because fast forward about 6 months to August 10th of this year, Rebby Rompin, who used to be Cheer Chompy under PixelLink, would make the following Twitter post. Quote, announcement. Special announcement. I have recently obtained the opportunity to purchase my IP from my old agency, PixelLink, so I'm doing a fundraiser. Saturday, August 16th, starting 7 a.m. PDT, it'll be a 10-hour stream event aiming to raise 8K. Please come by for her, event schedule below. Now, I'm not saying that it is reasonable to expect all talents to buy their IP 6 months after the company's closed, because like I said, there is a very tangible opportunity cost that comes from, switching over to your indie, your PL, streaming on that for 6 months, and then trying to go back to growing your company IP. That is a debuff that a talent is going to have to put up with if this is the path they choose to go down. However, this does puncture the veil of immediacy that PixelLink's closure initially presented. Because it turns out that even though the company said it was closing, by the end of February, February, March, or somewhere around that time period, and that was the deadline for the talents to obtain their IPs, it turns out that wasn't actually that strict of a deadline, right? If a talent still wants their IP 6 months down the line, they can still get it. That's not an actual barrier to their ability to make that transaction go through, basically. And so, in a follow-up post, right, Rebby would then go on to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding this chance to purchase the IP, right? I wanted to explain some about why I'm trying to get the IP now rather than when the agency closure happened. The reveal that the agency may be closing was very sudden for us all. It put me under immense stress, not knowing if I was going to lose my job and everything I worked or over something out of my control. I'm not good with stress at all. It really took over at the time. I'd start to associate cheer with the stress, and I felt at the time that I wanted to do nothing with her. And felt at the time that I wanted nothing to do with her. There were other reasons too, such as wanting a more petite model. The throne goal for Rebby's model, who was initially going to be a side project alongside Chio, was never a backup plan for a corporate closure, being funded unexpectedly, and a fresh start just feeling like it was right for me then. But the stress was the biggest one, I think. And after having months away from all of that, having time to process my feelings, I slowly came to realize I missed Chio a lot. This ties into something that I talked about in the previous stream where I was discussing PixelLink's closure, where I stated that a very common belief that is held among VTubing fans in the West is the idea that IPs do not hold implicit value, that without the talent behind them, they are completely worthless. This proves that that is not the case, because even if the talent themselves is not piloting the IP, not piloting the model or the branding or whatever, so long as they themselves are attached to it, that IP will continue to have an asking price. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if they are piloting it or not. If they value it, then it has value. and it has sufficient value for the audience to chip in with their own money as well. So that is a misconception that many VTubing fans in the West have, that hopefully I'm trying to push back on, because it might not be pleasant to acknowledge, but it is important to acknowledge when it comes to understanding why various practices and policies in this industry work the way that they do. Let's go on. After having months away from all of that, having time to process my feelings, I slowly came to realize I missed Chio a lot. I started to question if I made the right decision on which path to take and regretted not trying for Chio. I do want to emphasize as well that I understand where Rebby is coming from. I don't think that this is all that unreasonable in and of itself, because I can understand, you spend years building up an IP. This is understandably quite a very sanitized, corporatized way of viewing things. But you spend years of your life pouring all of your time and energy into building up this persona, right? This specific character on the internet. You make that yours. You build up an entire community revolving around that specific persona. And all of a sudden, you're asked to leave that behind. That's not going to sit right with anyone. And it's very understandable if, even though initially you were against the idea of trying to keep it, over time the sentimentality, the attachment will build up. That's understandable. However, again, like I said before, the reason why I go into all of this, the reason why I pick out this example in particular, is not to shit on Rebby in any regard, but to simply point out that, again, the urgency that PixelLink created with their initial closure announcement is largely hollow in retrospect. So a month ago, I started reaching out to my CEO about possibly buying her back, and it worked out well. We had a brief meeting to get it sorted, and now I just needed the funds. I know some people may think it's weird to try after so long, but I've had months to think on it. I think this is the last chance we'll get for Chio, and I think I'll regret not trying. I don't want to regret that, so I want to try. However, actually, now that I did bring that up, I do want to include one little caveat. This is what I mean by financial literacy. Does it make sense, business-wise, after several months, to go back and try to buy out an IP that you've already left behind for a few months because you've been growing an indie account that you switched to after your previous company closed? Does that make financial sense? Maybe not. And the thing is, if this practice becomes more prevalent down the line, talents are likely going to have less and less reason to try and consider that point to begin with. Very simple, willing buyer, willing seller. Exactly. Where there is demand, there will be supply. I appreciate everyone's support, even just the hype about the announcement. Thank you so much. I hope the fundraiser will go well. And when I say that, the reason why earlier on I kept saying PixelLink's closure with air quotes around the way that I was articulating it is because if you search up PixelLink on the California business, company registry, and you go to its entry, PixelLink is still an active company. It closed in February, March of this year. But even if you go and search it up now using the exact same business lookup from California, it's still active, it's still in good standing, and as a result, that is likely why, I would assume, it is able to accept transactions for the IPs. Yeah, if you guys can confirm this for yourselves, if you go onto the website, the California Secretary of State lookup, and you search up PixelLink LLC, it's still active, it's still in good standing, and as a result, it can still undertake transactions. So, yes, it closed earlier this year, but no, it's not really closed. And this is a thing that's actually fairly common among agencies in this industry, where just because a company announces that it's shut does not mean that that it no longer exists as a business entity. By the way, I'm pretty sure even if you go to, I think earlier this year in January, when I was talking about Aeon Project and I looked up Aeon on the Maryland's company registry, it was still active. It was still registered as active. It was not in good standing, but it was still active as a corporation. So, again, that's a fairly common thing that most people gloss over or don't know about. But yeah, sometimes after a company closes, it's not really closed. It still exists, and it may even be in good standing. So there's all of that. Essentially, at the end of the day, PixelLink is not actually, it is closed, but it's not dead. It can still accept money. And as a result, the initial urgency around the need to purchase the IPs, combined with the lack of notice, are both factors that, in addition to being a little questionable in hindsight in the case of PixelLink, they are not going to be factors that likely apply to every other company that is thinking or thinks about trying to use donathons as a IP buyout funding method. Many companies have two layers too. You have the agency as a concept, but also the company behind it, which is an actual legal entity. Yeah, exactly. Again, this is stuff that most people don't bother digging into when they hear that a company is closing down. And so, in light of all of these things about the PixelLink situation, my prediction at the time that I first talked about it in that previous stream on taboos in corporate VTubing was that more companies will begin to adopt donathons as an avenue for talents to buy out their IPs, even if their circumstances are different from PixelLink's. In other words, even if they don't have the context around them as PixelLink had that made donathons being suggested in the first place make reasonable sense. And it turns out you guys don't actually have to take my word for it, because in the time in between April of this year and December, when I'm streaming now, there have been more examples of companies using donathons as a funding method for IP buyouts, despite not having anywhere near the same circumstances surrounding PixelLink. And to start off with, we'll go with one example. An example that was brought to my attention. Actually, shout out to SMG Daisy for DMing me about this, because this is something that I would not have noticed if I hadn't been told about it. It involves a small Malaysian VTuber agency known as Project Ikaye. And I'm going to go through a brief outline of the company's history for those who are not aware of it. In February 24th of 2021, a company by the name of Project Ikaye Entertainment was registered in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. Now, the aim of this company, the branding for this company, hold on, give me a second, let me just refresh, because I think the slides are starting to die from me having them open for so long. Some of the assets aren't loading in properly. Sorry, give me a second. Alright, there we go, much better. The premise for this company was, admittedly for the time, a pretty novel one. This was Hikaye in Malay, is a term that refers to legend/folklore. It's basically stories, right? And the aim of this was this had a bit of a cultural impact aim behind the agency's premise. Zilzaraz, thank you for the 10. Name recognition and visual recognition matters. Starting over for new VTubers can be quite difficult. Starting over new can be quite difficult for small corporate VTubers. Compared if you are an ex-big corporate VTuber, a meaningful dichotomy. Yes, that is true. So you have, it is Hikaye, right? Because, hold on, is there anyone who speaks Malay in chat who can confirm if I'm saying it right? I'm just going to continue saying it like that until someone says otherwise. But yeah, so if you go onto the Project Hikaye website, which is actually still up, and you go into their About section, they describe themselves in the following manner, quote, "Hello and welcome to Project Ikaye. Project Ikaye is a Malaysian-based VTuber agency that was started in 2021 with the aim of pushing creative and cultural stories to the world through new mediums. As an agency, we strive to promote local culture while pushing the boundaries of creativity to produce exciting and engaging content." It's pronounced Hikayat? Hikayat? Oh, okay, never mind. Maybe I just used the wrong website to get it to be pronounced. So Hikayat. Hikayat. Is that right? Hikayat? It means to convince? Okay, interesting. Read it like Japanese. Alright. Hikayat. Hikayat. Okay, there we go. That should be better. All right. From this, our talents and campaigns are the name Project Hikayat comes from the word Hikayat, meaning fables, legends, or stories in our native language. From this, our talents and campaigns are inspired by the various themes unique to their own individual cultures that they come from. Yeah? Okay. Hikayat? Okay, there we go. Project Hikayat has a dedicated team working both in front of and behind the screen. We operate on the principle of being one team to achieve our project together. Our talents have a high degree of autonomy as content creators, giving them the space to create and tell their stories. Imagine that, a Malaysian company that also has the talent freedom selling point. But in any case, after their formal registration in February of 2021, in August, they formally announced that they were about to debut their first talent. Quote, Project Hikayat is happy to announce the debut of our first official talent, Dropu Charming, a drop bear who crawled out from the pits of hell. Watch her debut live on the 28th of August, 11 a.m. GMT +8 on her YouTube channel. And about a week later, August 28th, Dropu ended up debuting as what was colloquially referred to as Hikayat's Generation 0. Now, accent on the ka. This is instances where I regret that I'm just reading words on a screen. But actually, if any of you guys recognize, Dropu was also after her time in Hikayat, she also ended up joining the first generation of Bond Live EN, if any of you guys remember back from back when I did that stream. So she ended up debuting as member of basically Hikayat's Gen 0, very first talent, etc., etc. And with her debut, Hikayat was now in the running as an agency. On October 31st of the same year, they would then end up releasing a teaser titled Manikiz, Project Hikayat Generation 1 VTuber debut trailer, foreshadowing the upcoming debut of their second ever talent. And again, about a week later, November 6th of 2021, their second talent, Manika Kuramu, hope I'm saying that right, would end up debuting under the company as well. And with that, they now had a proper first generation. Two talents, small start, but nonetheless a respectable start for a small agency that is based outside of Japan. However, at the end of the year, they would suffer their first loss as well when it comes to their talent roster, when, on December 11th, Dropu would announce that she would be leaving Project Hikayat. Quote, I would like to announce that Project Hikayat and I have decided to part ways. Different people want different things, and sometimes the best course of action is to part ways. I want to take a little time to thank you all for being a part of our journey together. We shared lots of laughter, and I hope you felt my love for you with every stream. It's because of this I will not stop streaming. I will continue on as an indie on the same channel. There will not be a graduation ceremony. Please do not worry anymore. We will continue on as a strong and uplifting community of wonderful and caring individuals. We're closing a chapter and opening a new adventure. If anyone is scared, it's okay. I think that it is normal because I'm nervous too. I'm excited to see what the future holds, and I hope you will all stick with me. Let's share lots more laughter and warmth every day. Thank you, Project Hikayat, for accompanying me up until now, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. And accompanying her personal statement, Hikayat would also end up releasing an official company one on their corporate Twitter as well. Quote, hello everyone. Project Hikayat wishes to announce that Dropu Charming has resigned on her own accord from our company with immediate effect, December 11th, 2021. We wish her all the best in her future endeavors. To all her avid fans out there, we are confident that Dropu Charming will continue on her independent journey to create wonderful content for the VTubing world in the same standard of professionalism in the same standard of professionalism. She will be resuming her activities under the same IP and social media accounts. Best wishes, Project Hikiyat management team. Now, understandably, this was quite a blow. This was half of their talent roster, after all, at this particular point in time in the company's history. However, starting from the beginning of 2022, they would begin to expand out a little bit further. On March 22nd, 2022, Project Hikiyat would announce that they were about to debut their third ever talent in the company's history. Talent by the name of Kurisu Kawa. Quote, who would end up making a tweet of her own saying, quote, "Are you excited to meet the beast? I'll be slowly revealing myself. Ish, not in that way. Bonk. So follow me and keep your eyes peeled, or you'll miss it." Accompanied by a little bit of a teaser where over the next few days it would reveal progressively more and more of her model, of course, starting with the feet. Project Hikiyat would themselves end up making a tweet to promote her upcoming debut by saying, quote, "A sneak peek of our new talent. Want to take a sneak peek of Kurisukawa's model? She will be gradually revealing," I almost said graduating, "she will be gradually revealing her model, so follow her social media below to keep up with the latest reveals." Fast forward to April 6th, when Kurisukawa would confirm her upcoming debut date, April 9th, debuting on Twitch this time instead of YouTube. Quote, "How did such a scary creature turn into an adorable human? Well, let's find out, shall we? More will be revealed on the day of my debut, which will be on the 9th of April, 2022, 11 a.m. GMT +8. And then, on April 9th, she would, true to form, end up debuting. The VOD is lost because, of course it is, it's Twitch. However, that is how that went. 2022, however, was also the year that Hikiyat started to consolidate its presence as a company by building out its various capabilities. In April, they would also end up sorting out a community Discord, announcing its launch with the following post. Quote, "Community announcement. Use the link below to get live member updates, access to special emotes, and exclusive activities and events. Chat with other fans and share your love for our talents." Yeah, slipping on his words will be foreshadowing one of these streams. True. And then in May as well, they would announce that they'd finally launched their official website. Quote, "Project Hikiyat's official website is launching. We're pleased to announce our official website. Check it out using the link below to learn more about us and our talents." Now, at the end of 2022, they'd now made, in context, in reference to where they started off, leaps and bounds towards becoming a small but legitimate presence in the Malaysian VTubing scene. And starting from 2023, they would start to expand this out even further by trying a few new things. Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, I just realized you guys had been staring at my Fugi being completely still this entire time. I forgot to unmute myself on Discord so that I could activate it. Thanks, Simple Mick, for pointing that out in chat, by the way. Their logo looks like a slice of pizza. I did have that thought as well when I first looked at it. I was thinking, because when I was deciding to use it in the thumbnail of this stream, I thought, the kind of eye and the triangle thing was kind of, conspiracy, that kind of thing. But I was worried that the whole pizza-coded visual would distract from the visual that I was going for with the thumbnail. But yeah, in any case, on January 18th of 2023, Project Hikiyat would announce that they were going to be launching a new initiative. Quote, "Introducing Hikiyat's Melody." Hikiyat Melody is Project Hikiyat's brand new music initiative to highlight aspiring V-singers. The idea for Hikiyat's Melody started with a song. To show you what to expect, we'll be releasing our first song really soon. So please show some support to our very first aspiring artist. And along with this initiative, they would also end up posting a little bit of a press release on their website in order to explain what it is they were trying to do. Oh, SMG, welcome to the stream. Challenge impossible for Chairman to pronounce Hikayat properly. Is it Hikayat? And what? Hold on. Hikayat or Hikayat? 1 or 2 if I'm doing one of those correctly. Press 3 if neither of those is right. I remember it was an interesting time for Malaysian VTubing scene when Hikayat announced their achievements in the normie space, such as meeting the Prime Minister. Yeah, I did remember seeing some of those when I was looking through what is left of the company's media presence. 2? Hikayat. Okay. Alright. Okay, so Hikayat is the correct way of saying it. Okay. 2? Okay. Thank fuck. Alright. Sorry, give me a second. If I see anyone doing the 6-7 meme, you will be shot on arrival. Hikayat? Hikayat? Am I getting the yat wrong as well? Hold on, sorry, give me a sec. Alright. So, in the press release that they put out on the same day, they stated, quote, the idea for yup. So Hikayat. Okay, so Hikayat. Alright, there we go. One if Hikayat is correct, 2 if it's wrong. Hikayot? Is it okay, 1 for Hikayat, 2 for Hikayot. No, the yat is correct? Okay, there we go. Hikayat. Okay, there we go. Hikaru plus yacht. Okay. Hikayat. Alright. The yat is correct, you don't stress it. Okay. Hopefully, now it's alright. I understand that for the rest of you who don't speak Malay, this might seem a bit of a pedantic exercise, but indulge my autism. I like to be able to pronounce things correctly where I can. Okay. 1, okay. Hikayat. Okay. Last year, while boothing at a convention, we had the opportunity to meet a fan who told us she wanted to become a V-singer. After talking to her for a little bit, she jokingly sang Super Idol for us and instantly blew us away. Just a meme song. With just a meme song, the idea for Hikayat's melody started to brew. Imagine the entire company exists because someone sang Super Idol di Xiaorong to you at a con. That is certainly one of the inspirations of all time. As the year went by, we met more and more talented people who wanted to become the singers, but didn't have the resources or opportunity to chase their dream. It was then that we decided to do something about it. Hikayat's melody is Project Hikayat's effort to give back to the ACG community for all the support we've been shown over the years. The aim of the initiative is to give aspiring or experienced singers a hand by lending them our VTuber characters and platform to perform. Our goal is to create a space where aspiring singers can get a feel for being a V-singer while building their portfolio. If you or anyone you know is interested, feel free to apply using the link above. We welcome all aspiring, semi-professional, or even professional singers. How does it work? Under this music initiative, we aim to release multiple original songs and covers, depending, of course, on the availability of our partners and V-singers themselves. This is where you come in. The basic TLDR of it is that you provide the voice, we provide the production, the VTuber avatar, and the platform. You also get a chance to work together with our talents. Can I apply? Any aspiring local or international V-singers are welcome to apply. Please note, though, that at a minimum, we require applicants to be aged 18 plus for legal purposes. Sorry, give me a second. What is the application process like? By sending in your application above, you are showing that you are interested in joining Hikayat's melody. Please note that due to the nature of this initiative, we will not be able to accommodate everyone who applies. Instead, we will be vetting applicants on a song-to-song basis, which means some applications may take longer than others. We thank you for your understanding. Rest assured though, because we intend to reply to every application. Will I be getting a brand new VTuber model? As mentioned, the aim of Hikayat's melody is to highlight as many aspiring V-singers as we can by providing them support. Therefore, we will be lending our pre-made VTuber models, like Ada, out for any aspiring singers that have been onboarded to the initiative. Now, if you guys are wondering what the hell Ada is, we'll get into that in a second. We wish to be clear that this is not an audition. Therefore, please do not apply expecting long-term employment or a brand new VTuber model. That is again not the focus of our music initiative. And to explain a little bit further as to what Ada is, in a follow-up post 1 week later on January 25th, they would end up releasing a series of graphics basically giving a little bit more detail again as to what Hikayat's melody is supposed to be and who Ada is supposed, or what I should say Ada was supposed to be. What is Hikayat's melody? Our new music initiative for aspiring V-singers aims to provide aspiring V-singers a platform, character, and space to perform and build their portfolio. Anyone who wants to try out V-singing can apply. TLDR, you provide the voice, we provide, well, everything else. Asterisk. Hikayat's melody is a music initiative and not an audition for Project Hikayat's Gen 2. How does it work? Step 1, apply using the application form on our website. Step 2, applicants are vetted by our internal team and contacted via email. Step 3, production begins with our affiliated production teams. Step 4, music video is released with full credits. Can I apply? Anyone amateur, semi-professional, or professional singers aged 18 and above can join. Yeah, it is a little bit of a red flag. Who is Ada? Ada is Project Hikayat's mascot. Ada is Project Hikayat's proprietary model, which we use for conventions. Those of you who came to say hi will be familiar with her. The face of Hikayat's melody. As the face of the music initiative, we'll be using Ada for the majority of the music videos we will be making. And so, this was the first of 2 major projects that they would end up putting out over the course of 2023. The second was their second gen, or at this point they'd rebranded them to be called Chapters. Throughout June and July of 2023, Project Hikayat would end up advertising their upcoming duo that would be making their debut over the next few months. The first being released in a post on June 10th. Stating, quote, introducing Akiru Nobu of Project Hikayat's Chapter 2. Thank you all for smashing the model reveal in 2 days. We're excited to finally reveal Akiru Nobu to all of you. Stay tuned to learn more about Nobu and how he joined Mythos. Mythos was the name of the gen/chapter. This was actually the first, part of me does wonder if this is the reason why Mythos HQ was called Mythos HQ instead of Mythos VT. Because this was the first Mythos VT that was catering to an English-speaking audience. Sorry, give me a second. My break has been too long. My throat's already starting to die a little bit after only 2.5 hours. The second part of this duo was foreshadowed, released, teased in a post that was posted on July 6th of 2023, stating, quote, introducing Aozaki Maina of Project Hikayat's Chapter 2. Are you excited for the second half of Mythos? Meet Aozaki Maina, the legendary Genteiyu bird that once took on Akiru Nobu over humans. But what about now? Stay tuned to find out more soon. Yeah, I did mute just then, so I could hack and cough for a little bit. So we have Myth, Mythic, Mythos, and now another Mythos? Yeah. VTubers really love the myth theme going there. You can call her Mai, like the Japanese name. Oh, okay. Easy peasy then. So, for this point in time, they expanded quite a bit. However, not all was sunshine and rainbows for Project Hikayat, because in the same month as they announced Akiru Nobu's upcoming debut, they would also end up announcing Manika Kuramu's graduation. On June 12, 2023, Hikayat's corporate account would end up posting the following announcement. Quote, Project Hikayat official announcement regarding Manika Kuramu's graduation from Project Hikayat. Hello everyone, Project Hikayat wishes to announce that Manika Kuremu would be graduating from Project Hikayat on the 15th of June 2023, Thursday. After much consideration and discussion with us, Manika has decided to pursue different opportunities that more closely align with her personal goals, leading her to embark on a new journey as an independent VTuber. We sincerely thank all of you for supporting her throughout her journey with us, and hope that you will all continue to show support for her even as she enters a new chapter. All of Manika's social medias will continue to remain active under her, as will all of the content on those channels as per her discretion. Manika will continue holding her graduation stream on the 15th of June 2023. During this graduation stream, 100% of any donations /gifted subs or bits will go entirely to Manika. In addition to any fan mail and presents sent over to Manika in the month of June will be handed to her directly as well. Project Hikayat wholeheartedly accepts Manika's decision and would like to thank her for her time at the agency and the undeniable mark she has left on us. As she goes on to a new endeavor, we wish her all the best and happiness. Until her graduation, we will continue supporting her to the best of our abilities. We hope that you will continue to extend her your full support as well. Project Hikayat Entertainment, 12th June 2023. And so, that was that. However, in addition to that, on July of 26, 2023, Hikayat would also end up launching a second separate initiative to their VTubing agency, because according to website CTOS, Hikayat would also end up registering, formally incorporating a separate, under a separate name called Hikayat Dojinshi Studios, formally registered in the state of Selangor in Malaysia. Now, as to what the premise of this venture would be, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's sort of publishing, Dojinshi. That would be the new initiative, the new venture that they would be pursuing alongside being a VTuber agency as well. However, I want you guys to remember the date. July of 2023 was when this new venture under Hikayat was first formally, not conceived, but formally written onto paper. And so, the rest of 2023 was mostly, from what I could see of what was archived, more consolidation. They would continue to run with their roster of now 3 talents. And throughout 2023, nothing more of note happened when it came to changing the makeup of the company itself. However, fast forward to September 2nd of 2024, they would experience yet another departure from among their talent roster. I think I have to share some other gossip to Armchair next time, if Armchair doesn't mind. Is this some sort of gossip about Hikayat, perhaps? I will say that apparently the way that Hikayat was run, now for the purpose of this stream, I'm going with a very, very general and broad overview of the company's history. But from the various snippets that I've seen from what was archived on forums and stuff like that, the way that Hikayat was run, especially early on in the company's history, seems to be a whole rabbit hole entirely in and of itself. However, Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, just had to die a little bit there. On September 2nd of 2024, Hikayat would announce that Akiru Nobu would be graduating. Quote, "Hello everyone. Project Hikayat will announce that the talent Akiru Nobu will be graduating from Project Hikayat as of the 3rd of September 2024. Due to personal reasons, Akiru Nobu will no longer be streaming and his social media accounts will be deactivated after 1 week. We support Akiru Nobu's decision and ask that you respect his privacy during this period. To celebrate Akiru Nobu's time with us, there will be a graduation stream on the 3rd of September 2024. This will also be Akiru Nobu's final day as part of Project Hikayat, and we hope you shall join us to send him off together. During this time, all gifts and donations will be sent directly to Akiru Nobu as of August 2024. Additionally, although Akiru Nobu will no longer be streaming or active on social media, he may continue to make appearances in our promotional content and events. We want to thank you for being such an incredible community and for supporting Akiru Nobu during his journey with us. Signed, this is quite interesting, Hikayat Dojinshi Studio." Now, at the end of 2024, well, at the beginning of January of 2025, Hikayat had gone from an agency that had 5 talents in its roster. We don't count Ada because she was a company mascot according to Hikayat's own personal classification. They had started off, over the course of the time that they've existed, accruing 5 different talents, and by the beginning of 2025, that 5 had been whittled down to only 2 active talents. And perhaps you could probably tell by the way that I'm framing this, but Project Hikayat was not long for this world thereafter, because in August of this year, by the end of August of this year, Hikayat would put out a formal announcement on their corporate account stating that the company would be closing down, or at least that their talent division would be closing down. Quote, "Announcement regarding closing of talent division to the Project Hikayat community. It is with a heavy heart that we announce that Project Hikayat's talent division will no longer be actively operating as of the 29th of August 2025. After 5 years, our journey with VTubers has come to an end, and we want to express our deepest gratitude to all who have supported us. Project Hikayat's story began in 2021, with the goal of creating stories with VTubers and revealing unknown or disappearing folklores of Southeast Asia. This is something we were proud to be able to achieve throughout our journey, even briefly in places like Borneo. Nevertheless, we had the pleasure of going through this journey together with many talents, partners, and supporters, many of whom we are proud to call our friends. Though it was extremely tough under pressure, though it was an extremely tough and arduous journey at times, our greatest experience is the bonds we forged with those friends and under pressure, allowing us to achieve far more than we ever thought possible. We are immensely grateful to those who stood with us until the very end, fighting with pride and honor. These friends became part of our story, deserve to continue with long and bright chapters of their own, even as Project Hikayat closes this one. As they go on their own new chapters in life, we hope a piece of our story follows them and graces their paths. Regarding our talents and company, sorry, give me a second. Sorry, I'm going to go and fetch some more water real quick. I'll be back in a jiff. All right. Hopefully, I should be set. To continue, regarding our talents and company, Aozaki Meina will be continuing her activities as an independent after a separate announcement stream. She will continue working together with management to release the character IP from the company under a revised contract. Kurisukawa will be having a graduation ceremony, with the character IP remaining with the company until further notice. Ada Paradisa will remain as the company's official mascot until further notice. Project Hikayat will likewise release a general graduation tribute in honor of all talent, staff, and contributors that accompanied us on our journey. Fan mail and gifts received after the 30th of September 2025 will no longer be delivered. While our talent division ends here, Project Hikayat will continue as Hikayat Dojinshi Studio, focusing on our creative work and client projects. As such, you may see us and your favorite talents at certain events throughout these collaborations. While we are disheartened to close the very branch that sparked Project Hikayat's founding vision, we are forever grateful to those who have supported and believed in us. Please continue to show your support and follow our talents on social media for many updates on their graduations and new beginnings. Please note that our official channels, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, etc., will remain online for archival purposes. For any inquiries, please contact us via email. Until next time, Project Hikayat Management Team. And so, that was the end of Project Hikayat. However, you may have picked up on the mention of how Aozaki needed to create an ongoing agreement with management in order to quote unquote release the character IP from the company. And on the same day as Project Hikayat posted their closure notice, May would end up providing a little bit more detail on her own. Quote, "See you, waiting room and replies. As you may have seen in the previous post, Project Hikayat is closing their talent division today. I wish nothing but the best for everyone who has been helping and supporting us throughout this journey. Over these past 2 years, I've gained so many valuable experiences working with them. Moving forward, I want even more and spend as much time as I can with my community. As stated in the announcement, I've decided to buy my IP and continue my journey. I'll be doing a stream tomorrow night, 30th of August at 10 p.m. GMT plus 8 to share more about my future plans with you all. In the meantime, please continue showing love and support to the fans and to your Oshi as much as you can." I'll give you a second. Ugh. My eyes are not what they used to be. Then, 2 days later, May would end up posting a follow-up that elaborated a little bit more as to what funding or how she was actually thinking of going about accruing the funding in order to buy out the IP. Quote, "Regarding May's future plan, I'm here to announce that I'll be doing an IP fundraising campaign alongside my 2nd-year anniversary celebration starting on the 18th of September and continuing until the goal of approximately 2,000 USD is achieved. At the same time, I'll be taking a new name. Aoi Meina. Aoi Mina? Is it my? Wait, hold on. Is it pronounced Mina and Mai instead of May? Could I get someone in chat to confirm if it's pronounced Mina? Gonna need an eyesight check. I really might have to. Although it might just be because of leftover fatigue from the insomnia last night. Nice person. This is the whole Blossom Aeon thing all over again. But in any case, give him incorrect info as a jerk. This will be a sorry. I'll be honest, I'm not very good at asking for help, but the precious people around me have encouraged me to take this step. I truly appreciate that support, and it's something I know I need to improve about myself. I would be so grateful if you could support me in any way possible. This will be a non-company sponsored event, so all funds will go directly to me, with everything managed behind the scenes together with the management team. Thank you so much for everyone for all the love and support you've given me. Thank you also to Project Hikayat, Staff-san, and all the wonderful people I've had the chance to work with during my time at the agency. From here on, I'll continue to do my best and work even harder as an independent VTuber. It's Japanese pronunciation? Maena? Oh, Maena. Okay. Maena. Alright. Makes sense. I'm assuming that means that her shorter name is Mai, then. In any case, true to her word, between September 18th and October 12th, she would end up doing a series of 14 streams under the broad umbrella of the Donathon. Now, on October 5th, she would end up reaching the goal of $2,000 that she would need in order to buy out the entirety of her IP. However, for the remaining streams past October 5th, those were mostly just consistent of stretch goals and the like. Now, based off of this, I don't think I need to state the obvious. Yet another example of a donathon being used when it came to talent fundraising a talent IP buyout. However, in contrast to PixelLink's situation, in the case of Project Hikayat, there was no need to deny the talent advance notice that as to what the price of their IP was. In fact, I would make the argument that Project Hikayat had a lot of opportunity, had a major window, a very long window, in which to tell Mai that she would need to accrue the funds in order to buy out her IP. Because remember, they announced that they were shutting down their VTubing agency in order to rebrand into a doujinshi studio. Except, their doujinshi studio was a venture that they had registered, let alone conceived of, as far back as July of 2023. So, reasonably speaking, you could make the argument, you could make the assumption that they had a reasonable amount of time in between when they decided that the agency would be closing and the actual closure itself. Time plenty enough to warrant warning Mina that she would need to accrue funds and therefore not really needing, quote unquote, a donathon in order to have that IP buyout go ahead. However, just as much as that first point does not seem common between PixelLink's closure and Hikayat's closure of their VTubing agency, so too is the second one also non-applicable in this particular case. Because, yes, Project Hikayat was closing their talent division, but they were still running as a company. They were just rebranding, so there was no feasible reason as to why they need to get the 2,000 by a specific deadline soon before they were closing the company. I'll give you a second. Oh, okay. Buying power in Malaysia /C. Oh, the buying power of 2K USD in Malaysia /C is quite a lot as well. Yeah. I mean, if the conversion rate that Ardentop put in chat is true, then this adds up to around 25,000 Malaysia. Is it rupee? Do you guys use the rupee in Malaysia? But yeah, Malaysian this is around 25,000 Malaysian currency if that conversion rate suggested by Ardentop is correct. When $1 USD can buy you a decent meal, yeah. This is a lot of money to be asking of a talent who is streaming under a Malaysian, a company that operates out of Malaysia. Perhaps for the streamer, gathering the funds more slowly, but halting activities in the interim would have killed momentum, hence the value in moving quickly to buy the IP. Oh yeah, for sure. Momentum is a big factor in why talents are incentivized to try and buy the IP sooner than. However, from the perspective of the company itself, I fail to see why they couldn't have simply warned her earlier that they were planning on rebranding their company into being a doujinshi production studio rather than just... Oh, it's not rupee, it's ringgit. Okay, yes, sorry. Yes, the ringgit. Rupiah is for Indonesia, rupee is for India, and the ringgit is for Malaysia. Okay, I need to remember that. So yeah. I don't really see why they couldn't warn her earlier that they would be asking for that price for her IP, especially since they'd known since 2023. You could argue that they knew since 2023 that they were going to eventually go down the path of being a doujinshi studio as opposed to just being a VTuber agency. However, that is indeed not all. Because as I said, that this was one example of a company. Now, this was a company asking the talents to use a donathon as a means of crowdfunding their IP on the way out. And yes, they don't share a lot of similar circumstances to PixelLink, but this was still a company that was closing down. Yes, their closure is, well, not quite the right word. Rebrand is probably more correct. But they were still closing down their talent division. The same cannot be said, however, for the next example that we are going to be going through of a company choosing to elect to use a donathon as a means of helping their talent buy out an IP. And this is a company that is still active, even though they sold off that IP using a donathon. And the company in question is Stellarverse Productions. Now, on January 1st of 2024, Stellarverse Productions was formally registered in the state of California as a stock corporation. On January 10th, the trademark for Stellarverse Productions was also formally registered under the USPTO trademarks website. And those who don't know what Stellarverse Productions is, according to their website, they are, quote, a US-based VTuber company looking to elevate their talents to the very top of the industry. They believe that the best things do not always come first, and that the VTuber industry still has a vast amount of growth potential. By bringing skills and experience from content creation, art, and business, we plan to innovate how corporate VTubers are developed. Here at Stellarverse Productions, we believe that talents should be able to prioritize content creation at the highest levels without undue concern over administrative, advertising, and technical issues. So, this is yet another company that is trying to do things differently. However, I will say this is a minor thing, but I do give them kudos for saying VTuber industry instead of VTuber community. It's always struck me as a little cringe when a company refers to this space as a community. However, to go on. On January 5th, Stellarverse Pro would formally announce that they had opened their auditions. Quote, auditions open. We are looking for all kinds of idols from across time and space to save the world. We are looking for you. Looking to join a VTuber company that aims to be the best? Apply now. Stellarversepro/audition. Stellarversepro.com/audition. Auditions open until the 3rd of March 2024. On June 3rd, they would announce that they had finally locked in their first generation in terms of what the talents are going to actually look like, by posting a little bit of a teaser on their corporate account. Quote, did you see us at Off Guy this week? Here is another look at the video we ran there. Expect great things coming December 2024. Between August 19th and October 22nd, Stelvas Pro would begin to post teasers in the form of plundered diary pages onto the corporate account in order to build hype for the talents that were about to make their debut. Second. Goodness, okay. Cats are cute. Why are they plundering diaries? Presumably because the pages are funny. In any case, on August 19th, they would start by posting the following announcement. Quote, "They asked me to make the SVP Twitter interesting, but what to do? Wait, did I just gain access to their diary logs? This will be interesting for sure. I'll post a little. It can't hurt, right?" And the first talent, Sanbei-san, who would end up having their diary entry posted out to the world. Quote, "Log entry 231. I've spent months searching the multiverse for the right individuals to save Stellaverse. I believe I've selected the right group. The more I think about it, the more I get the feeling that maybe it is the other way around. Much like the cat distribution system of the Earth, I'm going to believe that I was actually chosen by this unlikely band of individuals. Regardless, I have decided to place my hopes in these special 8. You have seen enough despair. It is time to bring hope and laughter back to the Stellaverse." Holy shit. I must ask, do you find kayfabe cringe, Nene Love? I'm very curious. No, cute and funny. Yes. And then the final entry being posted on October 22nd, being written by a member of staff. "Whoever has been leaking these diary entries, I know who you are. I assigned you to the task of making interesting posts to the SVP Twitter, but I didn't mean... Sigh. Never mind. Anyways, please stop immediately and swing by my desk for a scolding nice chat. We have so much to catch up on, don't we? P.S. I returned from vacation and came back to this. Please help." And the actual announcement itself saying, "Oh look, it's H-chan, the talent manager's diary. Let's see. Oh no, how did she know? She's mad at me, isn't she? Eek!" Sometimes people overdo it. That's true, that's true. This isn't kayfabe, this is cautious style lore dumping. That's true, that's fair enough. It's a little silly, but it's part of the game. Yeah. This is kind of the standard of writing that we get with most VTuber debuts, to be honest. So, fast forward past this to November 28th, when Stellaverse Pro would finally put out an official debut preview video. Quote, "Are you ready for Infinium? Tune in on December 7th and 8th at 5 p.m. PST, 8 p.m. EST on both days." And come the next day, they would finally put out the debut schedules over the next between December 7th and December 8th, when it came to their very first gen, Infinium. A total of 8 talents spread across these 2 days. The first 4 being Winkleton Perry, Nanako Niku, Rina Lunette, Usachi Yui, and the second group being Goro Gaomi, Lemmy Lycan, Tokaku, and Sarah Starstruck. Now, come December 7th and 8th, they would end up debuting, and for the next few months, all would seem to be well for over the next, just under the last year or so. Under the next year or so. Company would be running pretty smoothly, talents would be growing quite steadily, they keep putting out content, etc., etc. However, come November 6th, so at the beginning of last month, 2025, Goro Gaomi, member of Infiniums, of the second day that they debuted, would put out the following announcement that she was going to be graduating from SVP. Quote, graduation announcement. I will be officially graduating from Stellaverse Productions and continuing my activities as an indie. My final stream as part of Stellaverse Productions will be held on December 1st, 2025. It's time to set sail on a new chapter, and included was a picture of a statement that she typed up to give a little bit more detail as to what was going to happen. EN's consequences on EN VTuber and naming conventions has been catastrophic. To be fair, it takes truly one of the foremost minds of the industry to come up with such bangers as Vesalius Bandage and Doppio Drop Scythe. To be very, very fair, I don't think I could have been able to come up with either of those given 2 decades, or 1,000 monkeys with typewriters for a century. But to continue. Hello everyone, this is Goro Gaomi. I have an important announcement to share. After a lot of thought and discussion, both the Stellaverse staff and I have mutually decided that it would be best for us to part ways. I will be officially graduating from Stellaverse Productions and continuing my journey as an independent VTuber, still as Goro Gaomi. My final stream as part of Stellaverse Productions will take place on December 1st, 2025. Oh yeah, I forgot. Vermilion and Mr. Rius. Mr. Rius is truly one of the greatest names of all time. I can't believe they named the detective VTuber Mysteria. Oh, never allow Japanese executives to get their hands on EN names. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, Akamata, did you only just realize? Yeah. It's okay. I'm pretty sure that there are quite a few people who may have watched him back in the day who still don't know that Mr. Rius is supposed to be a homophone for mysterious. But yeah, a little cheesy, but pretty funny. To go on. I will be officially graduating. My last stream will be on December 1st of 2025. This was not an easy decision to make. I'll always be grateful for the opportunities I've been given, as well as the friendships and memories I've made along the way. To my community, my amazing crew, thank you for being my compass through every storm and calm sea. You've been with me through it all. The chaos, the laughter, the scuff, the serious moments, and all the nonsense in between. Your love and support have kept this ship sailing, and I can't thank you enough for it. While my time with Stellaverse is coming to an end, this isn't goodbye. It's just a new chapter. I'll be streaming, creating, and being my usual troublemaking self, just steering my own ship now. I'm excited and a little nervous for what's ahead, and I'm looking forward to exploring new horizons together with all of you. To everyone who supported me, thank you for making this journey something truly special. Let's keep sailing forward into whatever comes next. With love, Goro Gaomi. And that was her initial announcement. However, the next day she would end up going live with a Zatsu stream where she would end up providing a little bit more detail surrounding the decision in order to use a donathon as a fundraising method in order to buy out her IP. While doing the Factory Farm agency reps, I think it was in V8, I found a tuber literally named Unknown. Japanese English naming conventions, my beloved. So during this Zatsu stream on November 7th, at 8 minutes 58 seconds, she starts to go into detail, basically bringing the audience up to speed as to what's been going on recently. Quote, so if you live under a rock and for some reason you weren't here yesterday and you also didn't see Twitter, I am graduating from Stellarverse Productions. However, I will be going on as an indie. I will be an independent. I will still be Gorogami, so you guys don't have to worry about me dying or trying to find a new Sona. I will still be me. So that's fun. So I didn't want to talk a little bit about that as much as I can, obviously. It was obviously completely mutual. I'm not even just saying that because, oh my god, guys, like, it was completely mutual. I don't want you guys to speculate or think anything bad. Completely mutual decision. It was just a lot of things that I wanted to do and wanted done, and it was kind of just, like, mutually decided upon. Continue at 10 minutes, 6 seconds. Quote, so no speculations, please, guys. For everybody's sake, that would be really cool. So with that, my final stream as an SVP talent will be on December 1st. I'm not sure if I can say, like, when I will officially be, like, moving away yet. I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but I will be holding a donathon for the buyout of the IP. Now, it is not because I cannot technically afford the IP. It is purely because there are a lot of things that are coming with said donathon. You guys know I have never done a donathon as Gorogami before. I kind of wanted to focus my content on just entertaining you guys. I did not want to milk money out of you guys. I did not really want to focus my content around, hey, if you guys want something, you have to pay for it. So I decided to put it into a big donathon. I have some rewards. Sorry, give me a second. D suffers, to be completely fair, the way that I'm reading it because of my natural tone of voice may make it sound sarcastic or suspicious, but if you go back and you watch through her actual VOD, you can confirm, based on her tone of voice, it was pretty deadpan, so I feel relatively comfortable with taking her saying that it was a mutual decision at face value. However, to go on, so I decided to put it into a big donathon. I have some rewards from a long time ago, per se, that I will also be completing once I am independent, so it will be a big combo of things. And with that, we have a confirmation of something that is quite important to factor into the necessity behind the adoption of donathons as a funding tactic in this specific case, because she actually says, I'm not doing this because I can't afford the IP. I'm doing this because it's a content decision. Because there are a lot of things that are coming along with the donathon. Gorogami was the SVP's biggest talent. I don't doubt it was likely a mutual decision. Yeah. It's good to have you confirming that as well. Sorry, give me a second. I thought that was Lemmy Lycan. I have not actually compared the sizes of the followings between the individual SVP members, so I would need to look at that before verifying whether Goro was indeed the biggest SVP talent. Lemmy Lycan has twice Goro's subs? Okay, alright. Live fact check, I suppose. However, yes, in any case, to bring it back to the donathons, it is quite interesting that it is outright said that, yeah, this is not out of necessity for monetary reasons, but more so as a sort of package. It's framed as a package deal because the content is just so good to justify using this as a funding tactic. Again, if this is the decision that Goro and SVP are on board with, that's fair enough. However, again, I do have to note that it does seem a rather frivolous reason to use a donathon as a funding mechanism. Though, again, it's not up to me to decide whether it is really frivolous or not. It is mostly up to Goro Gami's fans. And, well, as we'll get into in a second, it doesn't seem to be that much of an obstacle for them. Now, on November 26th, Goro would end up doing a second stream, doing an update about the Donathon titled Updates, Donathon, Indie Arc, etc., where for the first time she would end up unveiling the Donathon goals. And based off of these goals, we can see that the $13,000 is the total price tag, the asking price for the Goro Gami IP. Now, you may think that $13,000 is a pretty high amount, especially when you compare it to Raki Kazuki's $9,094, and you'd be right. However, from the perspective of, evaluating the fact that this is a company that is still going to be operating after they hand that IP off to Goro Gami, I could understand why they would want the IP to be priced up a little bit higher than the norm, because it is supposed to be prohibitive. I would assume that a company that is still in operation, not closing down, has more to lose from handing off their IP that they made to a talent who is leaving the company, because that is an IP that, at least to some degree, is tied to their brand, and therefore, if that IP is used for something that is significantly contrary to what the company wants its brand to be, that is a little avenue of control that they have now given up. And out of consideration for that, I could understand why the IP cost would be a little higher than usual if the company were, let's say, closing instead of continuing to be active. However, that being said, $13,000 is a lot of money. And the cost is being passed on to the audience by virtue of this being a donathon. She has a very popular, expensive artist in Rigotu. That is true as well. However, again, because of the fact that we do not have access as the public to a breakdown of how much it costs to actually make the assets, etc., that is something that we can only guess at based off of the advertised prices from the respective, artist and rigger. So we're mostly playing a kind of guessing game. That being said, though, ultimately this was a donathon that would end up meeting quite a bit of success because, well, from December 3rd onwards, from December 2nd, from the day the donathon was starting, and then the second day, the progress of actually reaching that 13,000 goal would be pretty steady. On December 3rd, the second day of the donathon, or at the end of the second day of the donathon, I should say, Goro would end up posting the following update onto her personal Twitter, saying, quote, "Day 2 complete, kinda. We are currently at $4,090, which is about 32% away from buying out my IP. With 2 more days ahead of us, I wonder who will be getting all those exclusive top donor rewards. We'll be having a movie watch-along in Discord tonight, so come snuggle. Even if the voyage doesn't go exactly as planned, my heart isn't going anywhere. This crew is my home, and you'll always be a part of my story. I'll keep fighting, keep creating, keep sailing. I'll always find my way back to you." And at the same time, on the same day, she'd also end up making posts onto her personal Discord server with the following announcement clarifying to her audience what is at stake with this IP donathon / buyout. And this is a perfect example of one of the hidden costs that I talked about at the beginning of the stream, which is what happens when you frame an IP buyout through the lens of a donathon instead of through the lens of a simple transaction between company and talent. Quote, "Hello. As we conclude day 2, I want to address some of the questions I've been getting DM'd and hearing whispered around about what happens if we don't reach the Donathon goal. It's not easy to talk about, but you all deserve clarity. This Discord server will be deleted. Our home, our chaos corner, our late night VC moments, gone. There will likely be no announcement or grace period as well, so everything may just get deleted at random. All my socials, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Discord, will no longer belong to me. I will lose access entirely. Everything we've built together, every memory, every inside joke will be locked away behind a door I can't open. The Gorogami character, the entire identity you know and all of its assets, my personally funded 3D model, all the lovely art, covers, personal project, memes, everything will no longer be mine. I may never be able to touch them again. They may be wiped. They may be privated forever. Everything will be shelved, never to really be touched or used again. I will not be able to tell you where I reincarnate. Not the name, not the silhouette, not a whisper, nothing. I won't know how long it will take to get back to streaming, which means I will inevitably lose some of you over time, and that is the part that hurts me the most. This is the reality on the line. It's dramatic, it's painful, it's unfair, but it's the truth. But listen to me, guys. I still have so much faith. I don't want to know what happens in the late night Discord VCs. Yeah, I don't really want to know either. But to go on, I love being your captain. I love the chaos, the comfort, the community, the energy you bring me every single day. I have so many plans I'm fighting so hard to make real. Concerts, convention appearances, meetups, merch collabs, full covers, massive projects, things that would take this crew to the stars. I want to see our story continue. I'm holding on to hope we can reach the goal and keep this ship sailing. Thank you for fighting with me. Thank you for believing in me. And thank you for being my crew. Nothing against Goro, I understand that was all at stake for her, but let's be honest with ourselves. This is some of the most loaded, gaslight, emotional, guilt-tripping posts I've ever seen. Yeah. So let's not pussyfoot around this, right? The way that this is being framed is very, very cynical. All right, let's not make any bones about this. Yes, she is very accurate and being, it's not melodramatic to say that her dreams and aspirations are on the line, that she stands to lose the amount of personal investment that she's put into this IP over the year or so that she has been piloting it. But the way that it is framed as we will all lose this unless we do XYZ, it is impossible to say that without making it sound guilt-trippy. It is impossible to say that without making it so that the fact that this is fundamentally a transaction between talent and corporation is obscured behind what is now a shared endeavor and shared threat of failure between the talent and the audience. That becomes the salient point. That becomes the thing that everyone is focusing on when they read through a statement like this. And this is yet another reason why I view donathons as being something that is cynical and in the long term detrimental to the relationship between talents and audience. It might not start off that way, but mark my words, if it picks up prevalence, it will become that way. I don't really blame her. This industry is built on taking advantage of people who throw their money at people they don't know. We were going to reach that extreme someday. That is true. That is true. However, that being said, how do I put this? That a transaction is possible does not make it good. And I do not think that this is a transaction that I would like to encourage. And so I would like to lend at least a little bit of what platform I have to trying to build some semblance of a stigma against this. And hopefully this is a stigma that is articulated in its rationale to the point where you don't have to rely on a mere pretense at outrage in order to consider taking it seriously or to consider its weight. It does make me question her saying she could afford it earlier. Oh yes, it does. Because that was the first thing I thought of when I read through this post to begin with, right? Because assuming that it wasn't, again, assuming that it wasn't her misspeaking or something in that earlier Zatsu stream, if you're not doing this out of necessity, what is the point of a post like this? Right? Most likely she couldn't actually afford it, but then why say that, right? That seems a very silly point of pride to try and hang on to when you're talking to your audience about possibly losing the IP, you know? It is a little bit of a stop noticing kind of moment. If you want this thing to stop, then stop enabling it. Yeah. And unfortunately, it is not really up to people like myself to stop enabling it. I will try to shame and stigmatize it, but that is really, at the end of the day, all I can do. Before the Sims start coming at you for insulting their e-girl. See, that is the thing, though. Fundamentally, what I am talking about is a practice. And if you cannot separate the practice from the person that is practicing it, and you can't separate my criticism of the practice from the person who is practicing it, then you may be... I do not think you are the target audience anyways, because you may be in too deep at that point. She sold her old model and has other obligations, no way in hell she had the money to buy it? Yeah, and again, that makes it all the more odd to me that she would try to, sort of downplay the necessity of using a donathon. So, again, there are things about this situation that bother me, and those are just a few. However, like I said before, ultimately, her audience was supportive of this move to buy out her IP because come December 5th, she would announce, well, as recently as 2 days ago, the donathon would draw to a close and she would have reached the 13,000 goal necessary in order to have the IP transferred over to her. However, beyond the aspects of strangeness behind the rationale and the communication surrounding the decision to use a donathon to fund the buyout of this IP, what this transaction between Gaomi and SVP proved, though, was that companies would begin to adopt this even if they shared none of the circumstances that surrounded PixelLink's use of the exact same funding tactic. Because unlike PixelLink, there was no apparent deadline on the Talons to get the funding together. In fact, it is questionable whether the donathon was even strictly necessary from an affordability standpoint when it comes to purchasing the IP. It was mostly sold to audiences not as something that needed to happen, but more so a benefit to them because it would result in the creation of more quality content and more donathon rewards for everyone to enjoy. It was sold on the basis of content and spectacle rather than necessity and affordability, which again is a rather interesting development in terms of how donathons as a IP buyout funding tactic are framed to audiences. However, the second thing is more so important in the sense that there was no company closure. There were no debts that required immediate reimbursement. And so, this is rather similar in circumstance to Idol's acquisition by Brave Group, in the sense that the company was still going to exist after the transaction went through. After the separation between Gorogami and Stellaverse Pro, the company is still there. It is still running for the foreseeable future, at least the immediate foreseeable future. And as a result, there would have been nothing stopping something like a revenue sharing agreement or something similar to that in order to sidestep having to use a donathon in the first place. So, in this particular instance, there are no circumstances shared between this example of donathons being used and PixelLink using a donathon that would give it anywhere near the same amount of necessity and justification that PixelLink had way back at the beginning of this year. The amount of money people are willing to throw away to get their flat-chested anime girl is insane. Yeah, I'm not going to pretend like I don't understand why that happens. This is, after all, an industry that is built on that kind of supportiveness and attachment. And I've said before when I was talking about this, that part of the reason why donathons were always going to be appealing to audiences and talents, even if, people are able to recognize that there is an unethical element to it, or there is a cynical element to it, is that it gives fans a feeling of agency in their Oshi's ability to continue being them. I've often said that what people will claw at a sense of agency when it comes to being able to contribute to something their Oshi wants to do, that supportiveness is usually part and parcel of what makes this medium work. Right? Like, usually, you're pushing your Oshi to achieve their dreams. Your willingness to lend your support to them as a fan is part of what makes the VTuber viewer dynamic work. Except here, it becomes part of the reason why more cynical adoptions of this tactic are also often more rewarded or forgiven. Well, I say forgiven, but I more so mean forgotten. In this industry, to forget and to forgive is the exact same thing. They are interchangeable with one another. But again, usually when a community is faced with the prospect of their talent losing their IP because they can't afford the price tag, everyone feels bad. Because we know what that feels like. We've seen that in the past. We've seen instances where talents are real cut up because all of the investment that they've put into an IP over the course of their time at an active company is now going down the drain because they can't afford the price tag. And their fans feel fucking awful because there's nothing they can do about it. Because, well, everything was arranged behind the scenes. They had no input. They had no ability to affect the negotiation process. And as a result, their Oshi was basically left out on their own without the ability to suddenly get more funding from some other source in order to purchase the IP. And that was a poison, right? That was something that was awful to go through for both a fan base and for an individual talent. But this is the flip side, a different kind of poison, where now you give the audience a chance to actually have agency in this interaction, this transaction between a corporation and their departing talent. Except now it has become something that other corporations can factor into the way they even calculate those payments to begin with, before those payments go public, before those price tags go public. And you have, yet again, a sort of cynical arms race in terms of how much value can be saved, preserved, versus how much value can be conserved versus how much can be extracted. And as is very often the case in an entertainment industry, talking cynicism is very difficult when people's feelings are on the line. And VTubing is very much an industry built on people's feelings. Speed on, thank you for being a Footstool for 11 months. Glad to see you back, Chairman. Thank you for the welcome back. And Jay hates his readers. Thank you for being a Footstool for 16 months. Glad to catch a stream, but I gotta go to bed soon. I hope you have a nice rest, and I hope the VOD is agreeable to you. So give talents the option to keep the IP as a loan. See, that's the thing. I don't have a problem with there being some sort of transaction for a talent to buy their IP. Although I may be in the minority opinion in this industry when I say that. Most people tend to just want the companies to give the IPs away for free. Which, I mean, again, it would be nice if that was the case. But we're not talking about charities here. We're talking about businesses. A business that is badly run is still a business. They're still going to care about getting their money back and making money. Sorry, I should say making money and then failing that, getting their money back. So if we were being honest with ourselves, giving away the IPs for free was always kind of a pipe dream when it comes to that becoming the norm in this industry. Let's be honest and actually look at what we have in front of us instead of what we would like to see in front of us. So with the current reality of the industry, I am okay with talents having to pay money in order to keep their IPs if a company is closing. Because, let's be honest, we are not going to get... That's just the way things are going to be, because of underlying incentives. However, the method of extracting that money, the method of deciding on that price tag are two factors that I am still up in the air about, and that will affect how agreeable I find any specific or any particular transaction that I become aware of. How reasonable the price tag is going to be informed by my ability, my calculations of how much it would have cost to create those assets in the first place. How reasonable the method is going to depend on the surrounding necessity, how much it fits with the surrounding context of the closure, the way the talents were informed of said closure, the way the talents were informed of the opportunity to buy their IP, and the way that those negotiations presumably took place behind the scenes as well. How was the valuation method between each individual talent trying to buy their IP consistent with one another? Are the prices arbitrary? Are they determined in a malicious manner? All of these are factors that go into the overall final decision of, do I think this transaction was fair? But most people are not going to think like that. Most people are just going to think in terms of, is my Oshi happy? If yes, then it's a fair transaction. If no, then the company's being unfair. And while I don't blame most people for thinking like that, it is something that gets in the way of a more objective assessment of the way that this industry operates, I suppose. I just realized we're in the first prediction. There's two left. Yeah. The other two are probably going to be a lot shorter and a lot quicker, because they are more neat and self-explanatory than this one. This one I have to give a little bit of context as to why I think it's even a problem, and also, well, the other examples of it happening, because it is a practice being adopted by different actors rather than the same actor repeating something they've done in the past, as is the case with Brave. However, for these reasons, hopefully I have managed to make it clear why I am uncomfortable with the prospect of donathons, IP buyout donathons, becoming more prevalent in this industry. And also, by showing you guys these two examples, the buyout of Goro Gaomi and the closure of Project Hikayat, hopefully we have now proven, 1 is an anomaly, 2 is a coincidence, 3, now you have a pattern. And with these 3, there does seem to be a pattern that although companies will adopt donathons as a funding method for IP buyouts, they are not going to do so in a manner restricted by circumstances that necessitate it. They're not going to do it always because they need to, or because the talents weren't given sufficient notice, because it couldn't be helped. No, companies are going to do this voluntarily. Talents are going to do this voluntarily, because neither of those two parties have an incentive not to. Talents don't have to shoulder the cost themselves, although they will have to bear the responsibility of fulfilling donathon rewards. And companies, well, they're happy because they just need, it allows them to ask for more money, because their collateral is not just one person, it's their entire community. So both of those parties are going to be happy. But fundamentally, I do view this as an anti-consumer practice that is going to become anti-consumer, anti-viewer, I should say, more and more so if it becomes more and more prevalent down the line. And so, now that we have reviewed that previous prediction that I made at the beginning, well, halfway through this year, I suppose, in the first half of this year, I'm going to make another prediction for going forward into 2026 relating to what we just discussed. My prediction, my new one going forward into 2026, is that IP buyout donathons will increase in frequency among EN-centric corpos. We had a chance to try and establish a stigma. It didn't work. It didn't stick. More companies tried adopting it. More companies now know that it works. And so I don't see anything stopping it from being adopted in a bigger scale or more often, slowly, bit by bit, as time goes on. Also, on top of that, I also predict that the marketing or communication, the optics around doing IP buyout donathons will gradually shift from emphasizing affordability and time-based necessity, as was the case with PixelLink, to more so revolving around spectacle and community participation, as was the case with SVP and Gorogami, where most of the justification behind why donathons were used was it was advertised as more so this is for you guys type thing, where it was advertised on the basis that there would be cool donathon rewards and it would be a cool event for everyone to participate in, rather than because I don't have the money on hand, I need it by XYZ date, otherwise I won't be able to get my IP, which was more so the case with PixelLink. So those are my predictions as to how this particular practice might end up aging going into the future. I hope I'm wrong, but, well, when a cynic and a pessimist is proven right, nobody really wins. And unfortunately, I do think that in this particular case, I may be proven right. We'll see, though. We'll see. Because there are a number of small companies, there are more VTuber companies, well, there are more people trying to start up VTuber companies every month. So we'll see if some of them get big enough to the point of doing IP buyouts once they go under, and how they choose to approach fundraising for those buyouts. But again, I don't really see anything standing in the way of this becoming a little bit more widespread. So, Senor Tortillas, thank you for being a Footstool for 14 months. Hello, chair. Bro, Guru's IP alone is worth like 7 million. You know what? Your 7 million is a lot. But I honestly, based off the cultural impact that Guru had, I don't think that's completely unreasonable either. You might be right with that one. I do want to emphasize, the way that I make these predictions is not like, I don't want you guys to, I said this right at the beginning of the stream, funnily enough, it's the tagline of the slides. It's not prophecy, it's prejudice. It is all a result of data and applying incentives. And with those two things alone, it is relatively simple, not always easy, but simple, to try and predict how things end up going in this industry. Because at the end of the day, VTubing is business, right? It is just business sometimes. And when it is just business, people operate off of what is going to fatten their wallet rather than, some of the more nebulous and personal stuff. That's certainly how corporations and people who run corporations work. So, yeah. Things like predicting that IP buyout donathons are going to become more common, that is a very low-risk prediction, simply by evaluating the underlying incentives, which are to say that there are a lot of incentives for it. Talents are incentivized because they don't have to shoulder the costs themselves, or at least they don't have to shoulder the costs alone. And corporations are incentivized to do it because it allows them to ask for bigger, higher prices. And on top of that, there's nothing standing in the way, because so far, the examples that we've been given, the donathons haven't failed, the audience has been willing, and the one big attempt, when everyone from different parts of the industry came together to universally act at moral outrage that this was being attempted, it didn't end up sticking. Not at all. Half of the reason being because people were complaining because of something that corporations were never going to acquiesce to anyways. Because if you had to make a corporation choose between giving away an IP for free and doing a donathon, no shit they're going to choose doing a donathon. And second, because, well, consistency morally is not going to have much of an impact on most industries. But if you are thinking for the sake of optics, if you're thinking for the sake of, PR, trying to establish a stigma that makes it costly for a company to try and do something, you need to be consistent. at least in public, with your positions. Otherwise, if you're willing to flip-flop, your opinion is going to be discarded as just noise by companies. So, yeah. This is a very low-risk prediction when you really think about it. But nonetheless, I am holding on to a sliver of hope that I'm not as right as I fear I will be. I worry this will disincentivize corpos to actually run properly if they have this as an option. Yeah, that's another aspect that I am a little worried about as well. Actually, now that I think about it, if there do happen, because I know this happens occasionally, if there are any talents who are, you know, part of a small corpo or thinking of joining a small corpo who happen to be watching this stream, if you are also torn between how IP buyout donathons make it easier for you to possibly keep your IP in the worst case scenario of the corpo going under, but you still want to hold yourself to an ethical standard towards your audience to make sure that even if they are shouldering the bulk of the cost, they aren't doing so in a needless, frivolous manner. There is a way that you can hold yourself to that ethical standard. It's not just, you know, oh, since a donathon has now been suggested and a thing, that must mean that there's like nothing that I can do to make sure that everything is fair or whatever. If you care about that, get used to asking the corporation that you are joining or the people who run your corporation to give you details about how much your IP costs to make. Be honest with yourself about how the IP is not something that only derives value from you and your performance. It does derive most of its value from you and your performance, don't get me wrong. But that's not the only source of its value. It has an implicit value which consists of the amount of money invested into creating it in the first place. Drawing it, rigging it, creating the debut assets that are going to debut alongside it. And having the ability, the willingness to ask about that and understand that that is going to be a sort of baseline cost for the model should shit go sideways, that is something that puts you in a better position to then, on behalf of your audience, evaluate whether the asking price you may be given is fair or not. Now, I'm not saying that you or your corporation has to disclose all of those numbers to the audience. I am not of the opinion that that kind of transparency is something that is reasonably expected, even though I'm sure someone out there thinks that it would make a major difference to the way that things are done. I'm sure that even if the corporations do end up doing that as a way of increasing transparency, so to speak, they'd find some way of trying to... Any corporation that really wants to squeeze the communities of their talents will find some workaround for it. So it's mostly just an optics thing rather than a functional thing. I'm not saying that you need to share that information with your audience or to do like a play-by-play with your audience as to your negotiations with your company, but I am saying that if that is something you care about, if that is something you wouldn't want weighing on your conscience, that is something you can do behind the scenes in order to try and look out for your audience's wallet. Or wallets, I should say. Be willing to be a little more disagreeable, perhaps during negotiations with your company, or perhaps during, you know, if shit goes sideways, you're told that your company is closing, it's time to grit your teeth, put on a mean face, and ask hard questions like, how much did my model cost to make? How much did it cost to rig? How much did the assets cost? Etc, etc, etc. And then from that, you know, making a decision as to whether you're okay with the price that they are asking of your audience in the case that they do a donathon. Now, all of that aside, that then brings us to the next practice that is that we have had recent reason to talk about once more. That of obfuscatory company rebrands. A tactic that is not unique to the case study that we are going to be talking about in a second, but is certainly characteristic of said case study. This is a tactic that is good for companies because it allows them to avoid admitting to the mistakes that they have made with previous companies or previous talents that they have worked with. But it is bad for talents and audiences. Audiences because they are blindsided by how badly managed some of their favorite some of their favorite talents companies are. And it's bad for talents because they have no idea what they're walking into if they choose to apply, or they are left with relatively in the dark as to how their company is actually being run. And to give you guys a breakdown, the go-to example that I cite nowadays when I'm talking about what I mean by an obfuscatory company rebrand, I'm going to default to the same example I talked about in that Brave stream that I did earlier on this year, which is the creation of Enalis. So, to give you guys a little bit of a refresher, or to bring those up to speed who haven't watched that stream before, on April 6th of 2023, a company by the name of Enalis Inc. was formally incorporated in Tokyo, Japan, run by CEO Takayoshi Hoshi, who happens to be the CEO and owner of Virtual Entertainment, the company that owns VSpo, one of the 3 biggest VTuber companies in the world, and specifically, obviously, in Japan as well. Now, when it comes to what this company was, the description that they gave to their audience, pretty bare bones. Entertainment, teeth, that's life. We believe that entertainment moves people's hearts and enriches their lives. We produce next generation IP and create entertainment content that provides value to viewers, companies, and the talents themselves. Pretty, it's pretty typical tech bro corpo speak, a bunch of stuff that only barely makes sense and doesn't really sound good unless you are some sort of chatbot. But that was Enalis. However, leaving aside how the people who made the website chose to define the corporation, the actual function of Enalis was to act as a sort of umbrella, a kind of a Brave subsidiary that would take under its wing various different smaller companies endemic to Brave and acquired by Brave, and sort of smush them all together into one overarching corporate body. Oh yeah, so, by the way, for the V5 chart is something I'm going to be mentioning a while later on in the stream, even though I won't be showing it. So, on July 28th of 2023, Brave Group unveiled the main function of Enalis, which was 2 new VTubing projects that would be integrated under Enalis's umbrella. Basically, at this point, it started off just being, I believe Enalis only started off with Harevare under its umbrella, but on July 28th, it ended up acquiring VLash and I forget what this one is called. It ended up taking those 2, absorbing those 2 into itself as well. So this was the beginning of Brave basically using this as a sort of company reservoir, so to speak. Then, on January 31st, 2025, Brave would reveal that Enalis would be absorbing yet another company, this time a fresh company that was itself an umbrella to multiple smaller companies called Blossom. And Blossom would be acquired by Brave and merged into Enalis. In this article, this press release, released by Brave on January, titled Brave Group's Enalis merges with virtual talent production company Blossom. The merger strengthens Brave Group V-Liver business and props business growth for the entire group. The way that this was sold is pretty simple. Blossom was a quote-unquote V-Liver development business. They were in the business of producing VTuber IPs on a pretty large scale. They had 5 companies under their umbrella, after all, and Brave acquired them under the impression that, having run 5 companies and debuted more than 200 talents, which was the number that they ended up using in this press release, that must mean that they have some form of expertise or some quality methods that they could integrate into Enalis in order to grow the brand. And you can see that that was their expectation when you actually read through the press release. Enalis Inc. is a 100% subsidiary of Brave Group Inc., proudly announced they're merging with Blossom Inc. Sorry, give me a second. A company dedicated to development and production of V-Livers, as well as related online services, confirming the consolidation of their management as a Brave Group company. This marks Brave's 9th successful merger and acquisition. In recent years, the virtual talent market has expanded rapidly and is attracting attention as a new, rapid growth area with the entertainment industry. Brave Group is engaged in multiple intellectual property related businesses, especially in the IP production business that develops and produces VTubers, and currently runs 16 companies along 13 locations in 5 countries, providing goods and services around the world. Enolus, a group company of Brave Group, launched its V-Liver business, Hare Vare, in July of 2023, focusing on the growth potential of the market. Founded in 2019, Blossom is a company that produces and manages V-Livers. Manage is a generous word for what we are about to discuss this company does, but to go on. Based on many years of experience in running agencies, Blossom shines due to unique live streamer training and management know-how. Sorry, I forgot to read the earlier sentence. It operates multiple V-Liver agencies and as of today has a total of over 200 talents. Believe it or not, that statistic is underselling what Blossom has under its belt. But to go on. Live streamer training and management know-how, as well as very high-quality illustration production, which have enabled the company to produce many award-winning and top-ranked streamers. Additionally, Blossom has vast experience and has gathered significant achievements in the digital content field, including web service development. Through this business integration, Blossom and Enolus will share their assets and know-how as they join their operations, aiming to improve creativity as they create even greater value. By making most of Brave Group's resources, the merged company aims to maximize business efficiency and strengthen their operating structure. Now again, if all you were looking at was the press release and the premise of Brave Group acquiring and merging under their group company another group company that has 5 separate VTuber agencies under their belt, which has a collective of 200 plus VTubers, you might think, hey, that's a pretty good deal. And that is also what the executives in charge of this merger and acquisition thought as well. Because the article ends with, comments from the CEO of Blossom, Shoichi Uno, the director of Enolus, Noguchi himself, all 3 saying the same thing. Blossom is such an asset to Enolus. We are so glad we were able to merge with a company that was run so well, that has managed to produce so much quality content, yada yada yada. Except, there was a tiny problem with this little acquisition. A little tiny problem with the company that Brave Group just bought. Which was that they got fucking scammed. They bought a company that had more graduation than talent. Because, and this is based off of an earlier version of this visual representation, very convenient visual representation, representing what Brave Group actually purchased when they bought Blossom. Brought to you by Nene Love. This is actually the V4 of his Brave chart. He's recently released V5, updated for the end of November. If you are curious, you can go to this thread in TVA, Virtual Asylum, titled VTuber Historian Clubhouse. I think now it's been renamed to Chart Autist Clubhouse or something. I think that was the name. And if you want to take a look at what the new Brave Group chart looks like, that's where you can find it if you're curious. However, at this period of time, this is what Blossom's roster looked like. As you can see, it is more grey than it is white. And if you were to, just some quick stats about the agency, when it was purchased, mind you, it had not more than 200 talents. It had debuted over 500 talents over the course of its existence. And of those 500 307 talents, 314 had graduated by the time that Brave purchased that company. That adds up to a retention rate of 38%. Forget 200 plus talents. They had just over 1,000. And of that 1,000, they maintained less than 50%. I don't know about you, but that doesn't scream expertise to me. That screams that Brave Group had been had. And you could very much make the argument because, like it said in the press release, this 38% talent retention abomination was purchased under the impression that they had, quote, vast experience and significant achievements in the digital content field. Now, this is bad enough, right? Being conned to this degree is pretty bad. However, there was another problem that Brave had, which was that they had now advertised that they bought Blossom. And what's more, they had put Blossom as an investment onto their official investment firm, their dedicated investment firm website. This is a separate website to Brave Group's main website, which deals with their operations as a VTuber company, where they at least pretend to care about the day-to-day of operating VTuber companies. This is the website where they basically go whole ham on doubling down on being an IP company, being an investment firm, being essentially just a holding company, right? Where they have a bunch of their IPs listed out like a dragon's hoard. And this is presumably what they use to advertise themselves to potential investors. This is going to be very important because Brave has stated on multiple occasions, across press releases, individual publications that have been written and made by their CEO, that the ultimate goal of the company is to go public. What Brave wants, above all else, the thing that they have been building up to over the course of their 7 years of existence, is an IPO. That is what they want beyond all else. That's what they're chasing beyond all else. And this is the main page that they are using to sell that. However, as I stated before, once you list Blossom as an investment that you have made, very publicly made press releases about, you need to make sure that if an investor comes in the future and they look through what you've done, it looks like you've made a good decision. Getting scammed to the tune of potentially millions of yen is probably not the best thing for you if you're trying to launch an IPO. So, the question then becomes, how do they deal with the fact that Blossom is now something that is part of their portfolio, despite being empty and possibly around less than half worth what they had on the tin? Alan, thank you for being a Footstool for 16 months. Holy. Sorry for being late, Shaman. Welcome back. Thank you for the warm welcome. No shame in being late, as always. Feel free to just... There is no shame in watching the VOD. At some point after I'm already done, but... It's nice to be able to see all of you guys back. I really appreciate the warm welcome back to getting into the swing of how things were before. So, when it comes to this, they had to essentially hide the fact that they had bought a company that was half empty on arrival. And how do they do that? Well, it's a rather simple three-step process. And the process started on April 21st of 2025, when, from the Blossom official corporate Twitter account, which, mind you, at this point, Brave owns, they posted the following announcement. Quote, "Important notice to everyone. Thank you so much for your continued support of Libon/Violet." So these are two of the companies that existed under the scope of Blossom. It was these two. The two with a really rough graduation, two with a very rough graduation ratio doesn't really narrow it down a lot. They had pretty rough graduation ratios. But to go on. As a result, our affiliated live streamers will embark on their own new paths as of today. Members currently affiliated with Lumin... Oh, sorry, let me just check the name. Luminary? Luminex? Lux, sorry. Members currently affiliated with Lux or YouTube and under contract with Libon will also be treated in the same manner. Please refer to the attached image for the future of each liver. For any inquiries regarding this matter, please contact us by email at info@enalis.co.jp and refrain from asking questions to the members. We'd like to express sincere gratitude to everyone who has supported Lebon and Violet up until now. We would appreciate your continued support for each and every live streamer as they move on to a new stage. Basically, what they were doing was announcing that they would be releasing all of the talent and all of the staff that didn't want to stick around for Blossom as it would continue to exist under Brave. This was the release portion of catch and release. And so, what they had after this was all of the people who didn't want to stay at Blossom ended up leaving it upon this stage of the integration process being reached. Then, on May 1st of 2025, Enalis announced that they were integrating Hare Vare and Blossom to launch the new Enalis V-Liver project. So now, not only had they released all of the people from Blossom and its various subsidiaries that didn't want to stay there, they were now taking Blossom, what roster remained, and essentially smushing it into Hare Vare's roster. Quote, Enalis, hereinafter referred to as Enalis, has integrated 6 existing V-Liver labels and established 3 new V-Liver labels as the Enalis V-Liver project. In addition, starting today, the newly established label will begin accepting audition entries. With the vision of providing a plan for more people to take a new step, we have launched the new Enalis V-Liver project and established the V-Liver labels Blossom, Synth, and Lelomo. Enalis has been developing the V-Liver and VTuber business since 2023, and its track record in operating the VTuber business in its track record of operating a VTuber business, Enalis will provide support tailored to the goals of those aiming to become top live streamers, with those aiming to make their VTuber debut and those who want to continue streaming into the long term. Now, this may sound quite familiar to some of you, but don't worry, we'll touch on that similarity with recent events in a few minutes. However, for now, the strategy seems pretty clear. After you release everyone who doesn't want to stick around for the long term, you then take the roster and try to essentially get rid of the gaping holes in it by essentially making a whole new roster with another company that you own. And so that is exactly what they ended up doing, because Blossom, the group company, was now Blossom, the agency. And Blossom, the agency, would end up inheriting the remnants of the rosters from some of the other subsidiaries that managed to, stick with the company even after its acquisition, its merger, etc. As of today, the 6 existing labels, Hare Vare, Lebon, Violet, Fleal, Silk, and Lux, will cease operations, and the associated V-Livers will continue their activities by joining newly established labels within the Enalis V-Liver project. Like with old cheese, you cut off moldy bits and it's good as new? Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy. The 3 V-Liver labels of Enalis Liver Project, Blossom, Synth, and Lelomo, use the character distribution apps, and V-Livers can be active without showing their faces. So basically, this is advertising the kind of service they provide. They operate off of apps that allow you to make content without needing to show your face. It's pretty simple stuff. However, note the reasoning that they use when it comes to justifying all of these mergers and all of these rebrands. They're saying that by merging all of these things together, by smushing all of the rosters together, creating this sort of amalgamation, what you get to do is they all get to share resources among one another. And that is true. But the other, rather convenient side effect of doing that is that your rosters across all of your companies, including the one that you bought while being half empty, goes from looking like this to looking like this. All of the holes are suddenly gone. And well, not because you actually really did anything per se, but more so because you simply got all of the people who were left over and put them all together as if they always started that way. Mind you, this is this was the last updated one, which was, hold on, let me take a look. Files. This was the version of the chart that was updated in June of this year. Since June, so in the most recent version, V5, if you guys end up going to look for it on TVA, Enalis has been bleeding even more, so there's more grey in this, even though they took that step of trying to merge everyone together. So yeah, turns out you can't actually fix a you can't actually make a boat float by simply plugging bodies into the holes in the hull. So yeah, show V5. I need to find a way of getting it onto the slides first. I need to do all of that screenshot, reducing image quality, etc., etc. Which I will. I could end up doing, but I'll save that for the end of this segment at the very least. So, at the very minimum, what you now have is what approaches a pretty distinct 3-step process in order to try and hide the fact that an acquisition you made was rather doo-doo, to put it bluntly. And it is something that I have colloquially termed the Brave Shuffle. Step 1, release. All staff and talents who are not needed or on board with the new company direction are simply let go. The reason why you do that is because you don't want them to cause trouble down the line if resentment builds up. Much rather just wash your hands of them and work with whoever is pliable enough to remain. Step 2 is the rebrand. Companies are merged and or renamed while web infrastructure is replaced with Brave's own. This is when all the names change. This is when most of the branding gets shifted into something that is more suitable to what Brave envisions for the future of the company. More importantly, it does things like replace SEO so that the way that the company existed in its prior state is a little harder to find. And finally, restructuring. Basically, shifting the talent roster, managerial structure, and or executive bodies to suit Brave's needs. If there are managers that you would rather replace with your own, you do that. If there are executives you'd rather replace with your own, you do that. If the talent rosters do not look pleasing, in the sense that they are too reminiscent, they are too indicative of what existed before the acquisition, simply reshuffle them with something else. And it's a pretty solid strategy, because nowadays, if you Google Blossom, you are likely to only find the VLiver agency that Brave has now rebranded it into, as opposed to the group company that has half of its roster, well, more than half of its roster missing at the time that Brave acquired it. Which brings us rather conveniently to another acquisition. Throughout my process of recounting how exactly Brave acquired and dealt with Blossom after the fact, some of you may feel like, this sounds oddly familiar. I think I've seen these exact sequence of events play out before. And the reason you may be thinking that is because of another acquisition that Brave made in 2024, which is Idle. Idle EN. Another company that they have also listed as an investment that the company has made on their official holding company website. Sorry, give me a second. Alright, now, this is not the first time that I brought up this similarity between Blossom and the way that it was acquired, and Idle and the way that it was acquired. And back in the previous stream that I did on Brave, the first stream that I did on Brave, back in June of this year. Nanny Love, the reason why I don't include Choginga was because Choginga was not something that they acquired with holes in it. And so I think the comparison between Blossom and Idle is a lot more... It works a lot better with less thinking than Choginga. Choginga's an entire rabbit hole in and of himself, which I think is better saved for a separate stream. However, if you actually look at this, if you actually watch through the stream that I did on... the first stream that I did on Brave, where I made this comparison for the first time, I ended the stream by saying that when it comes to the way that Brave ends up handling Idle, because they inherited Idle in a very similar set of circumstances where they paid far more money than what the company was worth. Not in the sense that the talents were, not talented or not doing their job or the staff were bad or anything along those lines, but simply because they bought a company without being fully made aware of the problems that were plaguing it under its previous management. So when they bought Idle, I made the prediction that down the line, the way that Brave would end up handling Idle would either be something more akin to the way that they handle Virtual Entertainment, which is the company that owns VShojo, in the sense that it becomes successful, or they build upon its previous success by trying to invest more assets into it, more funding into it, try to build it up into something even bigger than it once was. Or it could go down more something like Blossom, where it's a whole bunch of essentially corporate reshuffling and optics tricks in order to hide the fact that they made a bad investment. And I said at the end of the previous stream that it would be one of these two. Turns out I was half right, because it was the latter. To give a bit of refresher as to how Brave and Idle actually came together in that matrimony to begin with. On December 28th of 2023, Brave Group announced that it had formalized a business partnership agreement with Idle Corp. Now, for those who are unfamiliar with reading Brave press releases, business partnership agreement basically means acquisition in training. This is the stage that the two companies reach when they are simply sharing a few resources, or more precisely, Brave is sharing its resources with the company, preceding an actual merger between the two, or preceding an actual acquisition, where Brave takes ownership over the smaller company in question. Every time you see Brave announce that it has a formalized business partnership with a company, a few months down the line it ends up acquiring it. And such was the case with Idle. So initially you just have this where they're announcing that they formed a partnership, they suck each other off, and at the end of this entire love fest, you have these individual comments by a representative from each of the bodies represented. A representative of Idle, as is the case with Mr. Basin, where he says, quote, "We are excited to find real partners in Brave Group who share our passion and values. Together, we believe that we can make a significant, positive impact on the VTuber industry and achieve remarkable things. Our focus is firmly on putting talents first and nurturing an environment that fosters top-notch content. We believe this partnership will open doors to innovative opportunities, and we are deeply thankful to Brave Group for joining forces with Idle." Now, based off the way that the Idle roster evolved after Brave Group acquired it, I'm not one to suck myself off too much, but I'll bet that Mr. Basin is. But to continue with the press release, then it contained two other statements from one, the CEO of Brave Group US, which was the branch that would be in charge of Idle upon its acquisition, and of course a statement from CEO of Brave Group in its entirety, Kaito Noguchi. So starting off with the CEO of Brave US at the time, Norikazu Hayashi, he states, quote, "Idle Company's CEO is the former #1 YouTuber in Israel." Now, I don't know about you guys, but I don't buy that for a second. Surely that has to be a mistranslation or an exaggeration. I do not recall anything about Aviel Basin being #1 YouTuber in Israel. I would love to have a fact check if anyone is familiar with the lore of Mr. Basin. But yeah, I assume that that's probably a mistranslation. Though, again, like I said, based off of how much Brave presumably paid for Idle versus what they got, I wouldn't put it past Mr. Basin to exaggerate a little. Hence his vast amount of knowledge about streaming and YouTube marketing. His management style always puts streamers first, based on his own experience, and his bold marketing measures, as well as his unprecedented methods, are very likely to greatly change the way the industry keeps moving forward. Yeah, because Idle had such a big impact on the industry, didn't it? We believe that through collaboration, we can contribute to the revitalization of the US and global markets. And then Kaito Noguchi coming in with a statement saying, "I'm very excited to be able to form this business partnership with AVL, and I assume Joshua is the name of one of the other people in charge of Idle." This is For context, this is the first time that a Joshua is mentioned in the press release. But to go on, this year we established local subsidiaries, not only in the United States, but also in the United Kingdom, Thailand, and China, along with other projects. As we hold global auditions, multiple VTubers are scheduled to debut next year as well. Through our partnership with Idol, we hope to spread the Japanese-born IP culture of VTubers around the world, and that the amount of talents who shine bright and the people who enjoy their content will further increase. Shady, thank you for the super. Advio is the true pro tag crying on his gazillions. That was truly one of the most outrageous golden parachutes we've ever seen in this industry. The only thing that would have beaten it is if Gunrun and Co. would have actually nailed theirs with whatever the mystery investor would have been towards the end of VShojo's lifespan. However, like I said before, whenever Brave Group announces that they are having a formalized business partnership, that's just foreshadowing for acquiring said business, and that would prove to be the case on August 1st of 2021, when Brave would put out a second press release saying, Pioneer VTuber Group, Idol joins Brave Group US, integrating Idol into Brave Group US, bringing the total of talents to 26. Brave Group US Inc., a wholly owned subsidiary of Brave Group, announces that the VTuber company Idol Virtual Talents Limited will join Brave Group and confirms the effective transfer of business of the VTuber Group Idol on August 1st, 2024, ensuring the continuity of their activities. Background and future. As part of its global expansion, Brave Group has opened 5 offices in 4 different countries and has launched several international projects, just holding auditions for English-speaking and Chinese-speaking talents, while also expanding in Europe, bringing the number of international projects to 6, including Idol, with a total of 56 talents under the group's umbrella as of August 1st, 2024. Idol is a fast-growing VTuber startup, launched in March of 2022, that achieved rapid success with the launch of the English-speaking Idol EN VTuber Group in November of the same year. In May 2024, the group launched the In November of the same year. In May 2024, the group launched the Spanish-speaking Idol ES VTuber Group, bringing their total of YouTube subscribers to around 1.6 million followers. Following this merger, Idol will retain its identity while being under the management of Brave Group US, alongside the existing VTuber project, V4 Mirai. Through these 2 projects, the group will work towards development of their international activities with a focus on the merchandising, offering, and the North American market. And, as with the previous press release, you have to finish with 3 statements from each of the representatives of the 3 parties involved, starting with Mr. Basin. I'd like to announce that I will be stepping down as CEO of Idol and passing the wand to Brave Group. I've never heard of passing the wand before. I don't remember if I said this the first time I ended up reading through this statement on stream, but I've heard of passing the torch, not passing the wand. I wonder where that one came from. It feels surreal to say goodbye to something that's been such a big part of my life, but it's time for a new chapter, for both Idol and me. When I founded Idol, it was all about giving amazing creators the spotlight they deserve and challenging what VTuber agencies should be. Looking back, I'm amazed at how far we've come, and I'm grateful for every moment. I wish the best of luck to Brave Group. That's such a funny phrase to read in hindsight, and I'm genuinely excited about what this means for Idol. They're just as passionate and committed to taking our original vision to the next level, and I trust them to lead Idol into a promising future. To everyone who's been part of this journey, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your support during the highs and lows kept us going. As I move on, I take with me not just memories, but invaluable experiences and lessons that I will cherish forever. I can't wait to see how Idol grows and evolves. Here's to new beginnings, continued success, and maybe our paths crossing again someday. With all my thanks, AVL. Freudian slip if I've ever seen one. Yep. And of course, the 2 statements from Norikazu Hayashi and Mr. Noguchi. Ayashi saying, as a lot of VTuber agencies were facing a large amount of challenges, Idol managed to become one of the leading VTuber agencies in a short time thanks to AVL's innovative marketing strategy, as well as thoughtful support to the talents. We did use some of his marketing techniques as a reference when we launched V4 Mirai. We are very excited to carry on the legacy and looking forward to working together with our talents, hoping to shape the North American market together. With Noguchi following up by saying, Idol has been one of our key business partners and has decided to join our group and integrate their business into ours. It is our first time integrating a non-Japanese VTuber agency into Brave Group. However, we consider it a great opportunity to reinforce our presence globally. We are confident that this venture will also have a significant positive impact on the whole North American market and strongly hope that the VTuber culture will keep spreading even further around the world, birthing forth talented individuals and amazing content for people to enjoy. And that's what they did. Because after this, Brave acquired Idol. Idol was now under the umbrella of Brave US. And so, all was fine and dandy. That is until, of course, just like with Blossom, now that they'd finished the acquisition, they got a peek under the hood. And under the hood of Idol was a fucking shit show. They walked into a company that not even a few months prior to the acquisition was going through a series of controversies relating to, but not limited to, missing donathon rewards, non-existent merchandise, unpaid artists that their talents had to do damage control over, and of course prior controversies such as, but not limited to, the Riro Ron incident. And as you can probably imagine, when a company finds out that one of its purchases is a little bit more spicy than what it anticipated, things are going to end up going wrong. On November 12th, so just a few months after the acquisition went through, Idol announced that they were saying goodbye to some of the talents that had been inherited with Idol under Brave Group US. Namely, Kata, Juna, Rin, Fuyo, and Meika. Rin being especially notable since she is Idol's biggest talent. So I can't imagine that Brave was told ahead of time that Idol's biggest talent would be leaving almost immediately after the acquisition. But one can only imagine how that conversation went down. Anyways, the announcement stated, quote, starting November 12th, we will say goodbye to a few of our beloved members of Idol. We are grateful for their impact on our company and community. Please join each of them for their final streams as Idol talents, wishing them all success in their journey to come. Now, the initial reaction among VTubing audiences in the West to this was, oh no, something might be wrong. Brave might not be quite all it's cracked up to be. Or maybe these are all talents whose grievances with Idol were so bad that they just couldn't wait to leave and become independent. And it could be a number of those factors. But one thing that I didn't see people theorize about was that this departure, this wave of departures, might have actually been intentional by Brave. That was a particular speculation that I didn't see a lot of people going with. The idea that this group departure was not actually a bad or unintended consequence of Brave's acquisition, but rather a routine part of it. Because we would receive later on, few months later, evidence to suggest that Brave was actively trying to prune Idol after the acquisition of the company, and we would receive some anecdotal evidence to point to that being the case come April 12th of 2025, when earlier this year, Lani, one of the managers that had attempted, I believe the head manager that had crossed over the border with Idol into Brave US upon the acquisition, announced that she had been terminated from Brave Group, and not only that, alleged some rather concerning things had gone into said termination. Quote, regarding my termination from Brave Group US, hello everyone, this is Lani. You may have noticed that I am no longer with Brave Group US. Internally, it was presented as a resignation. I want to be clear. This was not voluntary. I was terminated, without warning, without performance concerns, and without cause. In the time following my termination, I discovered internal recordings in which senior executives, including Brave Group US's CEO, operations director, and lead producer, discussed fabricating an NDA breach to justify letting me go. These conversations didn't center around my conduct or any real issue. They focused on how to control the narrative, minimize scrutiny, and remove me quietly, without accountability. To be clear, I was never presented with evidence that I had breached NDA, nor was I given any opportunity to respond to a concern. Had there been any issue, if anything I said was misunderstood or misrepresented, I would have addressed it professionally if given the chance. Instead, I was met with silence, the termination agreement requiring me to surrender my public-facing accounts, waive my legal rights, and stay quiet, or risk reputational damage. I requested additional severance in light of what I discovered, and asked to be allowed to make a public statement to protect my reputation. Brave Group's legal counsel informed me that speaking publicly about these events would result in a claim of slander against me, and that my severance offer would be revoked. While I intended to handle this privately, I feel a responsibility to speak now because of their actions and their attempt to silence me. I believe the actions taken against me show a pattern of bad faith, collusion, intimidation, and retaliation. As the administrator of internal systems and direct witness to this discussion, I feel a responsibility to protect future employees, contractors, and talents who might otherwise face this kind of treatment without recourse. What I want to make clear is this. I've always prioritized the well-being of the talents I worked with. I still support them. I'm proud of everything they have worked so hard to build. This is not personal. This is about accountability, ethics, and protecting people. Please do not direct anger or harassment toward Brave Group's talents or support staff. They were not a part of these decisions. I've provided my legal counsel with recordings and transcripts. So, these are some pretty damning allegations, and pretty specific to boot. Not only does Lani allege that she has recordings of Brave Group discussing, senior executives of Brave Group US discussing, making up a NDA breach in order to let her go, in other words, fire her, but these executives were specifically, or they included specifically, the fucking CEO of the branch. Now, I don't know about you, but that is something that is a rather eyebrow-raising accusation. And a lot of other people, when they read through the statement at the time, also thought so. I believe the tweet is still up. So if you actually, go onto Twitter, you look up this tweet from Lani yourself, you go into the quote tweets, and you go into the replies, you see a lot of people, presumably people who may or may not watch, various talents under Brave, commenting on how this is concerning, how this is horrible, how surely things can't get worse than being accused of having your CEO try to fabricate an NDA breach just to fire one talent manager, who, mind you, had a lot of talents previously managed by her, coming into her replies, coming into the quote tweets, to reaffirm that no, she's the real deal, she's actually good at her job, and this sounds like bullshit from Brave. So you have a whole bunch of accounts basically attesting to Lani's character and her capabilities as a manager, while also expressing dismay and, well, at this point, pessimism towards Brave as a company. Now, to briefly go over, she did also end up replying with a few more addendums to that initial tweet by saying, please do not direct anger or harassment at any Brave Group talents or support staff, basically reiterating the point that she finished off her initial statement with. They were not involved in these discussions. This is very much about executive misconduct, not the creators. I want you guys to remember that as well. In Lani's initial call out, there was one thing she was very, very clear and emphatic about, which was that this was a problem that stemmed from Brave US's executive body. That's going to be very important going forward. Then she follows up by saying, "Thank you to everyone for your kindness through all of this. I didn't expect this response. I'm going to try to get some sleep, and I hope you can all take some time for yourselves to rest too." And fast forward 3 days, she would make a follow-up tweet saying, "Update. A third party has reached out to mediate between myself and Brave Group. I'm cautious but optimistic that we can come to an amicable solution to these issues that will result in a positive cultural change." And from this post onwards, we have heard nothing else from Lani, publicly at least, about Brave Group. I think that is as happy as ending as she can receive, to be honest. I assume that means that the mediation worked, and she herself has moved on to bigger and better things. I believe that she's now managing Filion, if I remember correctly. However, that being said, just because things are quiet does not mean they are fixed. Lani did already more than her fair share, in my opinion, by coming out to whistleblow about this in the first place, something that she very much could have been screwed for. However, she did that, and now we have a little bit of convenient data when it comes to trying to understand some of the misgivings that people have about Brave Group, some suspicions they may have about members of its executive body, including the, at the time, head of the Brave US branch. However, this was not the last departure that Brave would end up that Idle would end up experiencing, because on June 9th, just a few months after Lani's departure and allegations against Brave US, Idle's corporate account would end up posting the following announcement that 3 more talents would be departing from the roster. Quote, "An important update from Idle Core. Dear Idle community, thank you for your continued support of Idle Corporation. With deep gratitude and heavy heart, we announce that Koni Confetti, Kai Saikota, and Nikki Ray will be graduating from Idle Corp as we prepare to enter a new chapter in the company. Each of them has brought something truly unique to Idle, shaping our community with their passion, creativity, and the unforgettable memories they helped create. We are thankful for everything they've shared with us over the years. As part of their send-off, graduating talents have been invited to perform at a special concert during Off-Kai Expo Gen 4. We invite fans to celebrate their journeys with us and welcome fan letters or small gifts at our booth, which will be delivered to the talents after the event. Farewell streams will conclude by June 30th, with Nikki continuing on with individual activities afterward. We kindly ask for your understanding and patience during this time, and for your continued support of the remaining talents as we move forward together. Thank you, Kai, Koni, and Nikki. You will always be part of Idle's story. Let's make this final month unforgettable." And with that concludes the release part of the process. But what came next? Almost a picture-perfect replica almost a picture-perfect point of comparison for me to make the connection between Idle and Blossom. Because 10 days after this, on June 19th, Idle would go through something of a rebrand. Introducing Chroma Shift, accompanied by this trailer. Now I'm going to be playing this one on mute, because as you watch this, I want you to imagine very intense dubstep over the top of this video. Shift into the new world. What a line. What a banger. So yeah, Idle changed the name of the company to Chroma Shift, and they also changed the logo to now be that kind of the iridescent sparkle, I suppose is the way that I would describe it. And with that, Chroma Shift, Idle was gone and Chroma Shift was born. Now, a few things about Chroma Shift. Number one, for obvious reasons, the rebrand makes it so that one of the things that they would end up clarifying later on, when they did eventually end up posting an FAQ about the reasoning and rationale behind the rebrand, was that it improved SEO, apparently. Because if you search up idol and VTubing, you might get a bunch of different results. However, if you search up Chroma Shift, arguably you would only get Chroma Shift. This is a very typical, very typical Japanese English title. Makira's thank you for the 5, as we pretend, Freudian slip from the chairman. Yes. A little bit of a Freudian slip. And on the same day that they would post this announcement, this trailer, up to Twitter, they would also end up posting a press release on their official website titled Shift into the New World, bringing you an entire solar system of talent and creativity. Idol Entertainment rebrands as Chroma Shift, a new rainbow evolution in the VTubing space. Chroma Shift pledges to do right by our talents and fans with every step, so together we may embark on an unforgettable voyage to the stars. Talent wellness and support remain our utmost priority in this new venture as we simultaneously push the envelope of just what virtual entertainment can be past the stratosphere. Fans old and new should expect the unexpected, anticipate fun and shenanigans around every planetary corner. From cutting-edge genre-bending content to providing talents and their communities, each a planet to call home, Chroma Shift reflects on VTubing past to shine a path forward on this new galactic journey. We thank everyone who's been a part of our community up until this point. Shift into the new world first at Offkai 2025. But that wasn't all, because 3 days later, they would also announce that not only did they change the logo, not only did they change the name, but they would also be reshuffling the talent roster. They took the existing generations that Idol had previously had and reorganized the talents into a bunch of new 2 to 3 person units. Encore remained unchanged, but they were the exception. Every other gen that Idol had, that Brave inherited from Idol, was altered at least to some degree, and the talents were now grouped not on the basis of debut date or even anything to do with the original audience that they were catering to, some being AES, some being EN, but they were now organized on the basis of arbitrary themes. Encore was still Encore because they were the music gen. Outlaws was now based around people that had some sort of, well, I suppose some sort of rogue aesthetic. Rebel, from what I could see, just, pretty women. Although we're talking about VTubers, so that's not really a defining trait. Priomari, which is the cute and funny, and Akupin, which is the cuter and funnier, I guess. So you have these new units. And again, they said in a later FAQ that this was for thematic reasons, so that these were chosen on the basis of being, I suppose, lore accurate or whatever, or fitting to their individual model aesthetics. However, like I pointed out before with Blossom, there is a rather convenient side effect that this reorganization of the talent roster makes it so that there are no longer any gaps where you could tell that Idol used to have talents that left before and after the acquisition by Brave. There are no holes in the generations if you simply ditch the generations, so to speak. And as you can probably imagine, reactions to this rebrand and this reordering, this reshuffling of gens, was rather mixed. Because in the replies to this post, you would have some fans expressing questions, concerns, doubts, etc. For example, Pumba Senpai. This is nice and all, but I hope all the talents can still stream with each other without any trouble. To which Chroma Shift's official account responds saying, talents are still able to collab and stream with any other talent under Chroma Shift with no issues. Then user Salty Falter comments saying, does every unit get a dedicated manager? If so, that's awesome. And then Chroma Shift says, yes, every unit has a dedicated manager. A lot of talents have the same manager as before to avoid too much disruption. Now you may think this is odd. Why do a rebrand and why do a roster reshuffle without any FAQ? And turns out, fans of Idol were asking the same question, and they would continue asking the same question for about 2 months after the rebrand actually happened. Until August 22nd, when ChromaShift would finally release an official FAQ on their official Twitter page, saying, quote, "Thank you so much for your patience as we put this FAQ together. Now, generally, from an optics perspective, it is better if you have this prepared before you do the rebrand and your audience gets confused and, upset by the change in the thing that they like, not after, 2 months after at that. But I suppose late is better than never. We know you have a lot of questions about the rebrand, and we're going to do our best to answer them for you. Hang tight, this is a long one. Why the new name? ChromaShift. Talent and management agreed that the key step to moving forward would be rebranding. The new name reflects a bolder, more accurate vision for our goals to continuously push the boundaries of what a VTuber agency can be. The name also provides additional benefits in SEO. The way that this is phrased is something that they couldn't have phrased it in a more suspicious manner that makes the SEO benefit seem like an afterthought rather than the primary rationale behind this change. It sounds like, they put a platitude as their main reason, which by implication makes it so that it sounds like they're lying about the main reason behind the name change. And then as an afterthought, phrased as an afterthought, they say, "Oh, it makes our SEO better too, I guess." Now the next question, why new units? To which they reply saying, with ChromaShift's fresh start, both talent and management saw an opportunity to reorganize existing members into new units that share optimized thematic identities and characterizations. Now, I have no evidence of this, so I want you all to be very aware that this is nothing more than my personal speculation. But I call bullshit on talents and management. I very much suspect that this was just management picking up on the fresh start, giving them an opportunity to plug the holes, so to speak, by moving some boards from one part of the ship to another. I don't think the talents... I very much doubt that this was an idea that was suggested by the talents. Because it seems like wouldn't it seem odd if you are a corpo talent to suddenly be made to be part of a different gen than the one that you debuted with and the one that you are used to, and in some cases the one where you still have most of your members with you? It seems a little strange, because Idol ES only had one member leave upon the acquisition. Why split those up into different groups? Well, partially because they no longer are bothering to cater to an ES and a Spanish-speaking audience, I guess. But the gen itself was fine. It's just that it had an absence in it, and I suppose that was something that Brave could no longer abide. Oh, by the way, while they were doing this, production Kawaii chart dropped. I'll take a look at that sometime after the stream. So that was their rationale. That's my personal rat, that this was management's idea, and, them seeing the opportunity, so to speak, rather than talents doing this. But again, that's just my personal speculation. Finally, at the end of this little segment, how were the new units selected? Both talent and management input were taken into consideration. Again, I call bullshit on the talents part of that phrase. During the unit formation process, and the final groupings represent the most optimal arrangement based on the available options. Shifting to 3-member units also enhances management support and allows for greater flexibility and agility in project execution. Now that I can believe. That I'm willing to take at face value as a very tangible and real benefit of the reorganization. Again, part of me can't ignore the fact that it's real convenient that in addition to this, it also makes it so that the reorganization conveniently hides the holes in Idol's roster. I'm just about to start working on Prison Project. This is my working BGM. I'm honored. Talent selected the unit name themselves once the units were selected. Go on. Can talent still collaborate with old generations? Yes! Talents are welcome to collaborate freely with other ChromaShift members. If previous generations wish to work together, they are more than welcome to do so. While our initial focus is on spotlighting the new units, there are no restrictions on cross-generation collaborations. I don't know why I read that weirdly. We encourage celebrating past generations through special subunit projects and collabs. Why the focus on the English community? In an effort to provide more consistent support and feedback, and after careful consideration and discussion with the talents, we envision a focus on the English community to better support our talents in reaching their goals. This shift will better help us serve our audience, enhance communication, and create a more unified experience for all talents and fans. Please support our talents in this new leg of their journey. Can Wildfire celebrate their anniversary? Yes, Wildfire can celebrate their anniversary as a sub-unit event. This will be funded same as all previous generation anniversaries. Why are some talents able to keep their IP after graduation? Talents who have been able to keep their IP after graduation had different contracts. Why were Endless Plushies crowdfunded when they were previously Donathon goals? The initial Donathon goal did not cover the full cost to produce the manufacturer's minimum order quantities. This Donathon occurred before the merger with Brave Group US, so staff could not have given guidance on this. Crowdfunding was still needed to try to meet the minimum order quantity. Will ChromaShift release an original song? Yes, ChromaShift will be releasing a full company group song. We think that enough hype was made on the rebrand debut. We have begun the process of producing a new original song to be announced and released at a future date. Going from yes to yes is so over. Agreed. And finally, why has the FAQ taken so long? Thank you for your patience in waiting for the FAQ. We wanted to make sure that talent and management both had time to process all the questions and responses to assure we were providing everyone with the correct information. This is there's a little thing about this particular response that sets off alarm bells in my head with all of the pattern recognition that I have been practicing over the past year or so. Can anyone spot the words, the phrase in this response that are indicative of a rather interesting approach to PR? In a manner of speaking, my prejudice is tingling. And I wonder if yours are. I wonder if you guys can feel it too. Would call bullshit? Aye. Same here. But on what? See, that's when it comes to really dissecting corpo speak, right? That's one of the things that I want to encourage you guys to do. It is, most people are not, stupid, right? Most of us are able to even intuitively understand when something is off about something that someone is saying to us. But identifying what to call bullshit on, now that is the part that requires a little bit more practice. Is the definition of gaslight? Not quite, although the overall response is admittedly a little lackluster. Joe, exactly. Talent. What the fuck do you mean? Staff and talent and management both had time to process the questions and responses. Why are talents a factor in this? These are questions that were asked of your company to gain clarity on decisions that were made by your company. Why the fuck would talents need time to process those questions? They're not the ones in control. They're not the ones making the decisions. They're not the ones who are being asked. So why throw that in there? A little weird, don't you think? It's like Dora the Explorer. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, talent and management. See, in previous cases, when they're simply trying to say, oh, we did all of these things, the rebrands, the restructures, we did all of those things alongside the talents. That makes sense because these are things that you would want to make sure your audience understands is not done against your talent's wishes. But here it makes no sense besides trying to spread a little bit of responsibility where it doesn't belong. That's a little bit of a... This may be a little thing. Some people who are watching this may think that I'm being pedantic when I pick on that specific phrase. But we are going to see a little bit of a repeat of a similar sentiment when it comes to how ChromaShift communicates with the public down the line. So, we have now a justification for what ChromaShift was doing, why it rebranded, why it restructured the talent roster, all of that good stuff. However, that was not all that they were busy doing, because on July 12th, 2025, a Twitter account by the name of NLightOfficial would end up posting the following video teaser. Give me a second. Let me just switch off the... I forget if I had the sound enabled for... Okay. Oh, no, never mind. It's mute. All right. It's just silent. We'll have a quiet viewing of this. Oh, what is this? See, that's... We'll get into that response in a second. So, few things about this made it very interesting. First was the fact that there were several Brave US talents who were commenting under this. Well, Brave US and Brave EN, English-speaking Brave talents, who came under the... Sorry, wrong, let me rephrase. Who arrived in the replies of this tweet in order to express some form of excitement or enthusiasm. Lisa, Alias, Tonya, and Kumanui, all some variety of, exclamation mark, wahoo, cousins, new cousins, and cousins. And, well, that aside, the other thing that was quite unusual was the fact that this was apparently a new Brave US property. But it was a Brave US property that had received zero mention, zero promotion, and zero marketing from any of Brave's official accounts. The only form of promotion NLightOfficial with this initial post received, teasing a new Brave US property, was the official Brave US account retweeting it. That was it. No press release, no, quote tweet, no tweet of their own. Just one retweet from a corporate account and other talents from other companies under Brave coming in to express some form of excitement or enthusiasm and try to hype things up. This is a tweet that is currently sitting at less than 100 likes, despite being a Brave US property. Which is, again, quite interesting. Then, week later, July 19th, Nlight would end up dropping a more detailed trailer, formally introducing the 4 members of the group. This would be a virtual boy band. 4 male VTubers joined together, sharing a channel, making content together, and making music together. That is what Nlight was as a project. Rather niche premise, one might say. But again, for a niche premise like that, that makes promotion all the more important. Promotion that this tweet did not get. Promotion that this company did not give. Oh, sorry, this company did not receive. Well, let me play the trailer. And there we have it. The first proper trailer for Nlight. And yet, even though this did end up receiving significantly more traction than the previous tweet that I alluded to, when you look at the actual promotion that it received from Brave, it was yet again mostly from in the form of supportive comments from other talents, both talents that were part of other VTuber companies, such as, for example, Osita from V&U, or Garpro in the case of Katya Sable. But then and again, you have some of the same talents who commented on the previous post. You know, Lisa, Alias. Now you have, you have Tiger, you have Yina, you have Bonnie coming in. All of them trying to hype it up by going, "Whoa, hell yeah! What is this?" Etc. 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 Let's go Enlight. Let's go Enlight is such a funny phrase. But in any case, so you have all of these. You have these talents coming in to try and promote and hype up this new Brave Group property, this new Brave Group project. But yet again, if you take a look through all of Brave's official accounts, you take a look through their official, the press release, archive, etc., etc., no mention, zero mention of an Enlight. It seems kind of weird to create a new property, debut it, have it be a niche thing, as is the case with VTuber boy band, right? If I just say that premise out loud, it's most people understand that that's not probably going to be appealing to the majority demographics in this industry. So it's a niche premise. So it seems a little odd to debut a project like this and then give it no promotion, no marketing from the official sources. One has to wonder what they were cooking when they decided to do this in the first place, if they weren't even going to bother marketing it. Now, fast forward again to September 19th, this is when we would get an official debut announcement in the form of an actual press release, this time not released on Brave or any of the Brave websites, but just Enlight's own specific website. Quote, Enlight is a virtual boy band composed of 4 members, Nico, Luca, Tyson, and Eli. To close off their pre-debut period, the boys are finally ready to shine with 4 different debut releases on Fridays from September to October. In the upcoming weeks, Enlight will debut with their title tracks Starstruck, Light Me Up, Obvious, and The Afterglow. These releases will also be accompanied by full music videos. Each song explores different genres and moods that showcase Enlight's range and skill in singing and dancing. Starstruck. Starstruck will immediately hit you with a rhythm that will make you want to get up and dance, with an addictive chorus, a fun, immersive music video. You'll feel like you're right there with Enlight. Starstruck is the perfect balance between playful and romantic, playful and romantic, confident and flustered, dreamy and exciting. One listen, and Starstruck is sure to make your heart thump along to the beat. Light Me Up. Light Me Up is the perfect song to blast full volume when you're driving down the highway, windows down, wind in your face. If you've been feeling like you need a pick-me-up, this song is the late summer anthem you've been waiting for. This uplifting song will remind you of summers spent together with your friends, knowing they're always there to light up the dark. Obvious. Obvious is the throwback beat to bring back old school boy band vibes. This song shows the range of Enlight's singing and dancing capabilities with its sexy R&B groove. Have you ever thought something was completely obvious, but in actuality you were oblivious to the truth? Obvious will make you realize the answer isn't always so black and white. The Afterglow. The Afterglow concludes Enlight's 4-song debut with a melancholic, bittersweet emotion, full of symbolism and metaphors. I'm sorry, as someone who was an English teacher in the past, I can't read symbolism and metaphors used seriously without cracking up at least a little bit inside. Oh, this brings me back to marking papers. This track will leave you feeling hypnotized and waiting for more. Like a shining sunset, the afterglow highlights the beauty in endings. That's too many words, agreed. But I suppose someone has to do the promotion, and in light of Brave Group not really doing it, I suppose they have to do it themselves. No matter what the mood is, each of Enlight's 4 debut songs has a different vibe to listen to on full blast. Please look forward to future releases from Enlight where they can continue to showcase their wide range of colors. Be sure to follow the boys on their official YouTube channel for weekly streams on Wednesdays and Fridays at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. EST, and to see the official music video. Now, to take a quick gander at their channels, as of right now, their covers and their music videos are doing fine. However, their teasers and their streams are currently struggling to gain traction. Again, I view that at least in part, I attribute that at least in part to the lack of promotion that they have received from Brave Group proper. Because, yet again, like I said earlier, if you actually go onto Twitter, you try to go under each of Brave Group's official accounts, Brave Group US, Brave Group, the actual, the company proper, their official Twitter account. You search up Enlight, you don't get any results from either, with the exception of one from Brave Group US. Although that is an announcement that dates back to November 7th, which we will get to in a second. And furthermore, as I said as well, if you go onto Brave's website and you go into their news category, where they keep all of their press releases, regardless of whether you select EN or JP as your language of choice, not a single publication, not a single press release mentions Enlight, except for one. And as to what that one is, yet again, we'll get to that in a sec. Now, on October 1st, 2025, Brave would put out the following announcement. Quote, Brave Group announces new management structure. New structure launched to accelerate business growth. New corporate video introducing our vision, and business also released. This was when they were making a commitment to revitalizing their image, how they would promote themselves, market themselves as a company, especially to prospective investors. And on top of that, how they would reshuffle some of the managerial, the executive structures of their company, including, as we will learn later, Brave Group US, which is sure to be interesting. However, to read out what the press release opens with, Brave Group announced that it has changed the management structure of the company and its group companies as of October 1st, 2025, with the aim of further business growth and strengthening its management foundation. In conjunction with this, a new corporate video introducing our vision and business has been released. Now, I want to show you guys this quote-unquote new video, because if you want to understand the priorities of a company, if you want to understand the way that companies go about forming practices and policies, you need to look at the way that companies try to define themselves, because their optics are going to reflect their priorities, and their priorities are going to inform their policies. And when it comes to Brave, the way that they define themselves, their success as a company, as soon as we start watching the video, you may begin to pick up on a very, very clear theme in terms of what they choose to show off in order to define themselves. And by extension, what is missing. So, hold on, let me pull up the video. Holy, okay. Give me a second, let me switch screens. I hope this music isn't copyrighted. Oh, by the way, comments are turned off and dislikes are disabled. So it's the classic corpo self promo self promo play. All right. froze. Hold on, give me a second. I hate how YouTube videos do this. If any of you make a 6-7 joke after seeing that little clip, I'm going to shoot you when I'm reviewing the VOD. The immediate thing that they lead with when it comes to promoting the company, establishing its success, is advertising scale. Not specifics when it comes to content or talents or events. No, scale. We are in X number of countries. We have X group companies. Look at our portfolio. Aren't you impressed by the size? That kind of thing. Now, this is when they start to actually show off the content that they start to make. Oh, also, Nene Love, you saying that reminds me of something. So, yeah, they actually do end up showing earlier on in the video that Brave Group France actually exists. And you want to know the funny thing? In the last Brave Group stream that I did, I pointed out how Brave Group EU and Brave Group France have the same Brave Group executive listed as their director in terms of their registration details. And I made the observation, hey, it's kind of weird that when Brave Group EU is losing lots of money with running Globy, that they would give the person in charge, the director of the branch, a long enough leash to go and set up an entirely different branch that is still in Europe, but is just regarded as some sort of separate thing. It's so weird to have those two things running at the same time. And I guess now we have the answer as to why he was allowed to do that, because Globy recently announced that they were going to cease operations by the end of the year. So I guess we might see more stuff coming from Brave Group France going into 2026 and thereafter. I genuinely have... If you have an executive that is not capable of making one of your branches profitable or guiding one of your branches' profitability, why the fuck would you give them enough room to go and set up an entirely new branch? It just doesn't make any sense. Stuff like that makes it so much more understandable in hindsight when you read through things like Noguchi's autobiography and he describes Brave as if it's some sort of EXP farming zone for executives at the company. Theme when it comes to... So now they've moved on to the point where they're actually willing to show off the content that are made by the VTubers that are their, ostensibly their main product, right? Are you guys noticing anything when it comes to all of the examples that they've chosen to show off thus far? We still have to talk about... Don't worry. I should say that to you, Native. Again, on the off chance that there may be some, A talent or whatever that ends up watching this who happens to either be working under a Brave company or whatever, or just anyone who's curious about the way that Brave works and the way that the people running it think. There is no... If you want to understand the way that your company is run, the way that your executives think, I can recommend no better source of information than Noguchi's autobiography that he published in February of this year. It's called Team Brave. It's in Japanese. You're going to have to find some way of grabbing a copy using Japanese Amazon, most likely. But if you are a talent who is working under Brave and you want to get a better idea as to the underlying philosophies and ways of thinking that guide how your company makes decisions, that is hands down the best source of information you can ever get to try and get some sort of insight into what the fuck they're thinking. It is far better than something that anyone like me or someone in my content niche can come up with to explain the way that Brave seems to make decisions or their underlying motivations behind how they do things. That book is no joke. It's less than like $20 US, I'm pretty sure. It is, if you are working under Brave, it is one of the best sources of information you can have, in my opinion. But in any case, so far, yeah, exactly. All of the promotions are just VSpo spam over and over and over. Not a single example from anything outside of Japan. And even all the stuff from in Japan is, for the overwhelming majority, VSpo. And that is no surprise, because VSpo is uncontested Brave's best success story. Because it was not a success story that Brave had a hand in creating. That was like the first time that it was something that wasn't VSpo being shown, and yet it's still Japanese-based, right? They show off Hime Hina, they show off Palette Project, and then they default back to VSpo. I also want to point out that this video is titled, and its description is written in English. The press release that I took the link out of was released in both English and Japanese, but the video itself is in English. The video is titled and written in English, which implies that it's aimed at an English-speaking audience. But there's not a single mention of any of Brave Group's English-speaking companies or properties. It's all Japanese. It's all VSpo. Hime Hina, Palette Project making cameos here and there. If you want to get an idea of what a corporation values about itself, look at what it advertises about itself. Brave is... in their new corporate video, there is no advertising for any of its overseas branches. And that is Brave Group's new 2025 corporate video. That's how the company defines itself. That's how the company wants to define itself. So, yeah. In any case, to move on with the press release itself, the next bit is where it gets kind of interesting, because this is where they start talking about the new management structure. Essentially, they're starting to reshuffle their executive roster. Quote, Brave Group operates under the purpose of Japanese adventure, worldwide romance. Their vision and mission are just a bunch of nonsense? Well, yeah, they're run by tech bros. What would you expect? And the mission of strike wonder in 8 billion hearts. We are developing multiple businesses domestically and internationally in the IP production field, which includes VTuber businesses as well as the closely related IP platform and IP solution fields. Since our founding in October 2017, supported by many, we have reached our 9th fiscal year today, October 1st. To achieve further growth in the future, we've strengthened our management structure and newly appointed 7 individuals to play a certain role. The new positions and names are as follows. Brave Group's new appointments: new Director CSO, Sasuke Shimomura; part-time auditor, Takashi Fukuda; Senior Executive Officer and CFO, Yasumasa Kosugi; Senior Executive Officer, CHRO, Yuji Watanabe; Executive Officer, Chief Revenue Officer, Kotaro Son. And finally, new appointments at Brave Group US. New CEO of Brave Group US, Kotaro Son. New Director, Brave Group US, Tomoya Fujisaki. New Director, Brave Group APAC, Thailand, Shunsuke Miyagawa. And that about sums up all the changes to the executive body. However, as you may note, there were replacements when it came to the upper executives at Brave Group US. Now, as to why the change happened, as to why this change was brought about, the answers would become a lot clearer come November 27th, when a new company by the name of For the Win Entertainment would debut on Twitter and make the following announcement. Quote, announcement: important information regarding the future of Brave Group US properties and the launch of For the Win Entertainment. After a long period of restructuring, today marks an exciting new chapter. For the Win Entertainment is officially launching as an independent company, separate from Brave Group. This step enables us to pursue a renewed vision with greater flexibility and even stronger focus on supporting our talents in today's evolving Western media landscape. As part of this transition, Chroma Shift, Enlight, and Oshi Live will move under the For the Win Entertainment label, while V4 Mirai will remain with Brave Group US. This decision aligns with both parties' long-term goals and represents a positive, natural evolution for all parties involved. For the Win Entertainment's mission is clear: to nurture and grow our talent, foster creativity, and build a sustainable agency where individuality thrives. With this new venture, it is our goal to ensure that every creator has the support they need to reach their full potential, both during their time with us and in the opportunities that follow. We are deeply grateful to Brave Group for laying the foundation for this company and for the insights and opportunities gained throughout our time together. Their guidance has been invaluable, and although we will peruse different paths as a company, we will continue to support each other as business partners and wish them continued success. Thank you for your understanding and continued support of both For the Win brands and talents. We'll continue to share updates here on our new X account as more information becomes available. Now, I have a few gripes with this graphic. First, who the fuck made the decision to use white text on light blue background? It's fine over this corner of the announcement, but once you start reading towards the end and you get into the bottom right, what the fuck is this? How are you supposed to see that? Especially in the way that it is on a screen that is as small as it is when you're scrolling past it on Twitter. But, second thing, a lot of people's initial reaction to For the Win Entertainment was celebration. A lot of people looked at the fact that they said that they were independent of Brave Group. They were a new venture. They took that to mean that they'd finally idle, chroma shift, whatever you want to call it, and finally shaken off the shackles of Brave Group's historically lackluster executive body. But there's one detail in this announcement that points to that being a little bit naive of an assumption. Can anyone spot what it is? Oh shit, I forgot. Alright, thank you for reminding me to switch scenes. Well, they do still have Brave as a shareholder, but that's not really Hold on, let me just reread this to make sure. Yeah, no, they don't say that Brave is a shareholder here. They just say that they are separate from Brave, that they are independent, and that they are a new venture, right? However, like I said, a lot of people celebrated this as a massive, monumental change in how things would be run. Silver there we go. Who's at the head? Who signed this? Who is the CEO of For the Win Entertainment? A certain Nori. Hold on. Where have we heard that name before? Oh, right. And it said as much in the actual press release that Brave Group put out to announce the debut of For the Win Entertainment. For the Win Entertainment is run by the same guy who was CEO of Brave US prior to October 1st of this year. The same CEO that was explicitly named in Lonnie's allegations of Brave US executives attempting to fabricate an NDA breach as a way of letting support staff go. Now, I don't know about you. Well, I think it's perfectly understandable to want to celebrate the fact that they may get some, a greater degree of independence from the executive body all the way in Japan with this new structuring. I would be careful about being too optimistic about things being different or too different from the way that they were under Brave US. Mostly because it's the same guy who's in charge of both companies. But also on top of that, in this press release, there's also another detail that I think... Hold on, who was it that brought that up? Joe brought up in chat earlier, which is that calling For the Win Entertainment independent, while technically correct, may be a little misleading. Quote, For the Win Entertainment inherits part of the operations of Brave Group US and becomes independent. Brave Group announces that it has completed an organizational restructuring to support the sustained growth of its business in English-speaking markets. As part of this initiative, select operations previously managed by Brave Group US, a wholly owned subsidiary of Brave Group, have been transferred to For the Win Entertainment, a new company founded by Mr. Hayashi. And it says explicitly in this press release, and people celebrating on Twitter is how I know most of them didn't look past the actual Twitter post, former Brave Group US CEO. For the Win now operates independently from Brave Group. Brave Group will remain a shareholder of For the Win and continue to collaborate with For the Win even after its transition to independence. Reminder, Brave Group became, what is the word that they use? Collaborators with Idle EN, Stellive, and all of the other companies that they have ended up acquiring in the past as well. Saying that they are only collaborating not really mean anything about it doesn't really say anything about the degree of involvement or lack thereof between the two companies. However, on top of that, people who have watched my streams before are probably going to understand this reference a little bit better than people who haven't. But I would wager, and again, this is my personal speculation, nothing more than that, I would wager that For the Win Entertainment is about as independent from Brave as Nexus was from AniLive. But, go on with the rest of this press release. Background. To ensure sustainable growth in English-speaking markets, Brave Group determined that it was essential to accelerate decision-making and establish a structure that enables business leaders to drive initiatives with greater autonomy. In line with this strategic direction, the company implemented an organizational reform to reinforce local operations in these markets. Brave Group will continue to collaborate with For the Win as a shareholder and provide its full support via its investment initiative, Brave Global Capital. Transferred operations. As part of the restructuring, the following businesses previously operated by Brave Group US will be transferred to For the Win, which will manage them independently. Chroma Shift, Oshi Live, and the newly established initiative, Enlight. When I talked about only having one press release on the entirety of Brave's website to date that actually mentions Enlight, This is the press release that I was talking about. Now, the fact that Enlight was recently started, not promoted by any of Brave's official accounts, and only promoted tangentially by Brave US, while Nori was in charge of the company, says to me, that implies to me, that Enlight was his idea, that Enlight was his suggestion, and it was something that Brave Group okayed, but didn't seem to want any part of without him being at the helm of it. It is, like I said, rather unusual for Brave to create a new property out of thin air and then not promote it at all throughout the months that it was beginning to, first make its during the first months that it began to make posts and post content. However, with this in mind, if we consider for a second, if this was purely the brainchild of Nori himself, it would make complete sense that Brave would not promote it. But now that it was transferred anyways into a new subsidiary that he is put at the head of. For the Win aims to accelerate the growth of its business in English-speaking markets through flexible and rapid business development focused on local operations. In other words, I assume that the intention is that they wouldn't need to answer to the JP executives as often before making decisions to hopefully expand their English-speaking US-based audience. Brave Group US leadership. Following For the Win's transition to independence, Brave Group US has renewed its leadership structure. CEO Kotaro Son and director Tomoya Fujisaki, who joined V4 Mirai from its inception, producer. So this is a veteran who's been with the project since it began, apparently. Under its new leadership, Brave Group US will focus on the operation of V4 Mirai, strengthening initiatives that support the project's growth, further expand its fan community. Funny thing about For the Win Entertainment. Actually, hold on a second. If you go into its the About section, the website lists that it was established on October 1st, the same day that Brave released the press release talking about new management structure. However, in actuality, that's not entirely accurate, because the company wasn't actually formally established on October 1st of 2025. It was actually established much earlier than that, and this is part of the reason why I'm rather skeptical with the claims that this is a purely independent endeavor, because the inception of this company happened while Nori was still CEO of Brave Group US. If you go over to their company registration by looking them up on California's business registrar, you will find that their initial filing date appears to be the 22nd of September this year. However, the idea for the Win Entertainment precedes this by quite a bit, because it goes back even earlier. If you search up For the Win Entertainment on that same business lookup, right? Well, by the way, to confirm that this was the same For the Win Entertainment as the one that is listed, the addresses are the same, in case that is something that you want to confirm for yourself as well. But if you go onto the California Business Lookup website and you search up For the Win Entertainment, it gives you not one, not two, but 3 entries. The middle entry is the one that I showed you guys just then, an active stock corporation that was formed in California with an agent under the name of MoRoot Inc. That's some sort of business registration company or whatever. At the bottom, you have For the Win Entertainment LLC, a completely unrelated company that happens to share a similar name that was initially formed in 2019. However, the first entry is the exact same name as For the Win Entertainment US Inc., except they were filed in not September, but August of this year, on the 13th of August. Inactive, and they are a name reservation. Name reservation usually meaning that they are something that was, a document that was filed in order to secure the name for your corporation that you are planning to properly incorporate further down the line, and to just make sure that this was indeed the same person behind both. If you actually look at the files themselves, the document that was lodged on August 13th versus the document that was lodged on September 22nd, they are signed by the same person. The reservation was signed by a Joe Matsuda, and the document incorporating For the Win Entertainment is also signed by Joe Matsuda. So the idea for the Win Entertainment was cooked up well into the stage of time while Nori was still CEO of Brave Group US. This is by no means a new idea. I hesitate to even say if it is a separate thing, or if it deserves to be seen as a separate thing from Brave US, because of how there is no way that the other executives at Brave did not and do not have a hand in the way that For the Win Entertainment was conceived and possibly is run going into the future. So I'm very skeptical when it comes to the claims of autonomy and independence between these two parties. Even if there is no legal obligation, you can bet your ass because of Japanese corpo culture that Nori is going to feel indebted to the other execs, and especially Noguchi, when it comes to the decisions he makes at For the Win. Oh, Ultra Derek, welcome to the stream. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Editing Kato. We're discussing the debut of For the Win Entertainment and the implications that it may have, or the implications that its links with Brave may have for it, and its claims of independence and autonomy. However, all of that being said, much like the case with when they rebranded Chroma Shift, they were a little lackadaisical when it came to coming up with ways to address common audience concerns prior to actually going through with some sort of rebrand. And so, on the same day that they announced the launch of For the Win Entertainment, and they announced that Idol would be, sort of shoved under its umbrella, there were quite a few people who were rather confused, maybe a little alarmed, that Idol was being reshuffled yet again. And so, you have this user by the name of Raf A, quote tweeting the initial announcement saying, Chroma Shift BUS. Okay, I got some questions, because at this point, I'm so tired. Will the girls be okay? What about the merch we ordered while you were on the Brave Group? Are we still getting it, or will we have to be refunded? Do we have to wait another 2 months for an FAQ? Last question. Will we ever get their original song? Sorry for seeming rude. Like I said, I'm just so tired of the girls we care about being passed around like it's a never-ending game of hot potato. This user may not realize, but that is the most accurate description of the way that Idol has been treated as it has been changing hands that he could possibly come up with. Also, thank you for the 5 other ways you spoke. Yumi of V4 Mirai announced her grad. Vilo had its first grad Willow, and it's odd. Might be worth keeping an eye on. I might catch up with those things after the stream. So, because they didn't have an FAQ prepped, because they probably didn't do a great job of explaining exactly why they were doing this, or what exactly it was supposed to accomplish in the actual Twitter post itself, people are asking questions. People are starting to pick up on a pattern that Chroma Shift Idol is changing hands a lot, and there are a lot of rebrands going along with it, which is making things hard to keep track of. They may not fully grasp the full cynical, perhaps, intentions behind those maneuvers, but they can understand that it is unsettling and difficult to keep track of, which is irritating for a fan. And so, because Brave was slow in getting a response out, it wasn't actually the corporate account that would end up responding to this user. It was one of the talents at Chroma Shift. That is what I was alluding to when I was talking about how when Chroma Shift says, we took so long with this FAQ because we had to consult the talents as well, even though they didn't actually make any of these decisions. This is the kind of behavior that makes sense in retrospect when that is the way that they were answering their previous FAQ. As we all know, it's always a great sign when the talents are answering and fielding questions that would more reasonably be directed at management. But in any case, in this case, Enya Ignis would end up responding by trying to answer it to the best of her ability, saying, "Hi, I'm not management, but here's what I know. 1. Is this a good thing? Yeah, it's supposed to give us more support from staff and more freedom. 2. Merch is going to be handled by Brave till the new webpage gets set up. 3. Content from talents won't change unless they want to. Now, there are a few things about this response that are a little interesting, but I'll get to that in a second. To this, Raf replies, "Thank you, Enya. I appreciate you. I'll continue to put my full trust in you and the others. Please continue to take good care of each other as well." Again, part of the reason why I don't like it when talents do this, regardless of whether they're doing it of their own volition or whether they are being directed to by the company that they are working under, is because look at the reason why Raf is taking this response to heart. I'll put my full trust in you and the others. It's not, there's no apparent evaluation as to whether what is said actually makes sense or not, but simply because it is coming from a talent, it's sort of this thing where you kind of just shut down and you just take it at face value. Because there is something about this response that is, I think, worth questioning. I'm sorry I can't answer everything. I hope this little bit does something to ease worries. Don't apologize. You're good. Thanks again. Have a good rest, okay? Then thank you. So, can anyone spot what's might be a little strange about this response? There's one specific point that is a bit of an eyebrow raiser in context of some of the things that Chroma Shift has previously said about the rationale behind its restructuring. Supposed to? No, not quite. Supposed to is reasonable in the context of what she's responding to and how she's responding. It's not a response? No, not really. It is a response where she's tried to, clear up some things. She has directly addressed some of the concerns that were being expressed, which again is not something that I think should be her job, but that's not what's wrong. That's not what's a little eyebrow raising about the response. Actual talents being used to communicate the FAQ, that is an inherent thing, but there's one thing in particular about what she said that is a little, that I think should not be glossed over so lightly. Merch handled by Brave? No, not quite. That's basically just reiterating what was already said in the announcement, so there's no harm in doing that. Here's what I know. No, not quite, because that's reasonable as well. You have your talents being briefed on what's going on with their company, and then, one of the talents takes it upon themselves to respond on social media to share what they know with a concerned member of their audience. That's in and of itself. That's normal. Demon among the angels, more freedom. That's part of it. What does freedom mean exactly? See, the thing is, freedom on its own, that makes sense. Because this is, the premise of the split, the rationale behind it, according to Brave's press releases and the official statement from For the Win Entertainment itself, was that the move was to allow for more autonomy and more independence. So in that regard, more freedom makes sense. Where I start to have a little bit of doubt is because of the fact that more freedom is advertised alongside more support from staff. Because that has a few implications. Number one, if your company is splitting off from, the main conglomerate that you used to be a part of, how are you supposed to get more support from that company? That's something that doesn't quite compute with me as just a way of phrasing the statement. You can have more independence, or you can have more support. Generally speaking, though, the two do not happen simultaneously. So, when I look at a talent saying, we are getting more support from staff and more freedom, I assume that more support from staff, I assume that one of the first reaction that I had was it's a little weird, right? Because first you have Brave Group who is in charge of you and also is investing funds in you, presumably. Versus now that For the Win Entertainment has split off, it is just an investor and no longer in charge. So the first reaction I had was more support from staff and more freedom doesn't quite make sense if they're splitting off from the main body that is Brave. However, upon thinking about it a bit more, there is one context in which it does make sense. Because remember that previously when ChromaShift was talking about the rationale behind the way that they restructured the gens in Idle, they said that part of the reason behind them doing so was to allow the talents to be better supported by their managers. Because now, presumably, each wave of only 2 to 3 talents would share one manager apiece. Which, pretty reasonable. But then, again, how does splitting off from the main body of Brave increase the amount of support? And the only answer that makes sense to me was if previously they were sharing their support with the other properties within Brave Group US. And so if the split from Brave Group US is supposed to increase the amount of support that they have from staff, there is only one other company that they could have been sharing their support staff with, which is V4 Mirai. Because V4 Mirai was the only company that was not absorbed into For the Win Entertainment when it split off from the rest of Brave Group US. If they are splitting into 2 companies, but one of the companies presumably gets more support than they had beforehand, and I'm assuming this, I don't know what Brave is doing with their hiring practices. I don't know if the split also means that they are going to be hiring more managers to cater to their town specifically. But if the split itself results in more support from staff, the only conclusion I'm left with is that previously V4 Mirai and ChromaShift were sharing support staff, at least to some extent. And if it is the case, and again, I want to make it very clear, this is my personal conclusions drawn from being struck by that specific phrase as being a little odd, considering what ChromaShift has said in the past. If it was the case that V4 Mirai and ChromaShift were sharing support staff, and ChromaShift's splitting off from Brave Group US means that they are bringing support staff with them, question then becomes, what is V4 Mirai going to be doing? And in the context of that, I do wonder if the split between For the Win Entertainment and Brave Group US is something akin to the split between Brave Group France and Brave Group Europe, where the person who was previously in charge of a branch gets free reign to go off and do something else, and as a result of that, one of the 2 properties left behind after the split do not receive as much help or support as they had access to previously. Because that stuff is not unprecedented when it comes to Brave. And I don't just mean on the side of business outside of Japan. Similar things have happened within their Japanese companies as well, with the way that they've been shuffling things around. But there is a part of me that wonders if the split between For the Win Entertainment and Brave Group US is a sort of will end up turning one of the 2 into a sacrificial lamb down the line. Which one may be losing more money, or which one Brave would be more likely to want to get rid of in preparation for trying to make themselves look good for the IPO. But that is something that we simply do not have enough data to surmise for sure, so it's largely just a personal thought exercise on my part. But yeah, it is. I do wonder how often it is that different companies within the same branch under Brave would share support staff. Because I could be, I want to make it very clear, I could be reading way too deep into what Enya said. I could be misinterpreting it entirely. But I wonder what the arrangement was in terms of the way that Brave Group distributed its Brave US support staff between the various different companies that operated under the umbrella. I wonder if it was equal between each of the companies, given that, well, this is, well, one of the appeals of splitting off is supposedly more support from staff rather than less. So, yeah. Johan Leung, how much money is Brave burning? A shit ton every year. But they have a decent amount of money. Well, Noguchi has a silver tongue, and he's very, very good at convincing naive men to invest in something that looks way better than it actually is. Because the way that he sells Brave Group is basically just VSpo. Maybe Hina a little bit. And VSpo is one of the biggest VTuber companies and growing in the entirety of the industry across the globe. So that gets him very far as a positive point in his sales pitch. But the thing is, the stuff that Noguchi's burning money on is not VSpo. It's everything else, basically. So, yeah. If they are looking to cut costs, it is going to be the overseas branches that get cut before I would wager anything that Brave owns in Japan. Purely because their Japanese presence is far more sizable and I would argue legitimate than their EN presence, their overseas presence. However, to move on from this, the Chroma Shift account itself would end up responding, albeit only after Enya responded, saying, quote, Enya already basically confirmed this, thank you Enya, but I will respond too. Yes, the girls will be okay. This does not directly affect any talents. Chroma Shift as an entire entity is just under a new parent company. All merch ordered under Brave will be fulfilled by Brave's merch team. Nothing changes here. And finally, the original song is still happening. We will share more details when we have them. And that was the response. For the most part, it did seem to be satisfactory to the user who asked the questions in the first place. However, yet again, it does seem like the case that, well, people are being very quick on simply concluding that this is a move that was purely done out of wanting the best for the companies under Brave. It might be on the part of some of the support staff, but I have doubts about whether that was the intention behind the executives. Remember that in his autobiography, Noguchi explicitly states that his philosophy towards running the company is allowing the executives to run with whatever harebrained ideas they come up with, all in the name of giving them experience doing things they want. So, how much of For the Win Entertainment consists of that, but for Nori? It's impossible to say at this stage, but it is something that I think is a kind of overlooked at the moment. And again, part of the reason why earlier on I questioned whether Chroma Shift and For the Win Entertainment splitting off from Brave Group US will mean that V4 Mirai receives less support as a result is because, as part of that split, you may remember that they refer to 3 companies in total. For the Win Entertainment is departing with Enlight, with Chroma Shift, and also with Oshi Live. Now, for those who don't know what Oshi Live is a US operated company that is basically in charge of handling all of Brave US's 3D stuff. Now, what it means for Oshi Live to leave Brave Group US under For the Win Entertainment's umbrella, I have no idea. Because in the statement released by For the Win Entertainment, they did say that they are continuing a business partnership, which may very well mean that V4 Mirai is not affected at all by the fact that Oshi Live is now under For the Win Entertainment instead of Brave Group US. However, yet again, it is something that does, for me at least, raise a few questions about the way that things are going to go looking into the next year or so of the way that Brave US is going to end up panning out. So that is that for the Brave portion of this stream. However, yet again I have another low stakes prediction for 2026, specifically about Brave, which is that Brave is going to continue to consolidate and purge its portfolio in a bid to minimize its year-on-year losses, which means, in all likelihood, more mergers, more rebrands, and more closures until the eventual IPO launch. Regarding the IPO launch itself, it's go public or die trying for Brave. They've been saying this for a while, and looking at some of the year-on-year losses for some of their branches, I'd say that that's a pretty reasonable assessment of the state that Brave is currently existing in as of right now. I suppose. My intention is not to spread rats, but every now and again you encounter information and it does provoke speculation. Though I try to delineate clearly between when what I say is speculation versus what I say is an observation. Yep, just waiting for it. Yeah. Brave continuing to consolidate and purchase portfolio is not really much of a prediction at all, if I'm being completely honest, because it's just the logical next step in their attempts at making themselves appealing and ready for the IPO launch that they are gunning for. And they are, well, I mean, the bigger VSPO grows, the closer they are to getting there, assuming that they're able to actually keep VSPO under Brave's umbrella. But time will tell, time will tell. I love my predictions, fair enough. And with that is the obfuscatory rebrand section done. It's a trend when it comes to Brave specifically that seems to have a pretty good success rate when it comes to pulling a fast one on audiences, and it may even fool some talents. But at the end of the day, the only entity that it is designed to benefit is the company itself, regardless of what they say, how pretty it is, and how difficult it may become to keep track of exactly which company started how, in what way, with whom. The tactics are fundamentally designed to do the same thing, to obfuscate, to make it difficult to keep track of things, and more often than not, to make it impossible, or difficult if not impossible, to keep track of all of the fuck-ups that Brave has made over the course of its existence as a holding company. That then brings us to the final practice that we are going to be evaluating that has potential to either catch on or continue to survive as a efficient tactic in this industry/space, which is N-lock marketing, or not like other corpos marketing. This is a tactic that, in my opinion, beneficial for corpos, beneficial for audiences, but very, very bad for talents. Why? Because it helps corporations sell themselves without really doing anything. It makes audiences feel better about themselves for watching talents under a company, even if it is a little dubious as to whether that is the correct, I suppose, outlook on the way that the company does things. And it is bad for talents because it gives them, well, it basically blindsides them when the company ends up making a bunch of empty promises and doesn't seem to demonstrate the ability to follow through on any of them. So it is generally misleading for talents, albeit it is soothing to audiences and it is beneficial for corporations. And for this, I'm going to return to a concept that I talked about way back when I did the 10-hour VShojo stream, which is the idea that just because a company ends up going under does not mean that its cultural attitudes and effects that it impressed upon the industry in general end up going under with it. Specifically, I'm talking about memes, not in the sense of the funny haha visual jokes that you send to one another on social media, but in the sense of a unit of cultural information that demonstrates the ability to spread from person to person and mind to mind. And specifically, the way that memes work. Someone comes into contact with the meme, they extract the information from it, the information penetrates into their psyche, and it ends up integrating itself into how they see and think. So, when it comes to the way that memes work, the metaphor that I used when I was explaining how they function from an advertising perspective or a propaganda perspective during the VShojo stream was that you can conceptualize the meme as a bee. This is a thing that contains venom, right? Something that manufactures a poison that is designed to infiltrate another host and then alter the makeup of their body in some way. In this case, cause pain and swelling. The medium of delivery is the stinger. That is the message that the meme uses to get the meaning across. And finally, once the meme is absorbed and understood by the person who is seeing it, reading it, processing it, understanding it, that is when the venom, so to speak, enters the bloodstream. The venom being sentiments and subliminal triggers. Not the actual text of a message, but the subtext of a message. The implications, the implicit assumptions, the things we take for granted in our thought process when we try to conceptualize a response to something. Just because you get rid of the meme does not mean you have gotten rid of the message. And even if you lampoon the message, that does not make you immune to the sentiments and subliminal triggers that were embedded in your psyche by said message or by said meme. And in the case of VShojo, there were two big memes that they ended up imparting into much of the EN VTubing sphere in general. Those two memes being, of course, talent first and talent freedom. Memes, in this regard, also correlate these two memes that VShojo used to define themselves in the eyes of their audience and shape the way that their audience think and the attitudes those audiences hold towards VTuber companies specifically, also happen to fall perfectly in line with the two components of a brand. Those two components being identification, in other words, what you are and what you do, versus differentiation, which is what you are not and what you don't do. Every brand needs both of these aspects, and when you put those two aspects together, you have a strong brand. Now, when we break down talent freedom and talent first, you get the two aspects of it. Identification. What do we do? What is a VShojo? We are talent first, is what they would say. And how do they differentiate themselves? How do they set themselves apart from their competitors? We have talent freedom. We let our talents do things that our competitors would not let them do. And that was the premise. Those were the memes. But now that we have the memes, we need to break them down into subtext. We need to break them down into text and subtext. D-Suffers, thank you for the super. I love empowerment marketing from my favorite corpo while not knowing my Oshi is doing the birds and the bees with her coworkers. What is that a reference to? What is that a reference to? I swear there was a VTuber company that did this. I just don't remember quite which one. So, to break down each of these two memes specifically. Talent first. We have the text, we have the subtext, and then we have the underlying sentiment. The text is easily dismissed. The subtext is a little more difficult to dismiss, but it's still relatively easy to do so. The underlying sentiment, that is what tends to bury itself in popular discourse and shape cultural attitudes surrounding a thing or a topic. These are the things that are important to identify and almost impossible to uproot most of the time. Now, when we look at what VShojo meant by talent first, what they literally said was dedicated to the growth and development / success of our talents. We listen to talent feedback, we work hard to achieve their dreams, and we have them keep their IPs. The subtext of all of that was that it is possible for a company to prioritize the interests of the talents above its own need to generate profit. Because a lot of those business decisions that I rattled off just then are either completely unrelated to generating profit or seem genuinely antithetical to the idea of making profit. And then finally, it is possible for the company to make policy decisions out of quote-unquote generosity, i.e., VShojo should be perceived as a charity, and by extension that any company that seems virtuous enough to be perceived more as a charity than as a money-making exercise, which, as we all know now, that's not how it works. However, this is all well and good. You have the text, you have the subtext. The underlying sentiment beneath all of this, though, is that it is not only possible, but even reasonable to trust a company to act out of a sense of morality. This is the underlying sentiment that primes audiences to be receptive to the subtext and the text that we talked about just then. This underlying sentiment is something that many people in this side of the industry believe implicitly, but aren't aware that they even believe. And it's part of the reason why they are willing to accept when a corporation comes in and tries to claim that they are driven by morality, that they are driven by virtue, by a sense of right and wrong. They can make decisions on the basis of those things rather than simple profit and making money. This is one of the embedded secret beliefs that are held by many fans and even many talents in this industry that people don't like to acknowledge and even less people like to question. However, this is also what allows so many companies to get away with a VShojo-esque, not like other companies' marketing strategy without any substance to back any of those claims. Zoofield, thank you for being a Footstool for 10 months. I'm almost as shocked as the Sandpiker's dog, aren't we all? So that's talent first, broken down. The second is, of course, talent freedom. What does it mean to have talent freedom? Based off of what VShojo said explicitly, word for word, it is freedom of expression, regardless of borders, giving talents creative control, a noted difference between the approach VShojo takes and others, and finally, being part of a talent-first approach towards, possessing a talent-first approach towards managing talents. Now, once you get past the actual, what they're saying on the surface level, the implication, the subtext, is that geography and or culture is the main obstacle standing in the way of talents being granted certain freedoms while being corporate, that VShojo should be regarded as proof of concept for a novel business practice, one that their competitors have yet to implement, and finally, that you have your talent's best interests at heart. It is possible as a company for you to put your talent's best interests above everything else, even and including making profit, solidifying a brand, securing a brand, etc., etc., etc. Finally, when you get beneath all of that, the underlying sentiment, again, another one that is commonly held but not commonly acknowledged in our industry, is the very idea of talent freedom deserves to be seen as revolutionary and evangelical, or even that a company that is truly attempting something new has the mandate of heaven, that they should be allowed, they should be given a pass to be accepted, to be viewed as doing something noble, even though what they're doing, well, regardless of whether what they're doing seems dubious on a superficial level or not. It's basically the idea that novelty is justification. And you really put it together, those are the two memes that made up VShojo's brand, and those are the two memes that made up what I referred to during the stream as VShojo's biggest lie, which was the lie of its own novelty. The idea that it was doing something that was first in the industry, different from all of its competitors, and as a result, it deserved to be given a pass for very obvious strategic flaws that in any other company would get them ripped to shreds. Things like getting talents to act as PR reps, things like not having a solid company identity, you don't have a unified content, you don't have a unifying theme when it comes to the content that your talents make when you put them alongside one another. Your company doesn't even have a brand identity aside from whatever the individual talents happen to have for themselves. All of those things were red flags, but all of those things were red flags that people were willing to look past because of VShojo's lie of claimed novelty. And the reason why is because, well, as I said before, novelty allows people to bypass the whole red flag noticing thing that people tend to do when they look at a company acting in a manner that is questionable in some way. What VShojo was able to do is, instead of people acknowledging the red flags and then concluding, based off of them, that the company is either incompetent or malicious, instead they bypass the entire process by saying that they are talent first / have talent freedom, and as a result of their completely novel approach towards running a VTuber company, they cannot be held to the same standards or red flags as their competitors, and everything they do must be given carte blanche for everything they do or attempt, because it's never been done before, and surely they have an idea of what they're doing. Fundamentally, it is an exercise in trying to dress up a mundane thing that you are selling as something truly exceptional, that has never been conceived before, that is truly the secret overpowered technique, the most efficient technique available that no one knows just yet. You want to be seen as Mr. Beast building wells in Africa, but in actuality you are selling hydrogenated water. And when it comes to the way that VShojo established this for themselves, when we get into the nitty-gritty of their marketing strategy, there are three main things that they end up doing. Reactionary claims to novelty, basically trying to assert their own superiority over their competitors as their main point of differentiation. Claiming goodwill and moral superiority, basically trying to say how much they care and how much they value the talents and don't think about our business strategy, just focus on how much we love our talents. And finally, talent-centered branding. The company, the agency, does not have any branding or identity of its own. It exists purely relative to the individual talents that make it up. And ostensibly, you may look at that and think, what's the problem with a company that is defined by its talents? And for the most part, the answer is not a lot, so long as the company is not solely defined by its talents. Because, as I said at some point during one of the streams that I did about VShojo, what happens if your talents start wanting different things for the company? If your company has no identity for itself, no brand for itself independently of those individual things, that company will rip itself apart from the inside. And while I can't say that the reason why VShojo imploded was because different talents had different ideas of what they wanted the company to be, you could certainly see signs of that being the case when it comes to the way that VShojo abandoned all of its claimed moral superiority around things like not doing gens, not using payment splits when it comes to the Japanese gens, and when it came to the EN gens that never got to debut. They even had a fucking idol gen, when their initial claim to fame and their initial claim to differentiation was they don't do all of that idle shit. So, that was that. Now, in making all of these observations about the difference between understanding that a marketing strategy is being employed versus understanding what makes people respond positively to that marketing strategy, one of the things that I noted at the time, and one of the things that I reiterated just then, is the idea that just because a marketer falls out of favor in the market does not mean that those same strategies are completely nullified and useless. I would love if VShojo's brand of moral superiority and virtue signaling as a substitute for actual branding and identity died off with the company, but unfortunately I don't think any of us are that lucky. And so, one of the predictions that I ended up making at the end of the stream, given the way that VTubing audiences in the West reacted to VShojo's collapse, I made the prediction that VShojo's attitudes and the premises of their marketing strategy will outlive the company itself and continue to be adopted by other startups. That whole policy of trying to claim moral superiority without any sort of a hint at a concrete strategy to make your talents grow, that mistake of trying to advertise to talents rather than advertising to the audiences you are supposed to and expected to procure to those talents, that is very much something that is not unique to VShojo. Those are things that have very much outlived VShojo. And there are many examples of various, small VTuber startups cropping up on Twitter that have that exact same method of trying to promote themselves. Oh, look at us, we are the moral alternative. We are so much better than the other companies in this industry. This industry is fucked and we're here to save it. Yada, 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 yada. And generally speaking, most of those accounts, most of those initiatives don't get off the ground, or their presence is so small to the point where I don't think anyone would have the presence of mind or lack thereof to try applying to them, and as a result, they can be mostly dismissed on the basis of limited reach. However, recently there was one startup corpo that did employ these same strategies that does appear to have been successful in attracting people who are interested in auditioning. And it's this that I want to use as an example of why VShojo's marketing strategy is far from dead, while still being something that I personally wish would have died a long, long time ago. If you have anything bad about VShojo, that was back then, not nowadays. Nowadays, she sings a very different tune about VShojo. A company/agency with no brand is like a circle which you don't know if it has no sides or it has infinite sides. That's a fair enough comparison. So, the company in question, or the startup in question, is a little VTuber agency to be by the name of Vizatsu. If you go onto Twitter and you look at their profile, they describe themselves as, quote, a VTuber agency and production company uplifting talent to bring quality entertainment to fans around the world. And they even have a gen that is apparently coming soon, a gen called Conspiracy, located in the US, joined in August of this year, etc., etc., etc. Now, upon looking through the early marketing for this startup, one of the things that struck me was how much all of their marketing, especially their early marketing, basically solely revolved around promoting their CEO and apparently a member of the talent roster as well, Chizu Coyote. Now, I understand that that's not how you say coyote, but that is how Chizu pronounces her name. So, for the first few posts that the account made, literally all of it was in some form or other trying to promote Chizu as, a talent success story. This is how you succeed, this is what she has to say, this is why it's important, these are her recipes for success, etc., etc., etc. And while there is certainly nothing wrong in trying to advertise your company on the basis of who is running it, in fact, I expect that you would make it clear to anyone who would think of auditioning for your company what you are like as a boss, etc., 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 why you are qualified to run a company like that in the first place. While all of that is good and fine, if all of your company's early promotion centers around your CEO, that's a bit of a problem. Now, talent CEOs are in and of themselves a bit of an eyebrow raiser. There are very few times where we have observed that being the case in a manner that has ended well or seems to be working fine. VLure being a very, very rare case where it seems to be chugging along fine, despite the fact that their CEO is occupying the role of both someone who is part of the executive body and a talent in of herself. So, already you have that, which is a little strange. However, if all of your promotion consists of promoting your CEO, that doesn't really tell me anything about what services your company provides, what your audience should expect in terms of the content that you guys are thinking of providing, and also, as a talent, why should I join? What validates your strategies that you are planning to offer me should I join, beyond just, they happen to work for you? Imagine VLure, but all of its early marketing revolved around plugging strawny cuddles. Probably not nearly as effective as what they ended up doing. VLure has a very, very clear advertising strategy. A very clear message that they send to their audience. We're gonna help you bust a nut. And that, though it may be something that not everyone is on board with, is a very clear promise and premise when it comes to selling what content you make to an audience that is going to want it. However, when I look at something like this, who is this advertising to? Other talents, sure, but other talents don't make for a sustainable audience, and the only way you pay your talents is if you have a sustainable audience. However, moving on from these early examples of the company attempting to promote itself, on October 4th, Vizatsu would end up posting the first instance of it trying to give a little bit more info about the company independently of just what its CEO happened to be doing at the time. And hold on, allow me to play this announcement.
Hi, I'm Chizu Koyote, Company President of Vizatsu. Today, I'd like to unveil Vizatsu's first core project. I'm happy to announce that the planning stage for Conspiracy, Vizatsu's first generation of VTuber talent, has already begun. We will be looking for talented, skilled, and passionate creators to bring our virtual personas to life. Auditions for Vizatsu Conspiracy will open later this year. Follow the official Vizatsu Twitter account for upcoming announcements. Also, be on the lookout for Vizatsu's first collaborative project, a concert featuring 17 VTubers, coming soon. That's all for today. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more updates.
Very cool. So, announcing the first gen. Not really any indication as to what the company's main selling point to audiences or business strategy appears to be. However, I'm sure that in the future I'm sure in the future the company is going to come up with something that is a bit more specific and precise. And come October 17, there was an attempt at that, when Vizatsu would end up making a post titled, "Have you heard about Vizatsu? We're a small, independent VTuber agency." Now, this is a personal gripe of mine, not really related to the content of this post. But I find the term independent VTuber agency to be a little much. I think that's too much double dipping, too much trying for different connotations that are positive, that all sound positive, but don't make sense when you put them together. What is an independent VTuber agency? You mean a VTuber agency that doesn't have investors? Do you mean a VTuber agency that doesn't have a parent company? If so, surely there are better ways of saying it than just independent VTuber agency. Because that makes it sound like you're trying to mix the connotations between being an indie and being part of an agency. And experience should have taught audiences in general in this space that those two things don't tend to go together. One has to be sacrificed in order for the other to take precedent. So, independent VTuber agency is not a phrase that I personally like. However, to go on, built with one goal in mind, providing fans with quality entertainment through uplifting our talent to make that possible. That's an excellent goal, but that doesn't actually tell me what I'm going to be watching as a fan. That doesn't tell any of the fans what to expect in terms of content genre, content niches, what is this agency's unique spin on making content. Saying that you're going to give them quality content by uplifting your talent is it's one of those things where it's kind of, no shit, Sherlock. If you want your talents to make quality content, you're going to have to make sure that they are well supported. So saying that I'm going to give you quality content by supporting my talents properly, that's not really a selling point. That's just a statement of what should be the obvious. And then the tweet goes on to say, let's talk about what we aim to do, which then follows into a thread going through various different questions that people may have of this company. Starting off with, who are we? Vizatsu is a Washington-based agency led by Chizu Koyote, an experienced creator in the VTubing space with a desire to uplift and support other VTubers in bringing their fans a uniquely entertaining experience. Again, that's a lot of words, and that sounds great, but what is a unique experience? What is the selling point? What is the content? Are you going to make me laugh, make me cry, make me come? What is it? What is the main crux of your corporation's content? What is the thing that it builds its brand off of? What is the premise that viewers walk into your content expecting to see? What we provide. We understand the difficulties that come with being a creator, and our job is to help you create and perform at your best. That's why we provide the following to talents: social media support, event planning, content strategy, and more. Now we're starting to get something that's a little bit more specific and a little bit more precise. Social media support, good. Event planning, good. Content strategy, good. And more is forgivable. Social media, I would assume this includes stuff like PR, trying to make sure that you don't make a fool of yourself on social media, but that might just be me. However, this is a little bit more precise than just, we are going to uplift you, or we care a lot. Then, contract transparency. We believe in providing talents with full transparency about what their contract entails. We offer talents with a 1-year service agreement, including a 2-year NDA, with the option to buy out their character IP after completion of this agreement. Now that is a rather interesting premise. Again, the transparency thing is admittedly a little bit of a meme, but at least contract transparency makes sense as a concept, because you're going to want to make sure that whoever you end up getting on board as your talents actually understand what they're signing. That reduces drastically the amount of problems that can occur in the future between two parties involved, corporation and talent. So that is fair enough, albeit a little unoriginal. And then finally, we're building something special at Visatsu. If you'd like to watch us grow and support our upcoming wave of talent or are interested in applying, be sure to follow us for more updates. Our agency grows into something amazing. See you soon. And again, that is the exact same thing. This is that Buzz Lightyear meme where he sees all of the other Buzz Lightyears in the toy boxes on the shelves. Every company, every startup, and their dogs and mothers are going to say the same thing about being something special, being unique, wanting to be transparent, wanting to be fair, caring about their talents, understanding that it's hard. It's so hard being a content creator. But none of those are differentiating points. Those are, at this stage, I would even go so far as to say, barely identifying points. And you need both identification and differentiation to make a solid brand, remember. So, in terms of an initial introduction, when an attempt was made at actually trying to give a picture of what the corporation is going to be, what the corporation is going to do, the audience, this was a bit of a rocky start, but it was a start. Then, 2 days later, on October 19th, Visatsu would make a second tweet thread, plugging themselves and clarifying, beating their chest and proclaiming to the skies what made them so different from literally every other startup that has come and died over the last year or so. Quote, "The VTuber world doesn't need another agency chasing hype and trends. What it needs is one built on structure, sustainability, and care. That's why Visatsu was created. Let's talk about what we're doing differently." Already an excellent start. VTuber world doesn't need another agency chasing hype and trends, said by an agency that is chasing the trend of claiming moral superiority over its peers, a way of promoting itself. Excellent. What it needs is one built on structure, sustainability, and care. I've heard nothing about the way that the corporation intends to monetize itself. I have no idea as to what the structure is supposed to be, what degree of control you are claiming to have, or the amount of guidance/advice you are able to give to your talents, so to speak. And when it comes to care, I think we all understand that when a company says that they care about you, that is, well, we all know how that works. And then finally, that's why Visatsu was created. Let's talk about what we were doing different. Let's hear them out. Let's see what the thread actually says. Behind every VTuber is a person, and too many agencies forget that. Okay. Excessive workloads, broken promises, zero transparency. We looked at this and said, enough! Visatsu was built on sustainability and structure. Creators deserve clear systems, consistent support, and a team that listens, not just manages. That's why we embrace a different philosophy than many other agencies. And pray tell, what is that philosophy? Well, that's the question that they end up answering, and this is something that really made me. This was this set me off when I first saw it. Our philosophy is simple: no chaos, no exploitation, sustainable goals, growth built on planning and care. Those are the cores of a philosophy. No exploitation is somehow viewed as enough of a boast to make that one half of one pillar of your corporate philosophy. Sustainable goals. I mean, every company aims to be sustainable. I'm sure VShojo aimed to be sustainable. They just didn't have a strategy to get there. And again, that's what creates sustainability. Strategy, not a commitment to sustainability, an actual way of getting there. And finally, growth built on planning and care. Again, that is a little self-explanatory. If you are experiencing growth, I would assume that you have planned for it to some degree. And growth built on planning and care as opposed to what? Growth built on accidents and whimsy? I mean, it's possible, but it's certainly not very monetizable. And then they go on to say, that's it. No empty promises, no constant pressure. Just creators supported the way they should be. That's the problem. If you don't apply pressure to your creators, if you are insistent on no constant pressure, well, how the hell are you going to be able to give them guidance? Because this is something that is not very popular to acknowledge, but if you do want to give guidance to someone about what they should be doing differently, you do have to apply at least a little bit of pressure. And, well, no constant pressure is certainly a promise. We're not chasing numbers for the sake of growth. We're building something that will last. An agency creators and fans can truly be proud of, because the future of VTubing deserves better. You know what an agency needs in order to continue functioning? Numbers. Specifically numbers preceded by a dollar symbol of some description. And the thing is, if you try to build an agency without chasing numbers, without paying heed to numbers, without at least having numbers as some part of your core strategy or philosophy, that does not make for an agency that is very often regarded as a point of pride for fans. Not really. Or at least if it is one, it doesn't remain one for long. If a company does not have a strategy to farm numbers and make money, that is not a company. That is, well, actually something that Nadalov said in chat earlier on, a charity with extra steps, and one that often ends up collapsing before anything good can come out of it. However, the final tweet in this thread says, "Want to support our mission? Follow Vsatsu. Be part of a movement to make the VTuber world better through care, sustainability, and meaningful support." Again, we have no idea what they mean when they say they want to give more structure. We have no idea what they mean when they say they want more sustainability. We have no idea how they plan to be what they intend to divulge to their talents as part of their transparency commitment. And on top of that, no broken promises is, well, again, the kind of no shit Sherlock moment when it comes to things a company should do. Point where you don't get a pat on the back for doing it, but you do get a kick in the arse for not doing it. That's the way that things tend to work at this stage in the industry's development. We've seen enough shit shows. We know what broken promises look like. And when a company does not make the mistake of breaking its promises, we don't celebrate. We take that as a sign that things are finally moving in a better direction. And so, a lot of the marketing around Vsatsu seems to be very much the same thing that VShojo was doing. Oh, the industry's in a spot where all of our competitors are not quite as ethical as we plan to be. We care about our creators. We see them as individuals. We're going to make their life better. Talent freedom is what matters. We are going to be sustainable by making our talents happy. They're perfect just the way they are. It's all the same thing, but just repackaged. And that's the problem. The method has endured. The sales pitch has not improved. And the very same memes that VShojo distributed, spread, relied upon for its goodwill in the public's eyes they've still embedded their meaning. Their meanings are still embedded deep within the psyche of many of the people who either consume content related to VTubing and feel the need to talk about it on Twitter, or the companies and startups that try to get their ball rolling on Twitter as well. This was October 19th. They are apparently prepping for the debut of their first generation, which will be interesting to see. However, just a little point. I do find it funny that this tweet talks about how so many other agencies have zero transparency, while one of the things that most companies are just expected to do, as not even as a conscious transparency measure, but just an expected form of practice. You are expected, if you are running a legitimate company, to have it formally registered somewhere in your state or region or whatever, very minimum your country, on a database where prospective talents are able to look at it to see that it is actually a real company that has been properly incorporated and is an actual legal entity. They need to be able to see who registered the company, who they are answering to, who they are negotiating with, and to have an idea as to what exactly they're walking into. This is a basic degree of transparency that most companies start off with. I know for a fact that VShojo started off with it, despite all of their shortcomings. And so I got the idea to take a little bit of a look at Visatsu and see if they are formally, officially registered somewhere. They said that they were a company that is based in Washington in an earlier tweet. However, if you go over to the site, Visatsu website, and you go into their About section, it states that, quote, Visatsu is a Seattle-based virtual entertainment company formed by VTuber Chizu Coyote in 2025. Our mission is to connect our virtual talent to collaborative partners and audiences across the world. I wonder what other company had that sales pitch. Join us on this journey and find out what we have in store. And so, with that, I stood, okay, this is a company that's based in Seattle. Let's go to the Seattle company, look up and see if there is a Visatsu that is registered. And I don't know if this is just me or just me searching it up on the wrong database or whether there is some sort of location-based thing that prohibits me from seeing this. But when I went onto the official government website that Seattle has to keep track of, the various businesses that are registered in that area of the world, and I typed in Visatsu, I didn't actually see anything. So, well, there is a business registration number or a formal business incorporation registration somewhere. It doesn't appear to be on here. And for a company that talks about the transparency lacking in other companies, it's just a pretty basic hurdle that most companies have to overcome when it comes to putting information about themselves out there so that prospective talents are able to confirm that they are a legitimate business. So, it does seem to be a little... It tickles me a little that this seems to be a very obvious shortcoming with the vetting process, with the degree of transparency displayed by Visatsu when it comes to the way that the company is structured, how it's incorporated, where it was incorporated, when it was incorporated, etc., etc. How do we know this is not just one VTuber that got it into their heads that they'd like to be a CEO someday and just decided to do something about it on social media? How do we know this is a legitimate company? Actually, I'm curious, because I saw that Murray was around somewhere in chat earlier on in the stream. But I remember that in I think in the same tweet thread that we just read through, I think I saw Murray in the replies saying that you seem serious about this, you've even incorporated an LLC. Now, I haven't been able to find that LLC anywhere online, but that could entirely be a skill issue on my part, by not entering the correct search terms or not going to the correct database. So if Murray does end up showing up later on, I am curious to see where he got the LLC thing from, because I haven't found any LLC in relation to Visatsu. But that aside, to return briefly to the point of marketing, the importance of marketing yourself to an audience rather than just to prospective talents, I want you to take a look at Visatsu's homepage, the homepage of their website. basically, I'm here but I don't remember. Oh, okay, never mind then. Yeah, because I was wondering where you got the point that Vizatsu had an LLC or that Chizu had incorporated the company formally for. Because I tried looking up on I did try to look up Vizatsu on the Washington State directory as well as the Seattle one, and in both cases I didn't find anything relating to the company. It didn't give me any results, which is why I was curious as to where you got the LLC thing from. However, back to the we're going to do a little bit of a comparison. When you compare VLure's homepage against Vizatsu's homepage. With VLure, you have a graphic that shows all of the talents, a video containing promotional video, I assume, displaying the newest gen, and the tagline being soft, seductive, and oh so soothing. Then you have Vizatsu. Welcome, hello from Vizatsu. We're a small, independent VTuber agency built with one goal in mind: providing fans with quality entertainment through uplifting our talent to make that possible. Between these two websites, what does VLure offer as content and as a product versus what does Vizatsu offer as content as a product? When it comes to VLure, I have a pretty clear idea of what it is they offer me as a viewer. They make stuff that is, sexy. It's ASMR, lewd ASMR, something that is designed to put you at ease or put you in the mood, depending on what exactly you're listening to for the moment. With Vizatsu, though, while I do have the impression that if I'm a talent, there's some indication of what the company is or what it stands for, as a viewer, I have no idea what kind of content they are going to be making. Providing quality entertainment by uplifting the talents. It loops back to the same problem of it being way too vague, way too vague of a feel-good term, to actually give any sort of concrete idea as to what I should expect to see in terms of content. And while you may be able to snag a talent by saying that we care about you, we want to make good quality entertainment by uplifting you, that appeals to the individual desires of the talent to make good stuff, but that doesn't actually show an audience what said good stuff is going to entail. I found a Zatsu LLC, but it was registered in Spokane, not Seattle, different sides of the state. I wonder if Vizatsu. So you said you found a Zatsu, not a Vizatsu. Hold on, give me a second. Let me Google that real quick. Let's see. Zatsu LLC, not Vizatsu. Okay. Give me a second. Let me see. Let me just see if I can find it. I'll DM it to you. Oh, thank you. Much appreciated, Murray. Zatsu LLC. Okay. I'm checking on the Seattle directory. I'm still not seeing anything. Okay, there we go. Corporations and charity scheme. Okay, interesting. Search up Zatsu in the business name. All right. We are fact checking live. Business name Zatsu. Zatsu LLC. Norwest registered agent. Status active. When was this registered? 18th of August this year. Interesting. Okay. Let me check again. The Vizatsu Twitter account was also created in August of this year, so that does lend credence to it being the formal registration of the company. It's not in Seattle? Yeah, skipping the V prefix isn't a bad idea. That's true, that's true. Might want to cross-check with Chizu Coyote's actual V-shipping stuff. That is something that I will be doing. I'll add an addendum to this in the pinned comment and a little bit at the beginning of the next stream based off of whatever I find from the confirmation. So that is something that I will be doing after the stream is done. Hold on. I forgot to unmute the BGM. Alright. In the meantime... So, thanks for sending that to me, Mare. It's given me something more to look at. So again, you have the problem where the marketing strategy with this company is very reminiscent of the way that VShojo attempted to market themselves, in the sense that they aren't emphasizing what exactly they make in terms of content, or even what the identity of the brand is beyond just, we care about our talents so much, and we are so different from other corpos. It is more so just saying that these are flaws in the industry, these are flaws in other corpos, and these are things that we would for sure never do ourselves. And when it comes to all of this, at the time, a lot of people looked at this tweet about, we don't need another VTubing agency chasing hype and trends. And a lot of people, understandably, especially after the whole VShojo debacle, looked at that and went and called bullshit, right? Identified that there was something about this that was very, very similar to a lot of the other VTubing agencies that cropped up, put themselves on a high horse, and then fell down some point not too long after that point in their existence, myself included. However, perhaps as a result of in response to people's criticisms that not enough concrete information was being given about the supposed workings or strategy of this company, the kind of guidance they would give, on 1 week later, on October 25th, Vizatsu would release another post, this time complete with actual stats and graphs, as a way of explaining what value they purport to bring to possible auditionees. Quote, "We hear you all loud and clear, and appreciate the feedback given on our previous post. Everyone talks about helping talents grow, but what does that mean? One other aspect, I find it difficult to believe that there are staff members at this corporation that doesn't even have a first gen or what is a cohesive business plan just yet. I can't shake the idea that it is one person making all of these posts, and that idea does make it a little amusing to read it. Here's what happened when Chizu Coyote implemented the Vizatsu growth model, and then contained a few graphs supposedly showing that implementing this Vizatsu growth model significantly helped with the stats. In just a few months, Chizu improved her metrics as so. Views being up by 246%, watch hours being up by 89%, subscribers up by 820%, revenue up by 191%. Those are some crazy stats. That is massive. There's a massive increase on metrics across the board. Question is, how did she get those numbers? But the real story isn't in the numbers, it's how we got there. The Vizatsu model isn't about luck or viral moments. Of course, those play a role, but it can only help so much in the long term. We want to build upon the principles of consistency, accountability, support behind the scenes. What does that look like? Here's what support typically looks like from our team. Consistent scheduling and accountability, editing and content support, marketing and event coordination, access to a library of resources, guidance, and not micromanagement. Pretty good pointers. Except, there is one thing. What is this secret jutsu that Chizu was able to use to juice her numbers on her channel by such a seemingly absurd degree. 820% up in subscribers, 246% up in views, almost doubling watch hours, and increasing revenue by 200%. What is this secret technique? What is this proprietary Vizatsu strategy? Well, let's go through the thread and what Chizu ends up saying later on. But here's what's important to know. No system alone can replace talent. Our creators still need to be a performer, an entertainer, a professional first and foremost. Our job as an agency is to give them structure and guidance to shine. We strongly believe that when a talented creator meets a structured team, amazing things can happen. We've seen it firsthand. Exposure grows. Mind you, this is still talking with a sample size of presumably 1. We've seen it firsthand. Exposure grows, content improves, their passion becomes more sustainable and has an outlet to be expressed. That is the heart of Vizatsu. Not empty and inflated promises, but focusing on the process. Not relying on words alone, but showing results with our talents. Again, talents is a little generous. What you have is talent. 1, singular. 1 example, a sample size that is singular. We will document this journey, and we hope you can join us in the process of following Vizatsu and seeing it unfold. Again, what is this mysterious model for success? Well, you get a little bit of a hint to it when you enlarge that figure and you start to go through some of the text around the actual graphs. When structure meets passion, creators thrive. 3 months of structured support to measurable creator growth. Results shown from CEO Chizu's YouTube analytics after implementing the Vizatsu growth model. There's that term again. What is the Vizatsu growth model? What drove these results? Weekly check-ins that reviewed analytics, goals, and consistency and refined strategy accordingly. Experienced editors who handled post-production and proactively studied what is or isn't working for retention and engagement. I do want to say that that is something that you don't really need a corporation in order to do. You just need to find a good editor, even though that may be a little bit more difficult as an indie. Again, I don't see why this is something that is exclusive to being part of a corporation. Then, targeted insights from other experienced creators that improved packaging, pacing, and retention. Okay, good. So there's a network of other creators that you can draw upon wisdom from. All of these things so far sound good, but all of them sound rather nebulous, right? They're all different ways of consulting other people for advice, but there's nothing tangible yet. And then finally, we have what may just be the actual core of the strategy. Worked on short-form content, collabs, and events to expand audience reach and engage existing community support. And that is the crux of the strategy. That is the whole thing of selling hydrogen water as, you're trying to sell yourself off as Mr. Beast building worlds, whereas in actuality you are selling hydrogen water. Because this secret Vizatsu model of trying to gain more engagement and increase your metrics, well, I mean, a cursory glance at Chizu's YouTube channel and recent content should make it pretty clear as to what that strategy, what that model is. Ask Me Anything, VTuber Audition Q&A, 1K views. Ask Me Anything about my VTuber agency auditions, 3.1k views, but streamed in vertical. Shooting Superheroes, Marvel Rivals, 265 views. Pretending I'm Good at Marvel Rivals, 2.8k views, streamed in vertical. Here for the Tentacles, Zenless Zone Zero, 277 views. Tentacle Time, streamed in vertical, 2.9k views. Big City and Big Announcement, Vampire the Masquerade, Bloodlines 2, 272 views. VTuber Auditions Open, streamed in vertical, 2.7k views. Could use more holes. Minecraft, 303 views. Even more holes, 4.7k views, streamed in vertical. I wonder what the common correlation is here. Then, if you actually flick between the live and the shorts tabs to most popular videos, voila. Most of them, all of them, are all vertical video. That's the secret. That's the model. Shorts spam as a way of increasing your metrics is not a novel idea. In fact, Idol was a rather famous example of a company that exploited that meta in order to grow their numbers at an exponential rate. And even in the case of Idol's biggest talent, Rin Penrose, she herself did say that the shorts meta gives you more subs than it does CCV. And when it comes to trying to create a sustainable audience, one cannot rely on the numerical boost from shorts and juicing shorts as a solid way of, well, making money off of streaming, to put it bluntly. Because we have had several examples in VTubing of content creators that did manage to juice their channels using shorts, managed to get massive leaps in terms of view counts, in terms of sub counts, sometimes in terms of earnings if they're able to leverage them into sponsorships. But when it came to things like CCV, shorts barely move the needle. And that was the problem. This is not a novel method. This is not some secret technique. This is not proprietary strategy. This is a known quantity. A strategy that other corporations have used as recently as just the last few years as a way of trying to game numerical growth on YouTube. If that is the crux of the strategy, then it does seem like there is a little bit of embellishment going on in terms of how novel the ideas of Vizatsu are. However, let's return to this graphic for a second. Did anyone spot what might be a little dodgy about the way that this graphic is laid out on the page, or sorry, laid out on the screen? Because if you arrange graphs in this manner, if you are trying to present stats of this nature using graphs and using those stats with those graphs in that regard, you are being purposefully misleading with your audience when it comes to what you are conveying through those graphs. Jairus deduced a secret strategy. It would be secret if it wasn't for the fact that every small corpo and their dog and mother understood that that was an easy way of juicing numbers on YouTube. The bars aren't all in the same graph? Yes, but also they are presented as if they are similar sizes on similar axes, despite the fact that the statistics are wildly different between the two of them. Maybe you should start vertically streaming? I wouldn't have anywhere to put my Fugi. Revenue up by 191%, presented in a similar visual manner to subscribers being up by 820%, which is even more outrageous when you compare that graph alongside watch hours, which is only up by 89%. All three of these graphs look the same. In the case of subscribers being up by 820%, the axes alongside that graph and the graph alongside watch hours is even the exact same one that increases by the exact same increments. Views up by 246%. Again, visually represented alongside the other graphs in a manner that makes it seem like that growth is supposed to be taken as similar, on par with the others. I don't know about you, but an 89% increase does not, in my mind, compute with being equivalent to an 820% increase. If you're measuring different statistics, maybe use something that's a little bit more visually distinct from one another. But if you do try to convey vastly different statistics with visually similar graphs, I can only be left with one of two conclusions. Either this was done incompetently, or it was done with the intention to misrepresent and mislead. However, let's get into the actual stats themselves. I don't have access to statistics and analytics that would be able to validate the revenue or the watch hours, nothing that precise. However, we can take a little bit of a look at the subscribers and the views, because like I said, an 820% increase in subscribers, that sounds like a lot. So, where does that number actually come from? Well, for starters, if you actually look at the growth on Chizu's channel in terms of sub count between July of 2025 and October of 2025, which are the two data points that those graphs bother to compare with one another, in July of 2025, Chizu's channel reached 36,900 subscribers, whereas in October, the channel reached 48,900 subscribers. If you compare the difference between those two totals, that is an increase of 132% in total subscribers. So that's not 820%. So where did 820% actually come from? Well, it turns out the 820% is not actually in terms of total subs, the way that the total subscribers changed. When you say subscribers here, I would make the argument that quite a few people would interpret that to mean total subscribers. But in actuality, what this graph is referring to is total gained over the course of that specific month. And turns out, in July of 2025, Chizu's channel gained a total of 900 subs. Pretty respectable amount. But in October, the channel gained 7,500 subs over the course of that month. Then divide 7,500 by 900 and you get 8.33 or 833%. Now that's not 820%. But I can see how this is I'm willing to believe that this is a lot closer to 820% than 132%. So what this graph was actually representing is monthly gained subscribers. And in that case, I would make the argument, why the fuck are you using that metric presented in this manner? If you want to show monthly gained subscribers, why just pick 2 months, 3 months away from one another to show how many subscribers you gain? How do we know that the month of October, when you gained the most subs, was not some sort of anomaly rather than a conscious strategy? You would, if you wanted to give a more accurate example, 1, increase the sample size, show more months, and 2, present more months in between July and October, showing off your monthly gained subs for each month in between. Let us see if it is a consistent growth as a result of a new strategy or simply an anomaly that occurred during 1 month. Everyone can have a video that randomly pops off. Recreating that pop-off is where things get difficult. And based off of the way that this was advertised, it made it sound like it was something that could generate consistent success. It was marketed as a content strategy, not a content fluke. And so this graph does not do a very accurate job at conveying that strategy. It is something that, at least in my opinion, appears to be visually misleading. Not just in terms of the way that it's labeled, it should say total subscribers gained per month, in which case people would understand that a sample size of only 2 is absurd for measuring a strategy's effectiveness over time. But, on top of that, the data, the sample size is insufficient as well in order to present what is implied to be a concrete strategy. Now let's take a look at the views. Between July and October, views are supposedly up 246%. In July, the channel's total view count sat at 7,018,013. At the end of October, it sat at 7,737,581. Divide the latter by the former, and you get 1.10 if we round. Roughly 110%. That is not 246%. However, Based off of what we learned from the previous graph that we looked at, it is very likely that these views, these two numbers, are not supposed to represent total views on the channel, but total monthly gained views. So, if we take a look at monthly gained views, we have a little bit of a problem. In July of 2025, total monthly gained views was 209,438. At the end of October, total gained views, according to Social Blade, was 140,098. That does not make sense. However, you may also notice that there is a visible dip in the growth in the line on the graph over the month of October. It seems to be going up at a pretty stable incline between July and September, and then it kind of falls off of a cliff in October and then proceeds to go back up going into the next month. What that means is that you can't actually track the total gained views just off of Social Blade, because Social Blade will show monthly gained views in terms of the net amount of views that you gained, which means if you remove videos on your channel and by extension eliminate the view count that those videos contributed to your overall views total for that month, Social Blade will show a dip in the graph, which means that more likely than not, there was indeed a 246% increase in the amount of monthly gained views over the month of September, according to Chizu and on her channel. However, in the month of October, that was also the same month that Chizu deleted a whole bunch of videos on her channel that resulted in the loss of a whole bunch of views. What those videos were, I have no idea. Why those videos were deleted, I also have no idea. But when it comes to validating the statistics in this graph that has been presented to the audience that you are appealing to on Twitter, possible people who might consider auditioning, this is not an accurate representation of any sort of strategy or anything. It's not something that can be validated through another informational source, unless you want to go through each and every video throughout those specific months that are still on the channel and total them up yourselves. But even then, you don't know if those views were deleted or not, because apparently something happened over the course of October of this year in order to cause that sudden dip. But in any case, the same criticism that I had of the previous graph applies to this one. If you are going to measure the effectiveness of a strategy, why have a sample size of 2 months that are separated by 3 months? That doesn't make much sense to me. If you're going to show me views and you're going to show me subs, the thing is, all these graphs prove is that October was a very good month for you in terms of views and subs. And since video views tend to generate subs, they're not really showing me anything. This graph and this graph do not give me any additional information when put alongside one another. It shows me that you had a good month in October. It doesn't show me why you had a good month in October. And yet again, with the way that these graphs are presented alongside one another, with 246% of an increase being visually smaller than 89% increase, with an 89% increase looking roughly on par, if not the same as an 820% increase, which also happens to look similar, if not slightly shorter than a 191% increase. This was not something that was made by someone with either the ability or the priority of getting information across in an accurate manner. And so, when it comes to examples like Vizatsu, I look at this and alarm bells start ringing in my head. The marketing method is still the same. The company promotes itself on the basis of the failings of its predecessors and its supposed competitors. It claims moral superiority, promises prospective talents that they really do care. Doesn't offer anything concrete though, and even in the case that something concrete is offered, the sample size consists of, well, 1. The promotion for the company centers around promoting the individual running the company, which, like I said before, is not in and of itself a flaw. But if that's your only main form of, well, credentials, if that's your only form of marketing, then we have two prospective talents, which is all fine and dandy until those talents debut and they need to find viewers. Then things get a little bit more complicated. Because how do you convince viewers to watch you purely based off of I'm part of an ethical company pinky promise? That doesn't tend to work very well. Knowing that your Oshi is working at an ethical company is a weight off of your mind, but it's not going to be something that tends to get people to start watching in the first place. And that's what most of this promotional strategy ends up missing. That is the crucial gap that's the weakest link in the chain, so to speak, when it comes to trying to establish some sort of rapport with an audience using all of this pre-debut promotion. So, to say that I am skeptical of Vizatsu is a little bit of an understatement. I despise this marketing strategy. I wish that it would die off with VShojo, but if it doesn't die off with VShojo, I will settle for attempting to stigmatize it when other companies and other startups attempt to adopt it as well. Hence why I'm bothering to go through this example. And in terms of predictions for 2026, in a similar vein, I'm going to guess that, yet again another low-stakes prediction, I'm going to guess that most of the startups that employ N-Lock marketing will end up closing within less than 2 years if they even manage to debut their first wave. And who knows, perhaps we may even get 1 or 2 Google Dockies out of some of them. But at the end of the day, it all circles back to the same point, which is when it comes to protecting yourself, you need the ability to develop prejudices, not having to learn every life lesson face first. And in order to form prejudices that are effective self-protection mechanisms, you need data. Data is what I try to provide. If you are watching through the stream, if it's something that interests you, the idea of trying to predict movements, trends, metas, strategies when it comes to corporate communication, optics, the way that certain practices are adopted or abandoned, rhetoric, cultural attitudes, if you are interested in trying to figure out how to predict those things, how they move, how to account for them in your own, well, the way that you carry yourself in this industry, I hope that this stream is a resource that you can use that can be useful to you as a tool to make it so that you aren't as liable to be caught off guard by the same tricks that people have been employing in this industry, sometimes years prior to today. But in any case, that does it for all of the predictions and stuff that I had lined up for this stream. A 7-hour stream for my first one back. Not too bad at all. And I might end up wrapping things up here. I hope you guys found this entertaining. I hope you found this to be at least a little bit informative even. And even potentially helpful, depending on what you intend to use this information for. But yeah, thank you for the warm welcome back. I've forgotten how fun this can be. And yeah, thanks for showing up. Let me switch screens while I look for somebody to raid. Thanks, man. Love your info so much. I'm glad to hear that. Sauna time +2. Exactly what I was hoping for. Right, hold on. My browser's frozen, unfortunately. What a comeback. I made a joke in Super Chats earlier. Did you catch it? Okay, hold on. Let me scroll through. I love this new function that YouTube has added. It's so convenient. Hold on. I swear Brave is trying to act like a Shadowrun megacorp with all their subsidiaries. It wouldn't surprise me if they were owned by a literal dragon. Well, Gigadramon, Noguchi is close. He is quite close. Not quite there, but close enough. I'd say the analogy works quite well. Let me scroll through and make sure I didn't miss anything. Yep, I think I've gotten all of them. All right, excellent. So let me see who's live at the moment. Rare YouTube W, agreed. I don't know when they added this feature in. I assume they added it sometime over the past month because this is my first time seeing it. But I love it. This is very much appreciated. Because now I don't have to switch between stream elements and cross my fingers that it's actually working or anything like that. Does anyone have a recommendation for a VTuber on YouTube that happens to be streaming right at this moment? Because no one that I usually follow is live at right now. Let me just check that it's not just because my screen is frozen on my end. Huzzah, Shadowrun mention. It's a rare enough thing. YouTube adding useful things? I know, right? Billion doesn't stream on YouTube, unfortunately. I can't quite do that. Is Cleo live? Hold on, let me search up her channel. Oh, she is. I don't know why she doesn't show up. Huh. Kunoi Chisato. I might try rating someone else. Doing guitar karaoke. Okay, sure. I'll try rating a Vols member. I've never done that before. Fillion and Henya. Fillion's on YouTube? What? Hold on, let me check. Is she on YouTube? Oh shit, she is. Oh, she doesn't have redirect privileges enabled for just anybody, which makes sense to be honest. Alright. I will go with Kunoi Chisato. I'll be sending you guys over to listen to some pleasant guitar. Hold on. I entered a name earlier and it came up, but now... Okay, never mind. I got it back. Firebox. Thank you for the 5. Just remember, Chair, if I eat 2 burgers and you are left starving, we each had an average of 1 hamburger. True. True and real. Alright. Hold on. Random normie. Let's not do that one. Alright, I will be sending you guys off to Kunoi Chisato as per usual. Remember not to bring the topics discussed in this stream to another creator's stream. I want you guys to blend in seamlessly. This is a new person, so behave yourselves. I want you to be seamlessly integrated into her chat. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of that guitar karaoke. Poll for the next week's stream will be up sometime tomorrow on the community tab. Make sure to check that out. And I'll be announcing it the day after on Twitter and YouTube as always. Thank you once again for tuning in. Thank you for the warm welcome back. And I'm looking forward to being able to talk to you guys soon. Otsu Chair. Otsu Chair.